the Ganja River is no joke. I think it's you get a little farther up, you get stuck on it, swirling. What has a dog about? No, there was controversy around whether this was a push or yeah, I forget what the verdict was. It looks. Can you see a foot there? Yeah. No, it looked like a hand, right? I feel like I don't remember. I think what it ended up coming up like the hand was down there to try and stop him from jumping. I don't listen. I have not the highest opinion of Logan Paul. I don't think that he would push his dog into the water like that in the front side of the boat or whatever it is. Since the original was released, I don't know what the verdict was. Everyone's obviously going to dump on him because that's the type of place that probably despises him. I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't know. I don't have the time or the desire to look into the reality of it, but he's done other stuff that he is. You sound like it's stuck around it. Right, like, yeah. Around. Yeah. I understood, like, yeah. And it's one thing to think it's cringe, but, like, you have to understand it's an actual industry. It's one of the biggest industries on the planet now, so people that are doing it are just going to do it. And if you're just running around the track, there's way worse things you could be doing. Just what the Virgin Mary wanted for people to be self-centered and
maybe it was following this. She was filming bikini scenes on the beach.
Shaking her imagination. Yeah. I have the imagination to end this video before I peel off my skin and jump into a fire. As always, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate my wife being an influencer.
Cost here, cost the jump.
My intro, sweetheart, as always. Honey, what would you do for a couple of views? That's right, baby. We live in a society where views trump everything else. No shame, no embarrassment. If you can get views, you do it. No questions asked. So we're going to look through a couple clips today with that ethos, knowing that nothing matters anymore except if you use your phone or your camera and get views from strangers on the internet. How sad the state of the world has become. This is a pretending to clean up.
It's turning out too good so far.
Struggling to carry bags and win. I got to pause for a second because I think he's a little bit older. I think I saw this on Twitter like a year or two ago, and I just couldn't believe what I saw. I was like, we haven't evolved so badly.
Oh, I gotta look out for these candelabra things too. Clean.
Themselves pick up trash, but not actually pick up trash. Content. This trash is so happy.
Keeper? Plane? I don't know.
No.
She just left the trash back there and left. She the whole social media looks both ways girl. Right. The only thing I can think of is that like she had someone else on her team payment card that could try to do something. I refuse to believe you're such a piece of that you would like okay, so you've like picked up a
yeah, I mean definitely could be better. But at least I can kind of get through those little limited steps. It's not such amazing as whatever. Fuck off. 3
Man,
dead
she should have
ends.
stayed on that beach because she fits right in with the trash. Let me tell you that. Humans always just never fail to impress me with how one of the nastiest feels on the whole time of it is your recovery while let's hope he gets back to the stuff. This is how much fun it's got. Yes, definitely.
I am in recovery and now I've matured and I'm not even going to engage with this.
JK.
Max, I was so devastated to hear the news about your father.
Believe that dude's socials.
No.
I mean, like, outrageous. But when you make a comment like that, listen, you replay yourself. What?
We believe it.
Oh, yeah. Look at the dude's face. How would you not believe it? Like, recovering addict, covered tattoos. So he literally went to the dude's Facebook, took a picture of his dying father, and tattooed it on his leg with a paper. The actual assault is unbelievable. I shouldn't be laughing, but it is funny, so I will laugh. Speaking of anything for views, the Queen, the family that invented that technique, Kim Kardashian's back at it again. You seen this new one?
This morning with the built-in nipple, and no matter how hot it is, you'll always put
Fuck.
Kim Kardashian is releasing a controversial nipple.
This sucks.
New built-in nipple bra in a retro comfy pad.
So, thoughts, honey?
Won't be purchasing. I can tell you that right now. It's just really weird because I know that some people enjoy that look, but most people, I would say, are embarrassed
Okay.
by that nipple and don't want to cover up. You don't necessarily need everybody staring.
Clearly a marketing tactic, obviously, which her family is, their sharks are rage baiting, like that's what they do.
It feels like a parody.
It probably isn't. What is the thing? They could make the product and not care about how much it sells. It's
Yeah.
so much more, like the amount of
Bedroom.
awareness it's going to raise for the Skims brand because of people tweeting and being pissed off about it is going to be worth
That's
so much more than they'll ever make from that actual product. So.
Yeah, grab that $2.
Unsurprisingly for the Kardashian-Jenner family, this
She also memed about like how we need it now because of climate change. So it's like we can't have that. So people are like, "This is the only way to make light of climate change." Like,
If I don't get a straight room here, I'm screwed.
social media is still described back in the face while our climate crisis, while others actually thought it was just
I thought it was a joke.
that's fine. You made a bra with fake nipples. That's such a slap in the face with climate change. I'm gonna go get on a highway to make up for it, Kim. You incompetent.
That's it. Shitty ass gymnasium. Helps a lot.
With one breast cancer survivor calling it genius, seeing the future as an extra boost of confidence. But if there's one thing that everyone can agree on, it's that Kim K really does know how to market.
Like you said, though, that is a style now. Like for years, it was always like.
How many red rooms I got now?
And now we live in kind of like this way.
Let's get a fourth.
Whatever age we live in, where it's like, I mean, anyways, we talked about this. We just need to go down the road right now, the public route right now. But it exists. Most of them. Shouting lyrics.
Bullshit. No interest here. And you know, though, like, this was my only shot.
The idea I'm getting is that they're like, there's this group of people who are like self-admittedly socially anxious, and their whole thing is to go out in public and do really annoying things to help, I don't know, get exposure therapy to help with their social anxiety. No, don't okay me. That's some.
It's more of an acknowledgement than a voyeur.
Oh, God.
Seen videos like
I suppose, like, yes, this is cool. So I guess they scream, "Look at me," and all people in the restaurant are like, "What is he?" So cool, whatever.
Well, it opens that door, doesn't it?
You want to give us a little something?
You want to give me one of those?
Oh.
I'm just golf clap to them. I'm so proud of them being able to be able to on TikTok.
garage. Let's go check that out before we open this last door.
People literally poured boiling water on themselves. I am not making this. Love that challenge. Awesome. Hope you got plenty of views from it.
Okay.
It's great. Of course, there were kids that got severe burns because they were stupid enough to do this trick. Look, I get the stuff, but it's boiling.
Holy shit, that is far away.
What's gonna happen? The teeth filer would use a nail file to shorten it, and it works only if you know what you're doing. And you gotta know what.
That squeezed me out so bad. What the hell?
Love it. I think that's hilarious. I think you got enough views for it. Really good decision. Keep up the good work, kids.
You now need veneers.
People ended up making because they wanted this. People who did this trying out here looking like George. Is it really that hard to go to a dentist, people? Now I'm sure most of you remember the frozen money challenge. You basically put some money in a bottle, you freeze it, and then boom, you gotta taste the snack. Now there's nothing wrong with this challenge if you only ate a little bit of the money. But so many people are just straight down chugging all of this money, and you know what that gives you? One straight ticket to the worst diarrhea of your life, baby girl. We're dramatic.
That gave me a visceral reaction.
There are so many more bad ones than that too. There was
I'm sure.
I covered one on my main channel where people were marinating close to the joke and cooking it up. But like when you cook micro, it like releases fumes that can be toxic. Obviously, when you're cooking it and eating it.
Forgot about this. Might as well get them.
This video for the views. Nothing else matters.
Don't waste that.
Any sort of modicum of care for oneself. None of these things matter if you can find a way to get random strangers laughing, pointing out how stupid you are on the internet. Why do you think we sit here and do this?
That would make all three true. This makes all three true. If they're in this box, that makes all three true.
Some of them even arrive exploded. The creator doesn't really explain what the big
It's gotta be the black box. No, it's gotta be, or the white box. If it's the white, if the white box is false, that has to be in this box, and those two are true. It satisfies it. It's gotta be white. I can't lose 20 steps here. Okay, let me think about this.
This looks like a red box of paper. He's creating basically an unboxing of the product. Also mentions that she can see an expiry date on the bottle and that the product was watery, like the water that much. The creator seems to release a video saying she's listened to it, fixed everything with the small of the labels, but also saying she'll be sending a gift and thinking of big orders, so she's following the FDA standards. Will you be buying a bottle of this?
This thing was crazy, man. Like a lot of people that I'm friendly with, YouTubers that commentate, they made like millions of videos of this because it was a huge deal. Like this lady basically just created, if she was just like not a victim, but like a product of that one thing on TikTok that goes mega viral that then everyone else wants to do and try. So she went from like creating this little sauce in her house. I don't even know if she was trying to sell it, but originally, I guess maybe she was, or maybe someone in the comments was like, "Oh, you should bottle that and sell it." And then it went so viral, all of a sudden, like everyone knows what this Big Zog is. And she's sending this stuff to people, like out of her kitchen in her house, with no regulations, no nothing, a food product, which is going to be very problematic. So there was a large period of time where people were like, I think she was just printing the labels and then making up the ingredients and the calories, like on a printer and putting them on a bottle. So it got crazy. Apparently,
Can you imagine? Well, you don't care. You eat food from anywhere, but I can't imagine just eating that, knowing it came from someone's personal kitchen, probably.
And like not knowing if like just shipped. It's like sitting. It said it had dairy in it, and it's probably sitting in the back of a UPS truck in the heat for like days at a time. You know what I mean? So obviously, like regulators were like, well, this is a little bit problematic. Apparently, somebody that had like came from a regulated food industry position, like partnered with her, essentially like tried to get it up to code. It got FDA approved, and it this year was released on the Walmart for a short period of time. And I don't know, like this, I've skimmed for like 5 minutes to kind of see what happened. Apparently, she's doing a fundraiser on GoFundMe about how
this
she's
could
all
be
super
true.
broke and she got taken advantage of and all this stuff, saying that her mother's giving her $20 a week just to get by. Then someone
And
in
both
the
of these
actual
could be
support
false.
section was like, I checked your social media and you said
And
your
that
mother
make it
died when you were a kid.
the black
I
box.
was like, I don't know what to believe.
Wait, if these are both, if this is true,
Is the situation basically by the time she saw and cleared up,
Jen's in a box next to this box.
and got FDA
Okay.
cleared, the trend was kind of over.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, that's what it meant. Yeah, used everyone.
That can be true, and the other two can be
Internet.
false.
If it's old news and people aren't going to get views from doing it anymore, no one gives a shit about your pink sauce, right? Like, oh, it's not cool or trendy anymore to order a bottle and see what's in it. So now, by
But
the time
they
it's in Walmart,
can't be the other way. It's gotta be. Is it black?
I think it's cool. Like, she must have made a ton of money initially, like just from getting all these orders that she probably couldn't fulfill.
I wasn't 100%. It's the first one I really wasn't 100% on.
Show, but goes to show A, the power of social media, and B, the absolute catastrophe
I really,
that awaits if you don't have
first
experience
gut
or
was
infrastructure
white,
to handle
but
orders.
whatever. Anyway, that's good. Now I got 3 gems. Cats throw anything at me. But we gotta get to that garage. Open that door.
Well, that's the point. I mean, this is a very general trend of people that just go into public places and bother
Can't
people.
drive.
That's like a big.
Crank up.
I'm not as an ominous. I'm as an ominous. Oh, and I was like trying to talk to the Asian or something. Yeah, there's a huge subsection of youth culture that loves that thinks this stuff is so funny. Like they think it's oh yeah,
It's just the driveway that they would spread the dirt on. Because it didn't take a step.
And like yeah, you're like a cop, you care about other people. It's like the only person on the planet is you. The universe relies on you. Do whatever you can to get views and attention, which means being a big piece of shit. And I'm like, I feel like the pendulum will hopefully swing back at some point, but we're showing pretty far out. There is a huge audience that participates in this.
Okay. Where does the last gate take us? Dirt. Dirt piles. Oh, something. Yeah, there was a bridge. Building steps. That's back to the garage. What do we have now? Oh, we do. There's a road. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's awesome. Let's check this out. This is so cool. I was so bored with this game. Not bored. To the point where I was like, yeah, maybe I need a break. Huh. A lot of bigger people, I believe, associated with this mansion. No items or anything, huh? Fire. What's this?
You know that I was just died by elbow?
Imagine if I just like cracked your tooth off my elbow just for
Don't.
hey, anything for views. Should we stage
I
it?
take back what I said.
Should we stage it?
You're right. You want to miss my teeth?
used to spend 3 years too long wearing Invisalign.
Oh, this is cool.
Gonna be done
Okay.
a year ago.
I can get behind this. It's a little far. They could have put it closer. I do that every day. I mean, what if you don't put the garage there? Or do they only give you the garage on that side sometimes? It's one of the outer rooms.
First of all, if there was a true proposal, typically let them know ahead of time. Get the bricks up the pool.
Huh.
Right? You should have faked it was your birthday. That's typically
Yeah,
what
cool.
it is when you get a free dessert. Where I used to work.
Really?
Where are you? You work.
Tell them it's your birthday, they bring you this fire dessert platter of like three smaller sizes of the most popular desserts.
Now what do I do with
This
gems?
is good business.
What's the question?
People coming every year for their birthday because they love that free dessert. It was good.
That's $70. You get a free dessert.
That's why you want to concentrate on getting more steps. The Hubble strategy. Makes sense. Okay. Well, let's go this way. Boudoir? Yeah, I think the boudoir would have been a good choice.
Licking firearm? Anything for use. Give it progress. Trigger guns. Addiction. This kid's entire personality would be different if there was no such thing as like so. You know what I mean? Like he'd be a decent kid that was actually funny, and now he's just an obnoxious loser because he can just roll up the camera all the time.
You don't like that?
Shut up.
Yeah.
We're just joking. We're just a big.
I need you to come home like that. Yeah. No. This is very good.
That just looks like it's bad without play.
That's what I mean. I want it.
He does. The big ass spear that like you know it's just like strong as not.
Yeah.
The list of those is strong. So like John Deere camera.
Our business was thinking about doing anything for you. But I was done. The new toilet. Liar.
Yeah, I'll do it's a wrong maybe, but same songs and very fast. Yeah. Next time Jackson does that, just get me a text. I'll roll up there. Yeah. We need to get checked. You know, the fire right now. Yeah. As always, thank you guys for joining us. Feel free to do what you can do to try to get views, but just try to have a good house. Self-respect and character. That's all I'm saying. Leave it super, of course. What's wrong with the French streams? Next video. We got that right. So creepy. Do that first. intro. This is Crush. Crushing as always. You know what I love? Yes. Also, bootlegs. Anytime something becomes very popular, inevitably knockoff versions and lookalikes, all of these things crop up, and there's things and people that create brands and livings off of that one button. Let's take a look. This title came from Michael Jackson, so that's really interesting. Goods being generous. Some sort of, this looks like some sort of Asian Times Square. People are like sitting around watching. Like, ooh, very nice. Yes, love this Michael Jackson. You got to delineate between there are people that do unbelievable impersonations, impressions, and like create a living, like doing a good job at something that was popularized before them, and that's cool. But then there's just like that. Whatever that was. Oh, here we go. Are you a supporter of Donald Trump? Oh, God, the makeup. You hear the Trump boys again?
What was that? Yes, it's Donald Trump for President 2024. The 2020 election has screwed me out of it. I won that election. Democrats cheated me out of it. So I'm going to win it.
The worst impersonation I've ever heard.
I like the makeup line though. That was definitely intentional. I like it.
Of course, of course. I'm curious if this guy is actually a big supporter, because like you're not doing him any favors right now, or if he's just like memeing for the worst Donald Trump impression I've ever heard. So true. You've been on social media more than 3 seconds. You've seen some really good Trump impersonations. That was not one of the finest makeup line, like you said. The team titled this one Michael Craxton, so I'm excited about that. Oh, God. Oh.
Oh, it says please print out the lyrics.
You mean to tell me this goes on for another minute and 10 seconds? I don't know if you can ask me for that. This guy is kind of nice stuff.
Oh, that's a move right there.
Look at the belt. Michael Craxton. Kudos to the team for coming up with that one. That's hilarious. It's not even like in the caption. That's what I meant to say. It just keeps going. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
How did they not stop him? He's sweating like something fierce too. He's got that crack sweat dripping down his cheek.
Regretting it now.
You were young when that first came out. Teenagers, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably teens when the first seasons of American Idol. Remember the Asian dude who went mega viral early on?
William Hung.
Thank you, William Hung.
I finally came through with
My
something
God,
my
something.
entire life.
There he is. This was 2004, dude. Talk to me. Tell me your name. You blow me off like it's all the same. You let it through, then I'm taking away like a bomb. Yeah, baby. So that went mega viral. That was probably one of the earliest, biggest American Idol viral moments. And since that point on, they realized, hey, we should probably just do half of the show, bringing on people that are complete jokes, trash, because that creates the most viral moments. The internet has only continued to steer in that direction, honestly. They were just early to the trend.
They knew.
Yeah. Anytime you see like someone doing like an audition and they suck, you just think, oh, it's William Hung. Like that was the first mega viral one on like one of those voice shows. To me, at least, on the picture. Elvis 2022. They hired this dude. Oh, the bell fell down. It's good.
I'm also like 70.
Yeah. If that's your uncle, that's okay. That's funny. But like, you hired that
If
one?
that's your uncle, that's creepy.
Do you remember our wedding night? We got married once? You
We
remember that?
did.
At the bar, one of the bars we were at on our wedding night, there was an Elvis impersonator.
Yeah.
He was pretty good too.
He was.
He wasn't singing. He was just
He was
dressed
a
like him.
local legend.
He
Yeah.
was, but he had like dice, and he was just he was constantly like rolling dice. And he was
Doing
like
like weird moves.
he'd get down into like a quarter split and like do a dice roll on the bar floor. Let me tell you what, he put that Elvis impersonator to shame. Guy was not killing it. They didn't spend too much money on him.
Turns out I look like the little black girl from Polar Express. Oh, hey, just people.
you can easily buy on the street in some country somewhere, or in the city even.
Or like a teenager would buy it clear.
Or yeah, or you just got completely scammed. The Wish version of
No,
stuff.
it's probably just like
No, I know. Oh my God, no. No, what?
what life back.
Is it a little person's stone?
Oh, I don't have enough fucking shit. That sucks.
That's so funny. He's missing about 3 feet of height, but other than that, looks just like him. Well, he's like, the older person talking about height, and we're not talking about that? Oh, for Christ's sake.
I actually don't think so.
I don't think what? That it was an older person?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm not going to look into it. You guys tell me, you be the judge. You just think it was like a young kid? That was not over 5 feet, was he? He must have got over 19. What is the actual classification? I think it's like 410 or 411 for a man, for where you
I think that it's more about the
classified as a boy.
genetic. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I know this recently, but the word, apparently the M word is very offensive to people, right?
Yeah.
It's so crazy because that was just the word you used back in the day. I think it's little person or boy.
Oh, yeah, I read that already. Okay. Let's head north.
Freddie Cracker, what are you talking about? No, this guy doesn't look like he's Look at the boobs, dude!
Holy crap. That's the punchline.
That might be a better version, if I'm being honest. Amazing. Texas like that.
Oh, yeah.
Big Queen fans in our
Very much
household. Get me right.
4 left. Low on steps.
That's just somebody in their house with like a label maker. It's gotta be.
You think so?
Yeah, like where is it? They're like a dingy warehouse. Like it makes no sense.
My only option, anyway.
You are correct about that.
Well, hopefully. No key cards. No key cards.
Like I haven't looked at the soda aisle in the grocery store in probably 20 years, but there were some pretty profound
What
ones.
is it? Windsor? Like.
They had market baskets.
Time. Okay.
Remember the 3 liters? They used to sell big 3
Way
liter
up there.
market basket colas. We definitely
Go
dabbled in that.
to-
A little bit growing up. The 3 liter off-brand colas. That we know. What's a knock on Disney movie? Frozen Land.
7.
These things do exist. Like you know, if you actually go down the rabbit hole,
What was it again?
it's the same thing. Like Disney's obviously one of the most popular IPs on the planet. So there's clearly just going to be crazy knockoffs that like people trying to bite off that.
The time and tie don't work. You idiot. Yeah, it does. It would be M. Yeah. Image crickets. Okay.
That would be so funny. If we could get a hold of some of those DVDs and like
Every door locked.
It said DVD. Yeah. It has
Welcome to the garden. Our weed is the apple.
Dude, if we get a hold of this somehow and watch this could possibly save the world.
I got metal detector laying around. Any gems laying around. Beds.
This ripoff was brand new. This goes back. They couldn't get away with it because the legal loophole of education.
Can you?
This thing. You're like 3 hours long. Watching a company notorious for pop-up content. I think Willie's story is that's why it's great. They turned Doge into. I think their guys would not be pleased.
I'm not kidding. Don't mess with Toy Story. My favorite is that.
If it wasn't worth picking up, then why did he pick it up? All right. Invigorating. Do I have a dining room down there? You should get to 8. Give me 20 steps, but I don't know what's on the menu. I gotta be able to get there.
People are thinking they can't actually be trying to make a cool thing. They're just making it so stupid and
No, this door is locked.
get
It is not.
I could be wrong. Maybe there's an actual
No.
they were like, yes, render it.
No. It's decision. It's a decision. Security force really good. You need a key card.
Hey, I'm going to try. What about 1 billion?
My great best chance is security.
Just G.
And hoping that they're both not key cards.
I don't understand the logistics of it, but the quality of ingredients, like this might be the same quality just one.
The one I wanted not to be. Alright. Let's get this going.
Full of carcinogen, which is skin lesions. Just G is kind
I feel like it's cool, very easy to pick up.
yes.
Wish this stayed.
100%.
I don't
I'm sure there's levels of it where like there's fillers you can put in it that make it really. So there's obviously ones that are probably made with much higher quality ingredients. Oh, ooh, man. Ooh, that's just freaking something like this. Ooh, wood. Like if you told me that was a normal high-end cologne, I'd be like, I wouldn't believe you. Just G, maybe not. But wrong. Hello, man, right? What about vigorous? Bro, I swore to invincible, bro. Let's discuss that. First up, we got many votes for that. It's no great person, but I think it's yes, he's incredible. Look at this. Oh, that's terrifying. Deformation car is
I never thought of that. Yeah, should be able to, right?
Special collector's edition.
I should be doing this tomorrow.
There's no way that guy's just laughing.
I run the experiment from here every time.
But that just felt like it just feels a little too much.
I need steps.
Oh, this one just said you guys.
Set your steps to 40 immediately.
4-in-1 unlimited fun. So it's like a Lego knockoff and also a Mario Brothers knockoff.
Yeah.
Like Nintendo could definitely sue them, I think. Know the legality.
I think I want this one.
What is that brand though? There's like
Why not?
there's another one that's like it's called Mega.
Now I feel a little bit better.
I didn't know it existed
Until we had like a little Pokemon thing.
Yes, that's right, Mega. They make a lot of Pokemon stuff.
Experiment success.
Yeah.
Alright. Nice.
Really wants to get it having the real brothers.
They're like older, like 8, 10, 12 bucks and
A
stuff.
lot of them are older, and I will say, you know,
It's nice not having to worry about gems, but the steps.
and then build onto it.
It gets a little crazy.
Well, yeah, I got 60 if you think about it. In the kitchen. Kitchen here would be good.
He wants to.
Is that my Viking?
Yeah, and then it's just,
We spent 3 hours.
I told him, like, buddy, once we get into the higher stacks, when they're built, you should probably just leave them built. But you're going to lose the pieces when they're going to get rebuilt. Yeah. So, the Nintendo.
Game Child.
These really exist?
I don't know.
They did.
Probably.
It's a lot of stuff that's like, yeah, you see in like Chinese aftermarket stuff.
3.
Maybe conversation free. How about LCD option? Is that like a screen you can play with games on? PCB? Nice. Ooh, here we go. Food brand knockoffs.
Back in the day, we did videos where we
I need a key
basically
card.
foods that were brand name and then off-brand foods. And our grocery
We
store
did that. We did.
We did, and you know, some foods are very obvious and have like quality, taste,
Yeah.
whatever.
Clear towels, clearly like the others.
But a lot of things.
Eek. Eek. Eek.
Sometimes it's literally just the same thing.
You know, I don't really need items. Well, I do. I need keys.
Interestingly enough, like I say,
I need a key card.
It's less palatable. Like I think about the Oreo example where we did like Oreos and the off-brand Oreos, and you could tell the off-brand Oreos was very obvious.
How about that? Observatory for sure. Possibly freezer though. Ugh. Observatory. Dude, I need the billiard room. I need. It's gonna be locked and or whatchamacallit anyway. No? No key card. Interesting. Very interesting. What day are we on? 25?
Replicating the beloved Snickers bar. 11. Freeze between. A direct competitor to Oreo. I'm thinking if we just stock the shelves with nut masters and cream betweens, it's going to be problematic.
25.
I'm cream between your nut masters.
Oh, 25 is a good one. These are good ones.
Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew. It's quite lessons in its attempt to piggyback on the
I know you don't drink soda like that anymore, but in your past how you enjoy. I used to love soda and never really got into Mountain Dew.
I went through Mountain Dew days for sure.
Not my thing.
Yeah.
What would be your soda of choice?
I don't.
If you could just enjoy from the fountain.
Pepsi. This is the thing. Like, this one, it was around for like a year. It was the best thing ever.
It was so good.
I was a big cream soda guy, Mountain Dews probably, but I never really was into it heavy. You know, I was never a Sprite guy though.
Now I just need
Yeah.
more keys and a hammer. Well, this is for sure locked.
Soda. If I were to have a soda today, it would be.
But my curiosity.
Blackberry Schweppes.
Oh, that is really, really, really good. But I think it's getting
Come on.
serious.
Hamburger partner. An admirer of the famed Hamburger Helper by Betty Crocker, this knockoff doesn't have the same appeal. 6. Orange Brutus. A direct take on Orange Julius, even the naming choice. Rip Orange Julius, dude. 5. Cheddar Cheese Guppies. An imitator of the popular Goldfish cracker, with a nearly identical look but possibly lacking in taste. 4. Energade. South Africa's version of the electrolyte drink Gatorade. Though it tries, Gatorade remains the favorite choice. Oh, Prime's kind of taking the market share here. Sonic the Hedgehog Curry. Of your Sonic, the higher video game character, it's definitely a unique, it's really choice. 2. Pocket Candy Bar. A brazen attempt at mimicking the famous voice effects right down to the iconic red wrapper and wafer design. Interesting. Horrible animated movie copied Anna's character design from Frozen, as well as the premise of Harry Potter, to make one of the lamest musicals
Foundation.
put on screen. Oh my goodness, here he comes. The color of money is green. So Anna attends
We're on it.
where they have fake Quidditch, fake Dumbledore,
We're in good shape.
Snape, fake Malfoy, and my personal favorite,
This is
the
show.
fake Weasley twins.
Hey guys, I used to do a ring rhyme back at the army. Do you want to help me?
Sure, if you think it would work. I know they're supposed to be twins, but what does that mean that they have to move and speak in unison? It's just the exact same animation, like at the same time.
Yeah.
I love that.
Very lopsided.
The poster says that it's the creator of Tar, but the director's only production credit on that movie is additional storyboarding, which might explain why one of the scenes in the movie is literally just pictures of storyboards. The rabbit hole is deep on bootleg Quick stuff. You know, like,
I honestly did.
even you have to think about how much of a cash cow its content is.
Yeah.
So if you can make something that's like a stupid knockoff that somehow catches a trend on YouTube or something like that, you can just by default, because these kids are in their apps, right? But they're just like going next. They don't know what they're doing at that age. And it pops up after like a Cocomelon video. All of a sudden you're making a few $1 million off of bootleg Harry Potter giving Frozen Quidditch. It's really an interesting time for content.
Crazy ripoffs that we don't believe actually exist. Oh, instead of Mountain Dew, I found Hee-Haw. Hee-Haw. Next, I found Cats, 7 League Dinosaurs. Why? Up next, I found my favorite superhero, Kobe Bryant. Okay, yeah. Ripoff. Princess Peach looks like she's on drugs. Oh no. This face is going to haunt me in my sleep. Looks like the big I found probably the scariest SpongeBob ride I have ever seen.
That's SpongeBob?
Yeah, it's the SquarePants and Patrick. This is Patrick. Aladdin coloring book. You may remember this from John Thumbnails. Oh my god. It's the camel face with a human mouth overlaid over it. How does that do the genies? The genie is on now.
Wow.
Aladdin looks reasonable. I think they just ripped that from the cover of the Disney VHS box. I really want to see the inside of the pages though. Now I'm curious. Yeah, I could go.
I'd like to go back to my
Brand.
real Disney stuff.
Thank you for joining us for some off-brand Walmart version, Wish version, bootleg versions of popular things. Here is a Wish version of the Lush Life outro. Both wanted the clear cut, and we got the white instead. We're not ready for the black.
Where is the lie?
And there it is!
Welcome back, everybody.
Dynamite intro. My God, Mrs. Lush. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to be back here for episode 2 of what's kind of formerly known as the Meme Couch, and now I guess we're calling Lush Lounge. I haven't reached out to Cinnamon Toast Ken yet about the name. It's a whole thing. You guys let me know in the comments last time, him and Buff Pro. The premise is, regardless of what we call it, my wife and I, as couples, do the stuff that we like on social media, and it's relatable to each other, and you like send it to each other because it's funny, and you look across the room and you laugh. Well, instead of doing that, we save them in a folder and wait till we sit on this couch together. We do that live here with you guys. So all the memes or whatever videos we're about to send each other, we've seen independently but not together. And so here we are. Last time I had you start out by sending me something. I'm excited to see what you have for me this time.
I have 87 memes saved in a folder because it's been so long since the last one. There's a couple of them that I've been dying.
There's a little too on Instagram. I like my scrambling last one. I think I have like probably 15.
I'll carry it, don't worry.
Listen, fire it up. You already sent me some of the stuff. Oh, I'm just not doing it. Iced tea.
Good stuff.
In December, we celebrate
It's December.
December celebration. It is December, baby. We're back. Sorry we missed you guys for an episode or 2 last month, but we are back with a vengeance. Coming in hot, so hot. With a Dean Cain classic from 2014.
I was blown away by this. I had never heard of this. The second we saw Asylum pop up,
Yeah, that was my first note. Oh, it's an Asylum film, but I will allow it for this movie, Kyle, because this movie is fucking crazy. It also has a crazy fucking name.
yes, Airplane versus
You need that key card. Can't lock. Okay.
The thing that's crazy about this movie is that you see Asylum, you see that name, and you assume this movie is intentionally bad.
Miranda Boyd?
Or
did I miss
it might be, but if it is, it's the strangest intentionally bad movie. Because it doesn't feel to me nothing bad.
I can't tell if stuff is just cut out of this film, or if they were just like, eh.
Yeah, this, so many times in my notes, Kyle, I just had a thing like, where is the rest of this movie? What is it? This movie cares not about
about making any
Oh.
sense to even try. Things need to happen. It just happens. Yes, it is
Well.
written from the most economical, like storytelling angle possible, which is who gives a fuck? We'll just write whatever we want and then have people say words to make it work. Kind of, not really. It's fucking nuts. So many things come out of nowhere and go nowhere, and you could the science in this movie maybe the worst science ever in a movie. This goes very deep into the fantasy side of science. Oh my god, it is
Perfect.
insane.
I'll take it. Although boiler room would also needed. I gotta go to the damn foundation. I gotta go down and get the steps. Okay, we're not going in the vestibule yet.
But as the opening credits roll, the opening credits one are amazing. They're like pre-rendered, like
Down left.
and things, which is the worst like font, and but it's going through all the names, and one of the last things in the credits, I don't know if you saw this, was Matt Mercer.
Down to the boudoir.
Is it that Matt Mercer?
Then through the passageway.
Like the dude from Critical Role.
Hit the dark room breaker.
Yes, it is not that Matt Mercer. Well, I thought it could be because I knew it was like an actor.
Also,
Earlier in his career. Yeah, I was like, so maybe I don't know, but it is not that Matt Mercer. It's a different one. Hello, my name is Matthew Mercer. I'm a voice actor and Avenger. Anyways, we open, like you said, this movie wastes zero time. It is airplane versus volcano. We are immediately on the airplane. Yeah, well, there is a brief opening right before. Well, we might open on the airplane. I can't remember, but there is the little cold open with the volcanologist on the island or whatever. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the cold open, we start on this island, and there's an old guy walking around studying volcanoes, and I guess a giant volcano gets erupts out of the ocean, and he gets just. Well, first he sees all of these CG volcanoes sticking out of the ocean. These new islands are.
there's 2 steps going to this damn gym. But it's the only way to the foundation.
Like they have these just below the surface volcanoes that erupt.
Not halfway to the foundation.
But then like the ocean currents are like breaking away. Right. It's hard to get in. And these are just there. They're like 50 feet tall. Yeah, they're like several stories tall volcanoes sticking out of the ocean. Look, new islands are being formed. Not quite okay. Well, apparently they literally just shot right out of the ground, and this guy is just like, oh, this is amazing. And we're also introduced to the lady volcanologist, who her name, who will be important later in the movie. She's talking to him, and they're kind of chatting, and I love that. So all this is question about energy, and then the seismic activity. It's going crazy. And he just starts to run, and I love the idea that like we see like a pirate something, and he's like, I can outrun it, and it's like, no, you cannot. You're a volcanologist. You would be aware. We're giving him the power slash. Oh yeah. But I love everybody hasn't seen that. Yeah. But I love that he don't because this is an super shit budget movie. Like he starts running, and then there's just this awkward cut, and we just see a giant wave of lava. Yes, it just gone. Like it's stuck up on him. He's like running, and we don't see anything, and all of a sudden there's a 60-foot wave of lava. It's like if it was a serial killer, and he's like going down a hallway with like a flashlight, and it pops out of shadows with a knife. Yeah. That's the lava. Yeah. That is the 60-foot wall of lava. It's like, right, that's incredible.
The warehouse in cabinets. Some power here.
Then it comes to the plane. Now we're on the plane, and where we will stay primarily, it will be one of our main 2 locations for the rest of the film. We're on this plane, and we're introduced to all the main characters on the plane. First one tonight to talk about this guy, Oren, that we see is and I can't. It's like something. What is it? The crazy guy. I have a note later with his name. Krieger. That's it. this is the enduring mystery of this film to me.
Don't have a
What the fuck
sledgehammer.
is this guy's deal?
I think he's just like having a mental breakdown.
Is that what?
It's kind of like he doesn't seem to have any ulterior motive.
No, I kept waiting for them to explain what was going on with this guy. Because we first see him very
huge.
He's like sweating and he like looks like he's like.
It would have been like the other thing I was going. It would have been interesting if I don't know, maybe he was a coke mule or something.
That's what I thought was gonna be the thing, was that he had a bunch of drugs in his stomach or something, and that's what I thought, and then he was like slowly overdosing or something, you know what I mean? No,
he's just having a mental breakdown.
He's just losing his shit, and they never explain why. Like, he's just a guy who's not having a good day, I guess. We'll get to it later, but his plotline is insane, because there's a moment later where he follows the direction that I do not understand. We'll get to it. So that's that guy. Then we're introduced to Jim, who we will find out is an air marshal.
Yeah.
Right?
Air marshal.
Yes.
That's the cabin.
And there's a mom and her son, like a 10-year-old son or something like
some
that.
bullshit. There's gotta be some way pipes. Some pipes.
And then the other technologist, yeah, who was flying to meet up. Yeah, who was flying to meet up with the lady that's
This is just like the beginning.
But I love, you get this incredible line where Dean Cain is asleep in the gym, the air marshal turns and he's talking to, I think, the mom of somebody, some woman, and she's like, hey, right? You look like a hick.
Some bullshit.
And he's like, no, my name's Jim.
Like, so anticlimactic.
And I was like, what? That is this conversation.
Does this guy look familiar to you?
Like, vaguely, but not looking
Oh my God.
So the only two things of note he's been in, as far as like being like main character,
Yeah. Just the way to get here.
Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, I think his name was. He was in L.A. Heat as a detective, and Welcome Back, Mr. Cotter. He was one of the students. Up your nose with a rubber hose.
Incredible. Incredible. He's pretty good in this. He's a lot of fun. I love like his here. It's like, who's looking scene? We don't want to conversate, whatever.
Actually, it's
I will say, what it felt like very much to me is somebody who's trying to write clever dialogue without really writing clever dialogue.
we don't.
Well, yeah, to me it just felt like somebody like, okay, I'm gonna write something, like trying to write weird Tarantino style dialogue, but like not being any good at it. Then right, yeah, but it's, the whole thing is just uncomfortable.
Actually, it's
So they start flying, and I love. Then we cut to the cabin, and we're introduced to the cockpit where it's the pilot and the cook. And they're flying, and all of a sudden the radio goes out. They're trying to talk on the radio, it's not working. And there's again, because everything is slightly fucking wrong in this movie, is that the pilot can't use the radio, and then the co-pilot tries it, and the same thing, and the co-pilot tries it, and he goes.
Both.
Radio's down. I said, well, yeah, you already knew that. And he goes, that's not what's scary for me. And he goes, it's how long it's been down. And I'm like, how would you know how long it's been down if you just now realize?
ATC is like pretty constant.
Also, yeah, that's not how anything works. I don't think. Like, you can't just not realize your radio's down on a flight. I don't think on a commercial airliner.
Well, they are like over like the open ocean.
I don't know. Look, I'm not a fucking pilot. It just felt crazy to
That
me.
makes-
Just how long it's been down. But like,
That's
how
good.
would you know how, if you didn't have anything, if you just now
That's-
finding out
the beast, isn't it?
Maybe saying that we don't know how long it's been down, so they've been out. But if they've been out of context, but how have they been flying the fucking damn crews? Well, the autopilot's still where it's fine, so it's clearly talking to something. You know what I mean? The plane is talking to something. It knows where it's at. Yeah, it knows where it's at because it's just anyway. They mentioned it. They talk about it later whenever he was hacking into the satellite relay. Yeah. This film has everything. It really does have everything. It's fucking great. So I love that. And then
that makes no sense, because even if you get back there, how do you get behind the wall to get that thing out? Is there enough room?
Everywhere. There's literally just, it looks like fucking more.
Either way, I don't think you can move this thing left and right. Yeah, you can't turn it. So this has to go here.
They're flying, and I think it's the co-pilot goes, that's not the runway. It's like, no. That's not the runway. You're not wrong. It's literally just a giant fucked up volcano. I don't know what.
You can't.
You're right, it's not a runway. These pilots, they're so bad. They don't. Thank God they don't so quick. Yes. And I love that the pilot
So confused.
seems to be. He's like, all right, when I tell you, oh God, things are going crazy. When I tell you, throttle all the way up. So apparently
Is it strictly because I need power? Look, there's a false wall over here too.
Like they can't elevate. They can't get above everything. Why? I think it has.
Maybe I'm meant
the height of
to solve this first.
At some point later, but I don't believe any of this. So none of this
Maybe.
sounds feasible to me or plausible at all. But so they're trying to literally just fly faster through the volcano. Because eventually you're going to catch this. We'll get to that in a second. But anyway, so like, at this point the plane has been like fucking going to crazy turbulence. People in the cabin have been like falling over. All the windows are like covered in ash, so they can't see anything. And I love the fucking flight attendant walks up and opens the door, sees outside, and goes, okay. It's like, what are you fucking saying? Is everything okay? I just want to tell you, though, we're all counting on you. Good luck. No! What? That's incredible. So, at that point, then, something happens where they get, something like hits the pilot. Yeah, it gets this molten rock or something just like flies through the windshield. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Killing the co-pilot and... Well, the other guy gets electrocuted. The co-pilot gets electrocuted. The pilot gets hit with... Yeah, it gets hit with the yeah, so he starts dying, and the flight attendant is talking to him. And he has... The plane is now in autopilot. Yeah. But he tells her the passcode to get it out of autopilot, and then he dies before he can tell her the passcode to get it out of autopilot. But then we cut back to the plane, and I love, at this point, one of the vulcanologist guys...
No, this is whack, dude. It really is.
Yeah, and he like walks up to him, and he goes to like tap him and be like, are you okay? And the camera does like a push forward snap zoom on the guy, like he's a horror villain. What is happening? What is going on?
Well, I'd like to know.
They present him as the most cartoonish villain. Yes, and I just
20 steps.
With zero motivation. No, are you just like, are you after money, or are you just crazy? Like, what is the deal?
They're already in the basement.
Like the flight attendant's like, he's like,
I'm not going to say it myself.
That's probably the altitude is messing. It's like, what?
He got the business.
Yeah, like, what are you talking about? Altitude sickness?
He was scuba diving prior. This is his backstory. He was scuba diving prior.
Got right off the out of
Yeah,
the water
well,
onto the plane.
he got this secret money that he can't let anybody know about. He's keystering it. He's muling all the cash and gold in his.
It's like one of those rolls of pennies, but it's a roll of galleons, like gold.
Exactly. So he's feeling the effect of the bin while still trying to smuggle all this gold.
That would be the only reasonable explanation for how insane this guy is. This whole movie, it's incredible. But again, I do appreciate, like you said, this movie does not fuck around. We were like 8 minutes into the movie, and shit is just off the rails already. So they're still just been flying. And I think at this point, Dean Cain makes his way up to the cockpit because he has pilot experience. He's flown smaller planes. We never find his whole background out, but we do know he's flown some planes. And he gets up to the cockpit, and we've just been flying for like a while, and I was confused. I didn't realize at first that it was circling. I was like, how many volcanoes are there? You're flying like hundreds of miles an hour.
Well, if it's an autopilot, why would the autopilot continue to circle?
I don't know. So unless because they thought they were getting close to like the airport, I guess, and
Which
so
would
maybe
be
it's in like a waiting pattern or something kind of thing. I guess.
Something like influence weather.
Like they can't land for some reason, so it goes into like, and because they say later that the reason it has a passcode and the reason it's circling is to do with like post 9/11, like a terrorist thing.
So the holy pattern just happens to be the same diameter
as all the volcanoes. Yes, it happens to literally be the circle of fire, the fucking ring of volcanoes at the time. So they're flying in circles of volcanoes. So I was like, you would be past those volcanoes so quickly in a plane that was flying, but no, it's circling the volcanoes, which is incredible. Again, because it's an anti-terrorist thing. So they can't turn the autopilot off, which will also become the dumbest fucking thing in this movie.
Yes. Which, by the way, I think they cover this in the Denzel Washington movie Flight about overriding the autopilot. Like, there's a way to switch the elevator over to manual, so you can have actual control. Like, you don't get hydraulics with it,
but you can do it like
you can
muscle.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Also, cocaine.
Then we get some great exposition from the volcanologist who has made his way to the front of the plane and is like sitting in the cockpit with Dean Cain and is looking out and he goes, I know volcanoes. This is works thing. It's like you're just looking at it like,
well, like they're all going up. So Dean Cain goes back to get help from somebody who I guess looks like they get this poor guy. Yeah.
mechanic.
Yeah, mechanic. He's like, hey, I need your help.
I need your help moving the bodies out.
The air marshal gets up to check things out because he's an air marshal. And then the scientist guy's like, wait, I know things. He didn't tell him what he knows.
He just says he knows things. He gets up there, he's like, I know volcanoes. What are you doing in the cockpit? It's fun. It's literally like, this shit's fun, man. I don't know. But I love that they then in this scene realize that the plane is stuck in autopilot. Dean Cain can't do anything.
Yeah.
And it's just flying in a circle. And so they literally say, we just have to wait it out. I'm like, what does that mean?
Wait out what?
Yes, the volcanoes ending? Like, what does that mean? Like, the volcanoes are they just going to stop being volcanoes? I don't understand. Whatever, like, we've got to wait out. Alright, cool. Then we cut to the military base and introduce.
You mean the Hyatt Regency? This is the exact. I guarantee you, this is the exact same like hotel conference room that they had
in Titanic 2.
Yes, it literally is like 100% the exact same one. It's got like wooden shutters on the windows and stuff, and you're just like, this is not like a highly secure military base, like fucking intel room or whatever. This is a conference room at a hotel. Incredible.
And 100%, we need statistics. We need military. We need people who look like they know specialist type stuff. I need a clear motherboard. Like 4 of them. I need like 4 of them in this room.
Motherboards that we will make that are very clearly a sheet of plexi between two NAND light things. Then I think the top is literally just wrapped in black wrap, like or gas tape or something that looks so terrible.
We're gonna do multiple shots through this.
Yeah,
because it'll be like math and shit.
Yeah,
math and
also,
science.
we won't clean them first, so you'll see a bunch of like dirt and specks on the floor.
I want us to look at specialists and like the scientist lady, and I want math and science shit in front of them.
And the general or colonel or whatever, maybe the worst actor he is
a general. I remember them talking about that.
Colonel a lot, I feel like.
Check this out. But in Colonel makes sense. General would be like, what are you doing in control of this small little like battalion?
I think they call him different stuff throughout the movie, because I swear several times they call him Colonel, but I swear other times they call him General, so I don't know.
You gotta listen to your promotion.
I really don't know. Oh god, but he's a terrible actor. I love how he's fucking awful. He can fill in absolutely everything you know. So they're like, oh, shit's going crazy, and then they're kind of established that they're working on problems there. And we go back to the plane, the drink cart rolls down the aisle, breaks the uniform, and I love that this, all of a sudden, the flight attendant has that.
This doesn't explain it.
Okay, so I know this because, shocker, I've broken my arm before. That whenever you set a broken arm, it needs to be in this position because this is the position in which your arm will go straight. That's all. His, of course, was like this.
But yeah,
which you can do, but it's like not recommended.
He doesn't. He snaps that bone back in there, and they strap a piece of broken handle to it.
Yeah. What is that doing on the plane? Like, not so much like, yeah, sure, maybe you can have a broom on a plane. What is it made of wood?
Seems very wood. You would think it would be like a really lightweight plastic.
Yeah, like something aluminum.
Yeah, something. I don't know, but they have a wooden broom handle, and he breaks in half so they can use another flip on his arm. Meanwhile, Sweaty Guy continuing to be weird. Yeah, I don't know what his deal is. He's just acting like a psychopath. It's amazing. Then we cut back to the conference room at the Regency Inn, and the volcano scientist lady there wants to shoot a probe into the volcano so that they can get momentum. Like if we shoot a probe into it, I could know things about it.
Which I think she just said or something, but like she's already getting seismic activity.
It's whatever, dude. No idea. They need to send a helicopter plane out to go look.
Yeah. It's gonna have the lever. You can just get in the antechamber.
So then also, I love this. I think it's while the guy flying.
Interesting.
They have like video of the volcanoes, and the volcanologist lady is looking at it, and she's talking to like one of the other military guys. Like, look at this.
Superheated, not very dense. The lighter the density, the more likely it is to stay out here.
Interesting. The lava isn't very dense. The less dense it is, the more likely it is to stay airborne. That sentence is insane. The less dense the lava is, the more likely it is to stay airborne. So what you can say, I would think it would be like the longer it takes to fall, but even that doesn't seem true.
Also, lava's not very. It's very dense, just in general.
Yeah. Also, how could you tell by looking at a video? I don't understand what
I guess the flow or something.
But the sentence following, like maybe you could look at it and say the lava isn't very dense.
The lava, it's superheated, not very dense. The lighter the density, the more likely it is to stay out here.
the less dense it is, the more likely it is to stay airborne. I don't think that's true, and most of my physics are completely fucked. No matter how dense it is, it's gonna fall.
Yeah.
The density would
Like-
matter more in water, like sinking or floating, I think,
Yeah.
but like not falling from through the air.
It shouldn't, because it would need, like, air resistance or whatever.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but that sentence sounded.
I mean, we're
insane
not
to me.
volcanologists, but
Add that to the long list of things we are not. This episode already, not volcanologists. But holy shit, that sentence sounded insane to me.
we're already feeling it, the two aspects of this movie, airplanes and volcanoes.
Yeah. So then I love the helicopter that goes out that front just gets vaporized by an entire craft. It's slowly. The guy's just like, oh no, there's a fucking a cloud advancing toward me at 600 miles an hour. I think I'm gonna die. And he's like, oh, and then also an entire beach full of people gets vaporized.
Oh god, more so than that, like the volcanologist literally says, "You just got a new Pompeii."
Yeah.
Your shoulders are the new Pompeii.
Well, because they literally, we watched it happen, and I love there's a close-up, like they have, I guess, like a security camera on the beach, because they watched this come in, and we watched a mother and child turn into stone like the fucking people in Pompeii. It's fucking incredible. It looks so terrible.
The lifeguard is pretty fantastic in it too.
Yeah.
Like, please exit the beach in a calm and orderly manner.
This is an emergency. Please, but I know, like, I was like, I guess I'll just, okay, fuck, this is a little late at this point. We cut back to the plane, and DG is trying to talk him out of it. He literally can't fly the plane, even though throughout this movie, constantly people will tell him to fly the plane, even though we know the whole time that the autopilot.
I think he says, like, I got a little bit of give, and that's about it.
Whatever.
Okay. There's a little bit of movement in the wheel. You might be able to force it to maneuver.
So he yeah, I mean, he can move it a little bit.
Tells flight attendant to, like, hey,
There's a switch.
this breaker.
There's a switch underneath that you gotta flip. And I love, he says, he says, it's gonna be color coded, or it'll look completely different than it'll be, or like a completely different switch altogether. And then we keep seeing this panel that is 6 switches, all color coded. It's like 2 red, 2 blue, and 2 black, or something like that. And so he's already wrong, because there's not like a
there's not one that looks different.
yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So then she's like, oh, I think I see it, and then she flips one of the red ones, and apparently that is the dump our fuel out of the wing switch. And that's so she puts this plane has under there, because they start dumping fuel out of the wings. And this is the kind of brilliant idea it is for moment. It's like, catches fire, a fucking flaming boulder falls through the tail of it, and so it catches fire, and it is traveling, the plane is traveling up the stream of fuel towards this plane. And DK is like, oh shit, I gotta go switch the thing off. So he's in there trying to fix it, and I love gets on the thing and slams his head completely fucking everything up.
That's great. It's like the Mr. Magoo of, like, trying to solve problems.
Yes, it's so amazing. He slams his head into the thing, and then finally, at the last second, right as the fire's getting up to the plane, he's able to find the switch and switch it, and then it cuts the fuel so that they don't explode. Which I thought that was a fun moment. That was pretty good. But now they're basically like running out of gas, obviously, because it's some the fuel at the plane. The plane is stuck in autopilot. They're like running out of gas. They're just like completely fucked. It's great stuff all around, team. You really thought they really did a good job on this problem. It is. Meanwhile, Jim has been getting the other volcanologist guy to like hack into the satellites so he can maybe talk to somebody. And he has this great line where he's like, I got it to work. I haven't been able to get anybody on it, but I got it to work. And he's like, wow, you're a genius in this. Admire that, Jim. Major. You're the worst. You're the worst. You're the worst. incomprehensible part of the movie. The crazy sweaty guy.
Yes.
While all this has been happening, apparently has fomented an insurrection. Him and like 3 other guys. Who are these other guys, and why are they agreeing with this?
I have no clue, but they are going to take over the plane.
Charge the cockpit and
Shit.
like grab Dean Cain and the other guy, like they both announced, or like a couple of the people in the flight attendant or whatever, and like have them hostage. And then Jim pulls out a gun.
Yeah.
They put that chair there on purpose, too. Oh, bastards. You know they did.
They must use his gun to cool the situation down because crazy guy breaks. I love this is a little moment. He breaks. He's he's threatening to kill. I think the local or maybe the mechanic or something. And normally, you know, in a movie, you would like break a beer bottle and leave. But because we're on the plane, he breaks little mini. I loved that idea. He's got him like between his knuckles, and he's like, gonna stab this guy.
We're gonna throw Dean Cain out of the plane.
Yes, they're gonna throw Dean Cain out of the. He's trying to force the guy to open the door so they can throw Dean Cain out of the door. It's fucking insane. And again, none of this guy's motivation will ever be explained, nor will we ever address these other guys who just decided to help this psychopath take over the plane. It's crazy. What's going on here? What is this? And then, but like I said, Jim uses his gun to kind of solve. He's like, hey, fuck off,
that's
stop
it.
And they
Oh, I
puts
get
down things, and then he locks
Alright,
him
it's all over now. Get back up there.
And then he turns to Dean Cain and is like, Rick,
Actually, hold on.
it's on autopilot. Yeah. It's already flying itself.
Yeah, but he gets to the cockpit, he's like, look, the only thing I care about is can you fly this plane?
Sure? Yeah. That's literally, he has this very serious moment where he goes up to Dean Cain, he's like,
What is this, dude?
I have control for it. He's not flying. No, he's flying. It's on autopilot. That's been the whole thing, though.
Shit.
It's like they wrote half of these
And then forgot
before, and then forgot
Yeah.
the whole time that the fucking plane was on
if this were that one piece of debris,
we're getting very close to that. Very, very close to that. Because we have to talk. We're basically there, but we just have to set up the fact that the main military general, colonel, whatever, they want to try to rescue this plane. They now know.
and the colonel's like, I've already lost,
Yeah.
2 men or whatever.
I'm not sending anybody in there to try to help this plane. But then all of his underlings, like, fucking
are starting to usurp.
Yes.
It's like Crimson Tide level of like, we need to.
They forged a document with his name.
Like, we want to talk about you.
Yeah, they literally forged a document saying they have orders from him to proceed with this, like, rescue mission or whatever. And they're like, all right, let's do it.
Everything you can possibly do.
Yeah, so they're going to start this secret rescue mission, which, again, the way this plays out is hilarious. We'll get to it. But we go back to the plane, and the plane makes no fucking sense, Kyle. Like, we watch a giant flaming hunk of magma, whatever.
Yeah.
Out of the sky and hit the engine. And suppose I was like, oh shit, it like fucked your engine. No, it's jammed.
It's jammed, but like it's liquid. Why would it not have any give in like engine in
Also, it would have just completely fucked.
It would have melted.
Yes, it would have just like it's falling out of the sky. It's a big hunk of rock, essentially. It would have just destroyed it probably. Like it wouldn't be jammed.
Everything melted. But their solution to solving the problem is incredible.
It's incredible. It's so good. It's so good. Again, it's in. Oh my god.
So the mechanic guy says,
I can't believe this
I'm gonna go
all
out there and
again.
fix it.
Forget the honor of the
What is your
basement.
plan here? What is your plan?
I just need my tools. I'm like, hang on.
That's crazy.
He has a hammer in the carry-on, and he has a fucking claw hammer.
Try that in the airport.
Yeah, I don't think they would allow that on. But he has a fucking claw
Whatever.
hammer on
Fuck
the
this
airplane.
place.
And I love, yes, dude, and my favorite thing is that all this will play out. We're going to talk about the excruciating details. They have some of the best stuff in the movie. But none of this will matter because eventually 2 of the engines will just completely be gone, and so him fixing this one engine seemingly was pointless or whatever. So the plan they come up with is they get all the seatbelts and put them in a huge chain to give him a safety line, and they let him open the door and jump out of the
Yeah,
plane.
I really do need that thing,
In
man.
the special
Back to the task at hand.
Okay, Brian, you and I know After Effects enough to know how they did this. And my God, if you would have hired me to do this, I would have been laughing my ass off the entire time making this fucking fight. It's so good, dude. He's doing this the whole time. Slapping against the side of the jet with his arms. Oh my God! And he's like strapped to the belt, and then at one point they like lose their grip on the rope, and he like slams into the wing, which probably broke his wrist. Yeah, right. But he's then able to crawl over to the engine that has the thing on it, or the fucking rocket, or hammers the shit out of it.
There's 2 steps.
And it knocks it free, and the engine
Right to the dining room.
sure, not damaged at all, just had a rock stuck in it, I guess. Sure, whatever.
And then all the way back up to the vestibule.
And it was exactly what I thought was going to happen. I had a thought that this would happen. What I thought it was going to be, honestly, was the Krieger guy. Oh, was because
Okay.
I also thought the same thing.
Oh, also,
Yeah, but no, they're pulling him in, and the seatbelts go, in one direction.
I can't give up these keys.
The latch on a seatbelt,
Shit, I went too far.
like in order to release it, you pull it up or whatever, and then pull it out. And so they had them in a way where when they were letting him out, the latch was sliding over things like flat. But as they're pulling him back in, it's now going the other way, and one of the buckles catches on the edge of the door, and he gets and goes, oh my God. So he gets unhooked from this. He gets pureed into that
32. 30, really.
I love it so much. It's so funny. Oh my God. The special effects in that part alone, worth price of admission. All of my notes here, all capitals. I just said at the end, I just wrote unbelievable, amazing, best movie ever. This is incredible. This whole moment is so fucking good. It's so good. It's so good. And then they decide, I don't remember, this might be when they go, they need to drop luggage to like... Yeah, because they are too heavy, they're losing altitude, they're low on fuel. Yeah.
Okay.
So they dump all the luggage. Yeah, and my favorite thing is when they do that, apparently this commercial airliner that they're on backloaded a giant fucking military cargo bay on the back of it. And not like a side load, like a normal commercial, and like a little over the sides, they just throw luggage in. No, they full on, like you could park like a Humvee in the back. It's like, come on. No. But so they're standing in the back. Well, they just need that for later in the movie because a lot of people are going to go in and out of that door later.
Whoa.
They have the thing open and they're like throwing all
Don't crash.
You cut back
Game.
to the military base, and the military base is under attack from volcanoes now. And this, oh my God, it's so good. Incredible. Just molten rock just coming down from the sky, engulfing people. One guy gets a hole blown through his chest and does the comical, like, and then he gets hit by another one and explodes. And then another guy, Kyle, incredibly, he fucking catches on fire. His hands are on fire. Yeah, and they just rip off. It's so good. And he decloves his entire foot. I love it so much. Holy shit. And then there's a guy trapped in an SUV they're trying to save. And
That's his way, So we get 2 back then, or what?
Slow-mo shot of it, flying over their heads. Oh my God. I love it so much. I want to know the special effects team that works it. Oh, it's fucking amazing.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
visit
plane
you.
back up in the air gets
Where's
hit
this
by
from?
another fucking flaming meteor because it just keeps getting hit by flaming meteors and it's like fine.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh,
whatever.
that's right.
But they,
It
again,
locks the
they're still
door.
losing
Gotta
altitude.
save the keys, right?
Incredible. They're still losing
Theoretically.
altitude because even though they threw all the luggage off and blah blah blah, they still have too much extra weight. But two of the engines, because they've been hit by
3 unlocked
or at least
doors.
one of the engines, because it has been hit by
It's no longer working.
yes, it got hit by the rock thing, so it's no longer working.
And they still need to lose more weight. What's heavier than a plane? Apparently an engine.
Apparently the engine is heavy, so
Every time you walk through it,
which is so stupid because
all the doors
what
locked.
I thought he was going to do, which would at least make some sense, is fly the plane close enough to like the top of a volcano so like try to clear it off.
But it's
But
also
what he
a
does is
problem.
he apparently, with this incredible aim and precision, it's unbelievable, sees a falling hunk of magma and lines up the plane engine with it.
Interesting.
Calculations into how the Kyle are fucking
Oh,
that is a 1 in a bajillion shot. Are you kidding me?
Have the hangover map shit.
DK's like, and also what's wrong? He can barely fly the plane, so he manages
I don't even know the weight of the hand to change. Right. I don't know how to.
And times the speed and everything that the falling rock hits the engine as they're flying by and knocks it
So
off.
crazy. It's so dumb.
Oh my god, it's incredible. Again, this movie might be the dumbest thing we've watched in a long time. Like, it is so over the top stupid.
The amount of brain need off for this is great, and it's so much fun.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Then they decide, okay, our
Oh, I didn't think it was that way. What the fuck?
planning a secret thing. They have a plane coming in. The Sadia. Yeah. And I was like, what's the plan here? What is it? I couldn't figure out what the idea was.
I'm going to jump onto the plane.
Yes. From the cargo. This commercial airliner has a giant military cargo door in the back.
Yeah.
Can't lose half the steps, and I don't want archives for sure.
The top of it, it's going to come up underneath
Yeah.
the cargo hole in the back, and the people are going to.
It's like an AC-130 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're trying to jump through.
And the people are going to jump from the cargo hole onto the plane and get into the military plane so they can fly away.
They were just not ready to throw that fucking kid. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah. So they get the first lady does it, she gets on and gets in, and then another guy gets on and gets in, and they're like, it's working, and then immediately the fucking military plane just gets hit by a goddamn
it loses its wing,
rock
just
and
goes.
it completely crashes and explodes. And
Thing is, when I come back in here, I need a key. No, this is only the key. I got rooms on all sides now.
Yeah, but this right, it's like it's too dangerous. It's terrible.
Right.
You and your team are relieved of duty. Sure. You will be court-martialed. And then the guys who do this
Probably
coup
drafting
send in this
leads nowhere.
and just get like people killed.
Great Hall also could be
Amazing, great.
to a disaster.
You're gonna get court-martialed.
But I do have the lockpick.
It's like this guy. I think his name was especially. It's like trying to rally up all these privates around him to be like, we're gonna go and do the right thing.
I gotta go with the drafting room.
People killed, yeah. Well, and then my favorite thing is right after that happens, right before it happens, the colonel shows up because he finds out this is happening, and he walks into the control room and goes, "Yeah, sir, we're getting the passengers on the rescue plane. Wrong. Pull up on the scene." You. Which is great. But afterwards, so the plane has crashed, and they're like, "Oh shit!" and they're all standing around, and now they're like, the thing that happens is all of the people on the plane get on the radio and start like saying goodbye to their loved ones, and this convinces
all they had to do was and the general's heart grew 3 sizes.
Exactly. He hears them being like, "I love you, bye," and he's like, "Well, I guess we will try to save them." We have a duty. And that is to protect our people.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Scramble the jets for some reason we have here.
Yeah. They're going to scramble jets, which again, this is nonsense. We'll get to that in a second. I don't even understand the point. They literally dogfight a volcano. I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
That's so good.
But meanwhile, on the plane, Jim has a brilliant plan. They're gonna they have a raft and they have one parachute, and they're gonna attach the parachute to the raft and parachute down to the ocean. And he says his plan to everybody. He's like, so that's what we're going to do. And everybody on the plane's like, yay! And I'm like, you guys are fucking insane!
Connected to the raft, and then we're all going right down to the ocean.
It's not going to work.
Ooh.
And I love the flight attendants like,
How is that?
Alright, great, amazing. So they're gonna start doing
Puzzle's
that, but
pretty good,
then Krieger gets his gun or something. Crazy guy gets free from the bathroom. He's able to rip like the thing off that he was handcuffed to, and he gets out and he's able to get the gun from Jim. And they're fighting over it, and he shoots Jim.
Yeah.
So we get a classic like we hear a gunshot and don't know which one of them got shot.
It's great.
Obviously, it was fucking Jim. So Jim gets shot and he's fucking falling over and he's dying. And then, so Krieger takes the parachute in the raft and gets down to the bottom. And he's able to parachute.
Yeah, he's like,
it works.
hey,
Works brilliantly.
that was really stupid, but okay.
Yeah, it works brilliantly. Krieger was able to parachute and raft down to safety on the ocean. Meanwhile, like you said, they have scrambled.
Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they have scrambled a squadron of fighter jets. And I'm like, what is the why? What are they gonna do?
Not just that. What are their call signs, Brian?
Oh, they do this very intentionally. Fucking Red 5 and Red... Yeah, it is literally... And they even steal a bunch of lines from Star Wars. Did you notice, like, there's like the one where... There's a part where the guy's like... one of them says... They're behind you? It's a volcano! What are you talking about? He's like, it's behind you. And the guy goes, I can't say it. I can't. I was like, fuck you.
Dead end.
It's the best part. But they say shooting missiles at the volcano.
Do I already have?
Why? What is the thought process?
I swear I had the dovecode.
Red 5, Fox 2. What are you? Okay, we're out of missiles. Switching to guns.
Where did I get the first one?
They're behind you. What is fucking in the volcano? What are you talking about?
Oh, God.
I've used the dovecode. I already have it.
This trick was like saying, we need to...
How do you know what you have?
Location to stop this mega volcano from going down. Like, if you're going to hit a target about 2 meters away.
Oh my God. And I think this line is from something too. There's a point where there's this line where he goes, you heard him, let's plow.
Where is the draft?
Like that's from something. I don't know what that's from, but that's from something.
And they're using their guns for this.
I love one of them ejects, and like his plane gets hit by a rock, and he's like, I'm going down, and he ejects, and then after he ejects, he immediately gets hit by it. Incredible. Look, this movie is kind of incredible. So then they bring in another AC-130.
This one's a prop. This one's old.
Yeah, and they say it's got props, so we don't have to worry about the ash.
But who is their specialist rescue team? It's not military.
It's motorcycle riders.
It's a bunch of like skydivers.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Because now they're doing like Air Force One. Yeah. They literally, because I was like, what's the plan here? Because they keep calling it a soy plane. And I'm like, what the
part here where DK is having to do some crazy ass fucking maneuver. And this plane is like completely sideways or something. And people are literally getting sucked out of the plane.
And I love that apparently they just forgot that buckle their seatbelts because a bunch of the
Interesting.
people, like the volcanologist and like the mom and the kid and stuff, are just in their seats buckled in and are fine. But everybody else is sucked out of the fucking plane. And I love then a mega volcano.
Yeah.
Yes, like right under Krieger. Volcano, right? Yes. Right under Krieger fucking kills him, and when it comes out, he goes, oh my, you are a big fish.
See, I have that That's just these ones. When you get into this, it doesn't really say. Here, see, it kind of does.
They're like, yeah, the tow plane is here, and I'm like, they're gonna tow. Can you tow planes? I don't know.
No,
maybe you can.
There's one guy I have to bring up in this plane who's just like the most random sidekick, like minor character possible. He sits right next to Brandon's character, the volcanologist on the plane. And
Oh,
he
this is
everything. That a conversation
when it says
him and the military base, him and him talking about the dangerous situation they're in, and he just casually going like, oh, it is the most insane thing. It's like, yeah, he's everything. He's not concerned. He's like, I don't destroy my plane. I just found that hilarious.
22
Every time they say something,
23 mid-sized film, 23, 23, a couple times around down to Humble Bungalow.
Probably. No, I probably have like maybe I can just get the
A little cottage.
Oh god. Oh god. So then these two guys jump out of the plane in fucking motorcycle helmets and leather, and they skydive over to the commercial jet, fly into the hole in the roof, and then attach rope line, so that they can try to tow the plane away, because it's still stuck on autopilot.
28 from State Villa.
If it's stuck on autopilot, it's doing this thing, you're not going to be able to.
60 steps taken, that's a high too, I think. 60 steps and 28, 63 steps.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But like, clearly, the
Day
clearly
10.
don't say you're not going to. They're like, we're going to tow it, and then that's what happens. They're like, never mind, we can't tow it. That's not working. So then instead,
14, 20. What's this? Clockwork. What makes it clockwork? Oh, probably because.
They literally just have some sort of mechanism, I guess, that launches them back up to the S-130 or whatever.
I have a lot of cockroaches. 8 and 5 mechanical.
Just comes and hits
Villa.
the chest. Is like, no.
26, 52, 20, 44. Here we hit 37, 91. This is day 24. The red man.
They've been knowing each other for 5 minutes.
This was a big
Seem to
one.
get along that much. Even like I like no
literally everything about
Then we go down to
their
21.
interaction is all happenstance.
27, we got another red villa.
up and like hitting his head again. Like no, they don't
59 steps, 19, 28,
so they get everybody else. Oh, they also
73 steps,
and I love they come to Dean Cain.
66, 25, ordinary. Just ordinary. Okay. Charming cottage.
Explosive on the plane. You gotta make sure you hit the middle of the volcano.
St. Philip, 28, 61.
And I love, again, how can you do that though? If it's stuck on a
46, 22, Rustican, 5 bedrooms. Ordinary.
Meanwhile, as he's flying towards the volcano to blow it up, to solve the problem, I guess, whatever. Yeah. It's about to get hit by another
I like the foundation line, right?
and the colonel's guy. It's like,
Day 24.
he's got a bogey on him. I got it.
Just again, get anywhere until this one was better architects and 5 drafting rooms, 6 bedrooms. Pretty good. Yeah. Wait, no, wait.
Yes, into the heart of the mega volcano.
Everything blows up in glorious CGI.
Yes, absolute nonsense. Dean Cain is vaporized, and then they throw back on the
I did not get that far.
And never forget him. Single tear.
30.
Well, we also have like the celebration in the Regency conference room, where there was like one point where they
I guess so.
flipping between our main special.
Tattoo was the last one, so that was 33.
Like 4 or 5 different.
So was it 37? Yeah, that was a while ago. 37, yeah, day 24.
It's incredible. And like, look,
if every asylum movie was this, I would have no complaints. This is just absolute nonsense in the best way. I love everything about this movie. It
Yeah.
made no
I need
sense.
steps.
Literally have a squadron of fighter jets fighting a ship. It's the dumbest fucking thing. But I think the thing that's really important is that even though there are moments where you can tell it's like, because they're like referencing
The one I
stuff,
really need open is that one.
stuff they're having fun with, it doesn't feel like it feels like it's taking itself fairly seriously. Yes, which is impressive considering how
Yes, which is what made
We need these keys.
a good bad for it. But that it was earnest.
It feels earnest. Unlike something like Thanksgiving or one of those movies where you can tell it's like it's not only intentionally bad, but they're like everybody is not taking it seriously. It feels like the people in this movie are taking this movie seriously, and it's just the worst, dumbest thing you've ever seen. Again, they think they also know that. It's very fascinating, but it's incredibly good bad. I love this movie. Everything also
Of course.
fantastic stuff. As always, you can do us a giant favor by heading over to patreon.com/TVReview. Connect with some bonus content. We're doing this year's only short. We're talking about weird, random things that we saw.
How did I not see that the first time?
Safety this month, we recorded
Interesting. Well, we for sure need to open this door, right?
we recorded about a very unique YouTube channel that found somewhere that we would maybe revisit in the future for some of the most fascinating videos. So that is all for the $5 a month patrons over Patreon. I have a podcast called The Films that we talk about movies that are based on books. And this episode's out. I think our most recent episode might have been Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. They just based on based on books. All the bodies are very
Gems. Oh, what I would do for. Wait a minute. You deposit.
Oh, merch. We want to buy some merch. Kyle's wearing it. We want to just head over to ppodcast.com. All the links for all of this stuff is in the description down below. Neil Breen's film is it's showing
jamming up on me.
Hopefully it'll be out. I haven't heard anything. Have you heard? Okay, yeah, I haven't heard when it'll have to be out to order, but
yeah. Knowing Neil Breen, he likes to do like probably a year circuit before.
Yeah, he's going to milk the theater as long as he can.
That's where he gets all the money.
And we won't be doing it obviously until we can get a physical copy so we can actually do an episode.
Interesting.
We just go see it in a theater.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
Yeah.
We will do it as soon as it comes out and we can purchase it and make that happen. But that's going to do it for this episode. Until next time, keep watching movies,
especially Airplane versus Volcano.
To watch that one be live.
Get him out of there!
First those left. Man.
Yeah, it's like 2 minutes. Here's everything going on. Yeah. And they said there's an attack going on. Yeah. And then Slater looks from the camera and goes, News! Yeah, I was like, what is this? What is this?
There we go.
Hello, welcome back to the 190th.
How did I get 10? Counts to
Once again, for the Mr. Kyle.
Alright.
Talking about weird ass movie.
That really, I mean, kind of screwed myself out of 5 rooms. But
Jumanji met the Princess Bride, met like a dozen other things. This is so many tropes. It's crazy.
Okay.
The movie we're talking about is Sinbad.
Let's go to the cloister.
I don't even
Oh! Oh, wait.
It's really crazy how little sense this movie made to me as I was watching it. In fact, I messaged you several times. I'm 20 minutes in. I do not. Well, I got to the 20-minute marker, and then I know exactly where Brian's brain melted.
Those are good.
I do not understand what happened at all in this movie. It's love. Would you underestimate what is there? Ooh, VCR. Oh, is this an AVR that you got to do?
How you get
It was
into the middle damn oyster? Last time there was like 3 of them, so this ain't bad. I thought I had this. No, it's the right one. So it's this one only, huh? Got no keys.
so he's the guy who plays. I think he's the most known.
Well, drain. I don't know. There's 3 steps though. Get the workshop.
Maybe he's a polygraph. Maybe he does lots of things. But the thing I think he's maybe most.
Where they get? Oh, finally.
21 Jump Street TV show.
Well, yeah, I can't get to the front.
That was like his main.
There's a.
But yeah, I think that's what he's most known. But yeah, the movie is Sinbad, the Battle of the Dark Knight. I think a kid's movie.
There's no pictures in this room, right?
We're doing like a kid's adventure movie. It almost feels like maybe that was, it couldn't have been an afterthought. There's way too much.
So wherever this room is, must be the letter that it's on. That's what those
I felt like at the beginning part, before we started getting more and more of that's okay, this is but so much of it clearly was thought out beforehand. Like a lot of the gags and stuff they do because during the process
Oh.
like the worlds bleed into each other in weird ways. It's very interesting to kind of make it. Yeah, there's a lot of story. Like we'll get into it, but yeah, the worlds kind of collide in a way that it's clearly not something that was done in an edit. It was clearly done in an intellectual version.
I'm dying.
Worlds are colliding. Worlds are colliding. Absolutely. So as the movie starts, we get a little. I think we get a little prologue on the screen or something like that. It says, "Once upon a time, the Fisto, an evil wizard, was to rule over all of Erismere." Yeah. I've never read Sinbad or know anything about this story. Sailor, yes, there's a whole thing. Yeah. Well, they have a line about that. But yeah. What's the treasure? A sea of sand, a sea of sea. But it turns out so Mephisto is going to summon 2 henchmen, Nimbus and somebody else,
Okay.
to get a key so that he can open a chest.
Back to the rompus room. Damn door is gonna be locked or key carded. You know it. And I can buy it.
Powerful wall wizard. He gets this key. He can restore his. Oh, okay. I thought he just wanted to use it. I didn't realize. Oh yeah, he gets because he has like this bleeding out of his nose the whole movie for some reason. But yeah, we open up though after that epilogue. We open up like the town being ransacked. Like some guy, some general dude. I can't remember this guy's name. The Great Khan. That's Khan.
What?
He's chasing some women in white robes through a town or whatever, and it's there's this great moment. So he's like running around, they're like stacking the town, and I don't know if you noticed this. He's like running in and he starts yelling some lines, and then there's a guy next to her. One of his soldiers has like a woman thrown over his shoulder, and you can't see her face, but he clearly goes to smack this woman on the ass, and they cut right before he does it because they're like, "This is a kid's movie. We can't have that in here." I guess is what happened. I don't know, but he very clearly like right in part of your aberrant pillaging. Yeah. And then he breaks the fourth wall, which happens a few times in this movie in a way that I was not expecting. Usually with the kid. Yeah, usually with the kid, but sometimes these other characters, he just turns to the camera and he's like, no one stands in the way of the perfect move out of my way. Where is the key? And he like screams at the camera, like, what is happening? Also, his makeup is pretty insane. Yeah, he has like this white, like, it's like kabuki. Yeah, almost like kabuki makeup kind of style thing or whatever. But then we cut away from that. That's what I heard.
Or whatever.
Right off the bat. Then we cut to a house, an old manor, and this old guy arrives, knocks on the door, and arrives with this old man. And this is.
Did I open that side room now?
Yeah. This is
Kind of interested in. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the difference? You get 8 coins for going through the rompers room? I'm kind of more interested in knowing this answer now with my last 6 steps and getting 8 coins and getting a fucking locked door. I'll never know if it was a locked door, which sucks. Cool if there was a random piece of fruit laying around. Kill these people. Coffee would be cool. All these ones.
He's literally microwave off the character.
Alright. Let's stop wasting time.
He's like an 80s corporate wall.
Just make sure there's no apples or any fruit up here.
Yeah. It's like it's American Psycho.
Maybe there's fruit in the telescope. Treasure. That's not fun. Missed a lot of rooms. Most I can have is what, 30? 40.
Either immortality or rule the world, both. I think both.
So, yeah, it could be a key card door, maybe too.
Yeah, he's not being confused with other pursuits.
But it is a door.
We'll get to her later. Okay. The lady. Oh, yes. Was that not Lady? I thought there was a. I thought that was like the queen. They start reading the book, and then all, and yeah, like the exit.
Well, it was a good movie.
Do you want to retake that one?
No.
So
But we get the first moment where this happens, where all of a sudden we cut back to the real world, and like all of the women in the white robes just come like
close.
Yes, like this women from this being village being raised.
I'll always remember.
Like taking refuge in the 20th century. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing where this movie posits where this book is like
The Grand Inn ties the record 120 steps. Half was used on rooms. That was huge. That was huge. So I wonder if outer room was like the garage. If the door was closed, how do you know it's an outer room? Like, will it only spawn there? This game's been good. I want to play Vampire though before it gets even older.
Any explanation for like how we got there or like why it's relevant to anything else. Like this whole thing, they're in a cave and there's like a priest. I'm like, what is happening? Okay. But it's this great line where he's like, I was told Sinbad was a worthy opponent.
The Chinese army plane.
With a large Chinese army behind us. And I'm like, what are we doing? So weird. But the performances are great because the people know how stupid the movie they're in is. It is also like very like I hate to make this comparison, but it reminds me of
That's gross.
a Ren Fair style like open theater. We would not pay his unjust tax.
Hey, Cameron, I know you're taking that acting class.
Oh yeah, no, it's all super over the top, super. Yeah, no, I get, and I think they just know that this movie is ridiculous. Yeah, so they're just also fun part. So all the stuff involving these like flips, these majestic stuff like this. Georgia? Where? Bulgaria. Oh, and the reason the only reason I know that is because they had a second unit for Bulgaria, which was directed by the guy who played Tom. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah. They made it work. Like the set design was great. Oh, well, later in this movie, the reason I said Jordan, spoilers, they go film in Jordan. They film in fucking Petra in this movie. Oh, it's like where the Coliseum type thing is. Well, that, but no, the big, the temple and the thing from the end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Yeah.
That it's from the
Where
city of
they're
Petra.
they're bringing the slaves in.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's literally like an old, like a freaking first century AD historic site that they're filming that. I have no idea, but also I think Jordan, famously, I think is a pretty friendly film. Like the Star.
Fucking good one. It's for you. I'm just a little short-handed, so I need your expertise.
It's like, what year is it? Well, no. He's like, no. But also, what year is it? It's a business card. How hard is it to find the person?
It has the address.
The whole point of a business card is so that you can find the person on the business card. That's why they exist. Hello, and welcome back to the 125th episode of the Better Batman Show. We're doing something cool. So we're trying. That's all. The other Mr. Kyle. Kyle? What did we do last week? Oh, God. We're not even going to talk about what we did last week.
No.
We don't want to be here. Our car broke down. Can you help us?
You are! We're just going to move right on. We have a 2006 passion project from one of my childhood heroes.
Same here. I mean, if you were a kid from the 90s, you watched this show, you loved this show.
Yes.
It was basically the Guts equivalent.
Yes, it was a Global Guts, and this show were like my two favorite Nickelodeon game shows of the era.
Legend of the Hidden Temple.
Legend of the Hidden Temple. Hosted by Kirk Fogg. One Kirk Fogg. Turns out Kirk Fogg, it's in 2006. I don't know when Legends of the Hidden Temple ended. Probably like the late 90s or
like 93 to 95 range.
Yeah, so this is a.
So, reviewing Fateful Findings has been quite the journey, and I use the word journey because I started watching Neil's films way back in April, and I've just been chipping away at the reviews ever since. This movie, especially, because there's just so much about it I don't understand. At one point, I actually started to doubt that I was going to finish them, and the hardest part was probably going back and trimming them down so that they'd be a reasonable length, but I mean, I probably said this before in other reviews, but typically my reviews will be around, they'll come in at 4 or 5 pages, sometimes 6. This one's at 13. And this is after I've gone through and cut out all the shit that I didn't think was funny. So with this movie, I've done all that I could. And you know what the funny part is? Is that even though I'm done writing it, I'm only partially relieved because I know that I still have to finish filming this, and then I'm going to have to go through and edit it all. And I just have no idea how long it's going to take. Now, if The Room is considered the Citizen Kane of bad movies, then that would make Tommy Wiseau Orson Welles. And if Tommy Wiseau is Orson Welles, then Neil Breen is easily the David Lynch of bad movies. And if any of you are David Lynch fans, you will know exactly what I'm talking about if you watch this movie. David Lynch films are very interesting. I love David Lynch movies, and I'm a big fan of his. And I'll just be honest with you, a lot of the stuff, I don't even know why I like it. I just like it. It's, seriously, some of the stuff in his movies is just so weird and odd, and I wish I could explain why I like it so much, but I can't. I think part of it is that his movies, for some reason, they feel like dreams. That might sound weird, but if you're a fan of David Lynch, chances are you know exactly what I'm talking about. But when David Lynch does something weird in his movies, it always feels artistic, and I enjoy it. When Neil Breen does something really weird in his movies, I have to remind myself why I'm still watching it. So the movie starts off in the hall of a storage facility for some reason, and amongst the storage lockers we have a big book sitting on a stool, then some sparkles get sprinkled onto it. What does it mean? Who knows? I've watched the movie and I still don't understand any of this shit. Like, it's not even stuff where I can look back and try and figure out what it represents. Not even close. I have no idea. But to be fair, this isn't even close to the weirdest thing that you'll see in this movie. So, get comfortable, guys, because it's about to get odd. So now we have these two kids just walking around having fun. This skull turns to look at them, and again, I'm just gonna blow right past this because it's about a 1.5 on a scale of 1 to 10 of all the weird shit in this movie.
Look, Mia, a mushroom.
Well, it sounds like somebody is starting to laugh. I mean, can't you just imagine the boom mic operators standing there?
I want to make a bracelet.
You'll breathe.
And also,
It's a magical day.
why would you write that down? Is that supposed to be some kind of diary or something? And you took up the whole page? Is that the entire entry for the day? Just, it's a magical day.
And you
Oh,
write
really?
like an adult?
That's it, eh? No mention of the vanishing mushroom or any of the other weird shit you just saw? So then we get a voiceover from Neil saying that Leah had to move away when her dad got transferred and that he never saw her again. So this is him as a kid. This whole opening took place, judging by the kid's age and by how old he looks, I'd say 40 years ago, give or take. Now, here's the problem. Whenever you do a period piece or even just a single shot or scene in a movie or a TV show or whatever, the thing that's really going to sell it as taking place during a different time are things like set decorations, props, wardrobe, that sort of thing. So if you're working with a small budget and you can't afford any of those things, your best bet would be to try and avoid any of those same things that might modernize it. You know, things that didn't exist 4 decades ago, like a Lexus RX 330 or a 2010 Ford Fusion, maybe. So after Leah leaves and Dylan is left behind, we get this really quick shot of him now. Why? It's so quick. It doesn't cut together at all. And it cuts horribly with the scene after it, because the scene right after it is Dylan leaving the inside of a building. So that doesn't work. I understand you want to show what he looks like now, but you got to find another way to do that. Maybe, I don't know, get a closer shot of him as he's walking out of the building talking on the phone, because this shot of him with the blue sky as the background doesn't exactly cut with the next shot of him walking from the inside of a building. So Dylan's on the phone talking to his wife. Well, not really. I mean, we hear her talking and responding to him, but he's obviously not saying anything at all. Dylan is standing, and by the shots they use, it looks like he's waiting for the light to change, but from where? And look at all these people crossing the road, too. Where are they? They're not beside him. We obviously know that because the last shot just showed there was nothing to the right or left of him. And they're obviously not across the street either. I could seriously go on about this until I'm blue in the face, but in the interest of saving time, let's move on to the part where Dylan drops his phone somehow and gets hit by a car. The puff of smoke appears again, along with that stone thing he found in the mushroom jewel box. So after a while of being in a coma, still holding on to that stone, Dylan finally wakes up, gets out of bed, and I swear to God, if his gown somehow blows open, God damn it! I knew it was coming. I just didn't know when, and I don't understand why. I've said this in the last review, but the nudity in Neil's movies just seems so random and pointless. Was it really necessary to show us this? Now, from what I've heard, Neil is a real professional when it comes to making these movies. I've said before, I really respect his ambition, and I'm sure he's a really great guy. I just don't want to see his junk. However, to be fair, the amount of backsack in this shot is nothing compared to the marble flow we're treated to in Double Down. But still, I would prefer none of it, to be honest. So Dylan leaves the hospital, somehow finds his way home and into the shower. And isn't this just the pinnacle of romance in cinema? cringy nudity, an awkward embrace, and of course, a really bloody shower. Neil's acting in this movie is more or less pretty much the same as his previous efforts, which is actually a good thing because I have to say it's pretty entertaining. Now, these are Dylan and Emily's friends. There's a storyline here about how the guy is an alcoholic, but it's completely irrelevant. I really don't understand why it's even in the movie. Now, throughout the movie, you're going to see some weird things, to say the least. A mysterious person wearing black pants and shoes may show up and do nothing multiple times throughout the movie. You'll also get a few shots of Neil naked in a dark room, to which, again, I can't see any point to, don't understand what any of this means. I can imagine it's symbolic of something. I just don't get it. And I'm not going to make the effort to try and wrap my head around it because it's. And there's many of these throughout the movie. There's one where he's got the other girl in there naked with him. There's another one where he's got that book from the beginning. And there's so much stuff in this movie that's not even close to coherent.
I feel like something's inside me.
Now, throughout the course of doing this show, you guys have heard me harp on about pacing time and time again, but I can't help it. It just comes up constantly. It's one of those staples of bad movies. Now, there's a sequence here involving pills, and I'd like to go over it just to show you the problem with pacing. So basically what's going to happen is Dylan is going to decide he doesn't need his medication anymore, and his wife Emily is going to steal it. Seems pretty straightforward, but instead, we get this. Dylan looking for his pills, asking for his pills, Emily telling him she'll get his pills, opening the cabinet, stealing them, telling him she has his pills, bringing them to him. By the way, the audio cuts out completely for a few seconds. You probably think there's something wrong with your speakers.
Let's try
Dylan
the tool
looking
shot.
at the bottles and deciding he doesn't need them for whatever reason.
This could be a good one.
Dylan standing in the bathroom, again saying that he's not going to take the pills,
Never.
throwing them in the toilet, then just kind of tossing the bottles on the ground, I guess for someone else to clean up, because that's nice. A shot of the pills in the toilet.
That's pretty cool.
Emily making sure Dylan has left for a few seconds before reaching into the toilet water and taking the pills out. Dylan goes to visit the psychotherapist who conducts his therapy sessions in a boardroom, apparently. Can't imagine why this would be a good setting. I mean, talk about trying to be as far away from the patient as possible. Alienate them as much as you can. That's a good idea.
You are not making progress on your second book. I offered you medication that would help you. I'm feeling less stable.
Well, that seems like a good session. Looks like they made some real progress there. It's funny, but just by the placement of the copyright, you can almost predict what's going to happen. Now, I'm just going to take a wild shot in the dark here, but I'm willing to bet that a few of those computers were probably really old, maybe even broken, and that way, you get props like that, destroy them for copying and throw them around, and it doesn't end up really costing you that much, but still gives the appearance of real production value. So they invite their friends and their daughter over for dinner, but watch out, dinner isn't even ready yet, and Jim's drunk again. He just had 2 beers in the garage earlier, and now he's knocking back another one.
Can I have some wine, please?
And I also want to
Good thing
leave.
you didn't spill it on those appetizers. That bread looks like it took a long time to prepare. Watching Fateful Findings will most likely leave you feeling pretty confused and frustrated. And I'm not talking just about the bizarre symbolism. I mean in terms of the characters and what's actually going on with them.
I'm going to continue hacking into these government systems to see what I can find out about all this national and
International.
corruption I know is going on.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? Am I still watching the same movie? So he's a hacker now? I mean, I thought this was just a typical movie about a young boy who finds a magical mushroom with a stone inside and then grows up to be a great writer who gets hit by a car and has a wife who's addicted to painkillers and a best friend who's an alcoholic having trouble with his own marriage. And now you throw me. I'm completely lost now. There's just no way that this thing could get any more convoluted. Now here, Neil goes from one scene to the next, but they both take place in the same location. When you do this, it's always a good idea to cut away to something else to show a passage of time and also just kind of break up the scenes a bit. In this case, I would personally use an exterior shot of the house.
So there's absolutely nothing in here.
But Neil chooses to
No
go
random
with a shot of the
bananas.
empty
No
And he
bullshit.
does this a few times, and it really doesn't work that well. It's just showing that, yup, he is not in his office right now. He must be doing his work somewhere else. Another thing is that when you use a sound effect, make sure that the person is still doing the action that would cause the sound effect. Now, this scene is supposed to have some, I guess, playful romance. Yes, push over those broken laptops. Throw those blank pieces of paper. Rip those clothes. Kind of. In the scene leading up to it, Dylan and Emily have a fight over her drug abuse and how it's changed. And that's it. It just leads right into the scene where they mess up his office. Nothing gets resolved. Why would it? Yes, let's just throw some papers around and totally forget about the prescription drug problem. I'm sure that'll clear itself up. Dylan goes to see a different psychotherapist, and instead of having an office that's too big, this one's the polar opposite. This is just a corner in a room. Oh well, at least she's sprung for the high-end office furniture. And, I mean, it should be obvious now that the acting is terrible, but I'm going to give you another example of how bad it can get.
I knew it. There is another girl.
No, that is not true.
Four.
I've been hacking into government and corporate international secrets all over the world. And I'm going to expose them all. And no one knows I'm doing it.
So Dylan and
No
Emily are
one.
having a barbecue and invite their friends over. And for some reason, one of the doctors from the hospital shows up.
The doctor at the
Two?
hospital. It's nice to see you.
Okay, so you don't know her name, which I'm guessing means you didn't invite her. And to be completely honest, why would you?
Either way, it's
There's not a
two.
real connection there. She's just a doctor from the hospital. She wasn't even Dylan's doctor. She was one that just kind of checked up on him every now and then. So the question remains, who invited her back? Did she just walk into somebody's backyard randomly on a finger?
Green.
Situation where it's a huge party and they were friends of friends who showed up. There's barely anyone here in the first place. I mean, there's their friends Jim and Amy, their daughter Allie. Here they are on the other side of the pool now. There's Allie again and Jim again. And now the doctor and her fiance walk in.
The
This
back
is
door.
the entire party. So now she reaches for her phone and her diary pops out. The same diary that Leah had. And by the way, I just want to go back here. Listen to the sound effect. This isn't even like a ringtone. This is somebody dialing.
That's funny.
Anyways, back to the diary, which pops out, which, like I said, is the same diary that Leah had. So that means that this is Leah. And I guess she's kept that with her all the time for the past 40 years. Really? I don't think so. I mean, it's not like she's still making entries in it. Look how full it is. There's no way that thing is holding 4 decades worth of memory. And I'm just going to point out, these people are supposed to be around the same age. Do they look like they're around the same age? It's either she aged really well, or Neil just aged horribly. It's one of the two. And you gotta love the directing, acting, and editing here. Just watchability.
I have to go to that here. It's not a great one. Cool to have the tools,
Get
but
away from me, Jim. You're drunk. And stay there.
it's on the menu.
Well, it was so nice to meet you all. We're gonna have to go, but cheers.
So now it's the next day, I think, and Dylan is in his office doing something.
Showroom.
Work, I guess. Who knows what the character is even supposed to be doing? Is he a hacker? Is he a writer? I don't even know anymore. Then Allie just shows up in his backyard and takes her top off in his pool. At first I thought maybe he's hallucinating or something, like Clark Christmas Vacation, but no, this is actually happening. This girl is trying to seduce him.
Whatever.
Why? Who knows? And then she goes into his house and tries to take a bath. You know, this might actually work if you plug the bottom of the tub first, because right now you're just wasting soap and water. So Dylan stops her, and then we have one of the most awkward scenes in the movie.
Definitely a nice little outer room.
Please stop. You can't do this.
Yeah.
Don't do it anymore.
Yeah. Don't do it.
We're going to stop.
Oh, what's that? Statue.
You can't do this anymore.
Boat.
It's amazing at just how weird this scene is. I mean, her character doesn't even say anything. At one point, she looks right at the camera, almost as if to say, please, get me out of this movie. And what does this have to do with anything? Nothing. It makes no sense. I think I've reached the brink here, guys. Does it have anything to do with the plot? Of course not. Probably because there isn't one. It has zero impact, and to top it off, it's not even remotely believable. I'm sorry, it's not. I'm seriously not trying to insult Neil here, but why would this girl be trying to seduce this guy? I mean, they don't even give us a reason. Maybe if she was, say, an obsessed fan of his books, you know, like Misery type shit, if she was crazy and in love with him because of his writing, you know, still not completely believable in this situation, but at least they would have tried to give us a reason.
I just found her swimming topless in our pool. Then I find her taking a bubble bath in our tub. I told her never to come over again unless she called first.
I'll talk to Mother.
Good. Yes, good. Can't have all these young naked women walking around. Too much of a distraction. Trying to get my book done over here or packing or something. So Jim and Amy get in a fight again while they're drinking, of course. And Amy decides she's not going to take it anymore, goes into the garage, and kills Jim. And now I'm just going to let you watch this reaction from their daughter here.
You killed him.
You didn't see anything. You know how he was. Go call 911.
So Amy tries to stage the scene to look like a suicide, but holy shit, I can tell Jim didn't marry her for her brains. Yes, just slide the gun right next to him like that with the prints all over it. And the shell casing too. I'm sure homicide will have a real hard time cracking that.
No items,
So
huh?
coincidentally, Dylan was coming over to their house to...
Not big spots.
There's actually no reason given. He was just
Let's
there.
come
And I love
back.
this death scene. It almost kind of reminds me of the death scene in The Room, at least acting-wise.
Jim. Jim. How could you have done this? Jim.
Takes both few steps.
I can't believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you committed suicide.
How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
And for some reason, while Dylan is holding Jim, he wipes his blood on his face. I mean, you could say maybe he's trying to wipe away his tears, but you're going to need some more convincing. So Dylan goes and meets up with Leah and gets some magic mushrooms. Meanwhile, Emily decides to kill herself by taking out Jill. Not exactly sure why. I guess she felt guilty because she thought she caused Jim's death by pushing him away at the barbecue. Now I'm just going to skip through the things to see when they get affected by the mushroom. Dylan then comes home and finds her. And you gotta love the sense of urgency here. Emily! Emily! Wake up. Wake up. Yes, when you find your friend lying next to a gun with blood everywhere, come home to find your wife unconscious and unresponsive. Wake up. Wake up. Now, in this scene, Dylan tells Leah about how he's been hacking into all this government secrets. But honestly, I would love to read Witchcraft personally. Just the beginning of the scene. Because of how bizarre it is. They might look something like Dylan's off day. Dylan sits at his desk, stuffing spinach into his mouth, while Leah sits across from him, smiling. Dylan sets the plate awkwardly on top of some file folders, laughs and calls the plate to fall on the desk. Leah looks shocked and then smiles. Dylan covers his mouth, concerned. Leah smiles. Dylan smiles.
I can't wait any longer. I'm not ready for this.
If you're not ready for it, then shouldn't you wait longer? I mean, if you're not prepared for something, maybe you want more time to get ready. And you know what the funny part is? I have no idea what he's talking about. Ready for what? I seriously am completely clueless as to what this is even about. And now, here we go. As Leah is walking to the house, she gets abducted by someone, and just watch this. It's just the most awkward looking thing you've ever seen. I mean, just look at the guy. He runs up to her, then does a little jig and kind of pushes against her. Anyway, he finally manages to kidnap her, to drop her in the ground with his instructions on where to take her. And of course, instead of cutting away to something to show a passage of time, they just cut back to the exact same spot as Dylan is coming home. And of course, freaks out when he calls her purse and can't get a hold of her on the phone. So he goes to the location and his kidnapper is just sitting on the ground, dazed for some reason. I guess it's supposed to be drunk. Dylan can't get into the trailer without a key. So when the guy says he doesn't have it, why wouldn't? Dylan does the smart thing and knocks him out with the bottle because, yeah, so somehow Dylan uses magic or something to teleport into the trailer and save her.
When you get out of here, you'll see what's happening.
Anyway, it's that. I mean, I understand the blindfold. You don't want her to see the magic or whatever, but the gang taking off the blindfold. Open wide. Here comes the gang with this thing. The desert, and he's up with some mystery people, but nothing happens. And the book's out there, and the book disappears. Therapist disappears. And we're back at the house again with the weird stuff. I have no idea what's happening here. The mystery person leaves her, and then it's like
The mystery person bleeds a lot.
about how he's hacked into everything. This guy says his company was so corrupt, and now he kills himself in front of everyone. The press conference, rules, final laws.
President of the bank.
Another guy kills himself, same as this woman, and this guy. It's really just a mass suicide. And that's pretty much the end of the movie. Once again, I have no idea what happened. I don't know how to summarize because it's about someone takes a mistake and then tries to tie together so many different things that obviously has nothing to do with each other. So that's pretty much it. I really hope I didn't miss anything. Actually, I don't care. I'm done. I'm so done with this. I think we're so and I don't even understand. I mean, wait. So who kidnaps his girlfriend? Like, this goes completely by the wayside. Why was she kidnapped? So why was she kidnapped? And who did it? We never find this out. What does this have to do with anything? Is this the people trying to, keep us or exposing the government secrets? Well, these are real pros. Kidnap the girl, then go get drunk outside the place and kidnap her. Oh, and make sure to leave behind the business card with the instructions of, like, who gives the kidnappers the instructions written on a business card and then signs their initials at the bottom? Why would you sign the instructions of the kidnappers? Why would you think that? It's so hard for me to pick the worst movie I've ever seen doing these shows. But this is definitely, I don't know, this rivals Samurai. It's at least Samurai Cop, so they were on a mission. Like, you knew what was going on throughout the movie. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. You Marvel films. That's gonna be one of those. It's gonna be one of the ones that's gonna make me laugh. Oh no, none of it is well. Just like sitting here, imagine this shoulder and trying to come up with the most grotesque, revolting terms possible. Like, what you decide is for you. Over the course of the past decade, I have encountered some pretty bad movies while doing this show. But every once in a while, I stumble upon a movie that is so unbelievably bad that it fails at every element of the film that's part. Champagne and Bullets is one of those movies, and it has easily made this show to a short list of the worst movies I've ever seen. And I'm not talking about good bad movies, which are movies that are poorly made but still manage to be incredibly entertaining. I'm talking about movies that are bad. We're talking no redeeming qualities. Hey guys, welcome back to the show. And on this episode, I'm going to be talking about a movie that, as I just mentioned, is easily one of the worst movies I've ever seen. There were a couple of times in order to come up with a funny video for all of you. And honestly, that just barely gave me enough strength to get through it. Okay, so here's the deal with this movie. John DeHart originally made a movie called Champagne and Bullets. Then he re-edited that movie, added some scenes, took out some scenes, and it became Road to Revenge. And then I guess he re-edited Road to Revenge, and it became Get Even. I think the version I watched is the original Champagne.
Good shit. Not good shit, but like every 10 bites, there's a good one.
Now, by the time you're watching this, it sounds like you're working on the next one. We're going to Sydney, Australia. Rest assured, I'm going to have a lot of material by the time we get there.
Our movies are going to be a month.
Let me know.
What's going on? Are you wearing a wig and a fake beard?
Oh, yeah. I've always kind of wondered what it would be like to have long hair or beards. Wearing this for the past few days.
Ah, that's weird. What are you here for, Matt? Dude, what happened? Where's all your stuff?
I got rid of it. All of it. Clean slate. Fresh start.
You haven't posted a video in 3 months. Nobody knows where you are. You disappeared to Australia for God knows how long. Then I come in here and see you living like a vagabond. Are you going nuts?
Lost my mind. Oh, no, I haven't lost my mind. In fact, I'm more sane now than I've ever been. Because without bad movies, I can barely get on with my life. Because before it was just bad movies all the time. And when I thought I found the worst bad movie, people just kept requesting more and more movies. Mark, you should review this one. Mark, you should watch this one. Which is certainly this. And the list just never ended. You know how long the list is. Have you seen the list? Do you want to see the list?
Yeah, sure.
And to be honest, I hadn't really anticipated them saying yes. So I don't really have the list printed off. So it's just kind of on my laptop in an Excel spreadsheet.
Could you just export it as a PDF and send it to me?
Yeah, I could do that. It's just that having leafing through hundreds of pages would just be a little bit more dramatic rather than just scrolling. Yeah. Well, doesn't matter though. Done. Hanging it up.
You can't quit. Well, you gotta keep doing the show, man. I mean, things you're good at. Let's face it, I'm good at lunch. In high school, I mean, how many years? I mean, never done let's face it. Guitar, you're probably one of the worst musicians I've ever heard in my life. Comedy,
Okay, I get it.
this is what you do. This is your thing. You spend all your time watching bad movies. Oh. And then you write jokes about it.
That's probably one of the worst motivational speeches I've ever heard.
See? That's it. The constant negativity. It's so funny.
I don't know.
I'll buy you pizza if you start watching bad movies.
I gotta go out there and start watching bad movies again.
You're right.
Does this mean you're gonna start watching the movies with me and doing the reviews like old times?
No, I got shit to do. I'll see you later.
Shit. So first of all, I'd like to say to all my family from Sydney, Australia, a beautiful city, and I wish I could have stayed longer. Unfortunately, when I was there, 3 days into the vacation, I got this weird sinus infection that turned into ear infection, so I lost a lot of my time, which kind of sucked because I missed snow. So it has been a very long time since I've done a review, and it feels great to be back. I got a new studio that I built here. Not that you could tell, you can't see this in the background, it's keyed anyway, so can we at least try something new, different, that they can see? A new background or something? Anything? That's just the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Now, I've been meaning to review Neil Breen's films for a long time, but I just never actually sat down and watched them. Now that I have, now, if you're not familiar with Neil Breen, he is an architect and former real estate agent from Las Vegas who finances his own films. And I have to say, I actually really appreciate filmmakers like Neil. And the reason is because he's going out there and making the films he wants to make. Sure, he's not exactly what I would call a talented filmmaker, but it's the determination and conviction that I really respect. So I'm going to review 2 of his movies back to back. Also, there's this interview on YouTube, I'll post the link in the description, where Neil talks about how all of his film sets, he does all the craft services, pays everybody, he just wants everything to be really, really professional, and I really respect that. Now, all that being said, in terms of the actual movie, I don't even really know how to describe them. In fact, most of the time, I really don't even know what's going on. Neil's films tend to contain many of the bad movie elements: bad acting, questionable directing, terrible writing, not so special effects, awkward romance, horrible editing, and cringeworthy nudity. For example, I'm going to show you a scene from Neil's first movie, Double Down, a movie that is composed of half stock footage and half original footage. Bet you'll never guess which is which. So the scene starts with stock footage of the pool, what I guess is some sort of resort, and then it cuts to a close-up shot of what we can only assume is the same pool, and why is he naked? Isn't this the same pool? Aren't there other people around trying to enjoy the water? Is this a family resort? Are there kids nearby? So that someone who is obviously trying to kill him instead shoots his fiancee in the back, and doesn't this just seem like kind of an odd reaction? I mean, he grabs her, then reacts like he's been shot. Then it just cuts to her floating. And there's all this blood on a flower for some reason. And then what the hell is this? Why is he floating next to her with his arm around her? And then it's just her again. And for some reason, the blood is all over his face. But overall, the reason I'm talking about this scene is because why do they have to be naked here? What is the point of it? It doesn't make the scene any more emotional. In fact, I would say it makes the scene more comical. So the movie I'll be reviewing today is the film he made right after that one. And it's called I Am Here. Master. I left that pausing because the title takes that long. Let's try to adjust this. The movie starts with a trip through space, and then we see two planets. One suddenly explodes, I think. And then some kind of space ball falls to Earth. During this scene, you'll get your first warning flag that this is going to be a bad movie. And that's because of the really long, boring shot. Then we see a shadow of someone on a cross, even though it's obviously not a cross because there are two parts to a cross. One part that goes horizontal and one part that goes vertical. So this is really just someone holding a plank of wood on their shoulders. So this person steps down from something. I would think it would be the cross, but again, there's nothing going on back here. Now, as the camera pans up, this person appears to have circuit boards attached to their arms and chest. And here, we're going on some kind of trip through cyberspace. Don't really know what any of this means or what it has to do with anything that happens in the movie. Seriously, having watched the movie and going back and looking at this now, it means I don't even know how to piece this together. And then we see that it's Neil. I guess he's playing Cyber Jesus in this movie. But then it kind of switches to, I don't know, I guess this is his true form, like his alien face. The credits call his character the Being. I'll be honest, I really don't even know what this be in this movie. I guess it would technically be God. Some kind of alien that created Earth. I don't know if he created everything, but I'll refer to him just as God, alien guy. So again, we go back to the shot, tilting up to see his face, and then we go back to the close-up, and then back to the exact same shot again. Alien God goes for a walk in the desert, seeing some weird stuff along the way that, again, I really don't understand at all. Talks to a skull.
Why are the humans failing? I've given them everything. I've given them everything. Everything.
Wait, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. How much has he given us? Now, if you're watching this and you're kind of lost as to what's going on, trust me, you're not alone. In fact, I would say you're easily in the majority. Vast majority. I honestly don't think I've ever been this bored and confused within the first 10 minutes of a movie in my entire life. So there's these two junkies hanging out in the back of their truck, shooting their guns and getting high on heroin. And wow, that is a lot of heroin. Oh, it's so bad.
I don't know what you
Yeah, well, you're so bad. I'm gonna undo one of these buttons, and then that's pretty much it. Yeah. So the junkies get freaked out when they shoot the alien, and he heals his wounds with editing. But he frees they can escape. Now, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. The weird sex doesn't come until later in the movie. And then we have shots of him driving. Yep, that's it. Just driving to Las Vegas. Maybe looking around a little bit. And, well, okay, you think a second or two of this is okay, but this just keeps going and going and going and going. So finally he gets to Las Vegas, and oh, wait, yeah, there's still more shots of him driving. I gotta tell you, I don't really see what the purpose of this is anymore. I mean, we get it. He's still driving. This isn't new information at this point. We get some shots of buildings in Vegas now, which is fine. You know, you want to establish the location. But then it just cuts to this shot of these girls in a pool. And the weirdest part is the audio from the street is still laid over top. On this shot, it makes sense. You get the idea that this is what he's seeing while he's driving. But I really don't think he's looking out the window and getting this perspective. Now, throughout the next 2 minutes, and to be honest, pretty much throughout the rest of the film, you might get the idea that the movie is trying to send out a message that sustainable energy is good and greed and corruption is bad. But I don't know, you might not be able to tell because it's so subtle.
Now that we've paid off our fellow elected representatives in the legislature, that environmental solar panel development bill will fail next week. Not to mention the cash it'll put in our pockets. The country has done without solar and wind power until now. They can wait a few more years. It's more profitable to be without those sustainable energy systems at this time.
I'm so sorry, but due to the poor economy, we're going to have to lay you off, along with some other staff members. We all had the best of intentions of improving the nation's sustainable energy systems and environment, but the corruption and greed in big business and government just won't let it happen.
I love this part. Cyber God comes over and gives her a broken flower and uses magic to mend the flower. But again, he's next to her in this shot, then he's not, then he is again. Now we have what looks like a nice neighborhood, which is suddenly intercut with shots of, well, I guess this is supposed to be blood spilling on the ground. People with guns, really bloody out. What makes this even more odd is that even though these shots are cut in, the same very serene, calming music is still played over the entire thing. So the girl who was just let go from her job is talking to her twin sister about how she doesn't know what to do. Now that she's unemployed, she won't be able to support her fake baby.
They're not going to hire any of us back at this point. And I have this baby.
Fake baby.
How am I going to support her if I'm all alone? I'll find something. You're my twin sister. You're pretty and smart. You're hot. We're hot.
So her sister somehow convinces her to become a hooker, and then they walk slowly down the street. Some guy is somehow completely distracted by their appearance that he falls off of his bike. And because they're nice people, they proceed to laugh at him and walk away. Now Amber takes Cindy to go meet up with a bunch of guys who are apparently in some kind of gang. And I've got to say that this is the Las Vegas underbelly. Color me underwhelming. And everyone just kind of stands there nodding as they check the girls out for what seems like forever. I get it first. Go back. Roll it back. I gotta say. So this guy gets shot exactly in the wrist for some reason, then just stands there holding it for a few seconds. The girls get scared, and then there's just this shot of this guy who really has no reaction at all. It almost feels like an editing mistake. And can we talk about how easy it was to convince this girl to do this in the first place? It's pretty much just like, oh, I got laid off. Well, there's just no way I'm going to be able to find a job that's half as interesting as that one. I guess it's prostitution for me. I mean, I could start looking for another job. That's, don't know. I think I'm gonna go with working with a bunch of criminals who will sell my body for money. Yeah, sounds like there's a lot of job security in that. Well, to be fair, it would be tax-free, so there is that. There's this scene, which feels like an eternity, and it adds nothing to the movie. I think that's the part that frustrates me the most. You want to have a long scene that's full of dialogue, whatever. You know, if you just want to get out that exposition, okay, fine. But this is nothing. It means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Just watch. Here, let's break it down. The girls go into the water. The guy watches. The girls put their sunglasses on. The girls struggle to get onto the pool floats because, you know, this is really sexy stuff right here. The guy watches. The girls get out of the pool. The girls take their tops off. The girls start laughing for a while. There's a shot of this for some reason. The girls keep laughing. The girls get back into the water backwards. The girls lie on the floats for a while. Another shot of this thing. Dude is still watching. And hey, look, the girls are out of the water, laughing again. So now we're going to fill up these glasses with champagne. Girls are still laughing. And we're still trying to fill up these glasses. And that's the end of your scene. Now, can you see why that scene, which lasts 5.5 minutes, by the way, is so crucial to the plot? No? Good, because neither can I. So now we're back to the rough part of town. Don't mind me, I'm just going to hit the fast forward button. We have this guy who's obviously down on his luck, and I guess it's always been his dream to see the Las Vegas sign close up. So on his way up to the sign, this other guy is walking, sees him, yet somehow still walks right into his wheelchair. And I love this. I love how, I'm pretty sure they only did one take of this, because you can see how he sees and then does a little dodge dance here that just obviously doesn't work out. Anyways, he gets mad and pushes the guy over, so alien god comes by and makes things better by, I don't know, making the guy's eyes bleed, taking away his vision. I'm not exactly sure. And the guy runs away, maybe to go put on a shirt that's not inside him. So God freezes all the other people, kind of. I mean, it's obvious that they're still kind of moving. They're just pretending to be frozen. He takes the guy to see the sign up close, which is really nice because apparently he has only 1 month to live.
I don't feel so good. Cancer chemo kicking my ass. I always wanted to see this before I died. I only have a month to live.
So the guy with cancer is trying to cross the road, and I guess some car almost hits him. Then God pulls up in his pickup truck, and these guys all pull guns on him. Okay, so now they're frozen with blood on their faces. I don't understand. Are they dead now? Did he freeze them? Did he kill them? Are they just stuck there now forever? So now Amber gets laid off from her job working in sustainable energy sources? Wait, she had a job in this too? I thought she was just a prostitute and a drug addict.
Now I've lost my job, and I'm not going to be able to find another one. I'm an environmental activist, and it's getting me nowhere. I'll become a full-time cooker or stripper, and not telling the truth.
Again, I thought she was already doing that. Oh, wait, full-time hooker. Oh, okay. I guess that whole banging criminals and shooting up dope was just a part-time gig up until now.
What's your high? You won't remember a thing.
We'll be okay.
I'm scared.
I'll become a car thief and not tell her the truth.
Yes, I think that's really the key part there. I love how he has his own little revelation, too. Like, that's it. I'll just lie. As if you're going to come home tomorrow, like, well, guess who's breaking into cars? Cindy is going for a walk when her baby throws out one of its toys, and cancer guy gives it back to her. But just in case you forgot,
Cancer chemo kicking my ass. I only have a month to live.
so then God shows up and makes him young again. And wait, isn't that one of the criminals from the beginning of the movie? I'm pretty sure this is the same actor.
Go with her. Have a full, long, healthy, happy life. Be a family.
Wait, I don't understand. So they're going to become a family now? Based on what? He picked up one of her kids' toys, and now he's not old and sick anymore? That's the foundation for this marriage? I kind of like to know what her thoughts are on this whole thing, because she kind of looks a little weirded out. And I really don't see how this changes anything. She still doesn't have a job. So Amber's car-robbing boyfriend wants to be part of the gang. They see him as a problem and decide to just kill him instead.
We eliminated our problem.
I'd like to see the audition for that guy. I mean, Neil says in that interview I talked about that he hires professional actors and whatnot, but I don't know. I think I'm going to challenge him on that one. Now, for this next part, I'm just going to play it, and you can just observe the editing mess with your own eyes because it speaks for itself.
What? This damn piece of garbage?
So the leader of the gang starts talking about how there's a rat in the crew, which, quite honestly, I don't understand why. We haven't seen anything so far in this movie that would give him that impression. So he accuses the guy in the green shirt, and for whatever reason, this guy drops his gun and runs towards the group. Yes, that sounds like a solid idea. Hey, a group of people want to kill me. Let me drop the only thing I have to defend myself with and move towards them. After a while of beating him while God watches from a distance, they cut his finger off, and it's at this point that God decides to freeze everyone. And also, some of these poses don't make any sense. Why are these guys frozen in a position that would suggest they were taking part in the beating, when during the beating they were talking about how much they didn't approve of it?
This wasn't part of our deal.
No payoff is worth this.
I don't want any part of it.
I hope you're in the mood for some more symbolism because here it comes. And again, it's obvious that these crosses aren't actually stuck in the ground and are just being held up by these guys. So alien guy takes Amber out of the situation as well. And are you ready for this?
You're free. Go. Learn to love yourself, other humans, and humanity.
I know you from somewhere. Help me. Help me. Save me.
You can save yourself. I've made you strong enough to save yourself.
And then suddenly Amber lets go of him and starts slowly backing away from him, almost as if she's had some sort of revelation. Who knows, maybe she suddenly realized what movie she's in. Suddenly he wakes up in the back of a pickup truck, somehow falls to his knees, and just in case you were confused as to the message this movie was trying to send,
What doesn't this species understand? I've given them so much. Respect yourselves. Love nature. Live in peace.
and then Amber shows up out of nowhere, and you're kind of thinking that she's going to be left there watching as he leaves back to his own planet or something, but instead we get this, and this has got to be one of the most awkward things I've ever seen. I'm assuming this is supposed to be a sex scene, I think, but it's really just a very long scene of him just on top staring at her, staring in his human form, staring in his alien form, and it just keeps going on. And I just don't see the point of it. Why do they have sex? What does that have to do with anything? Oh no, wait, don't stop, please. I want to bang you before you go back to your planet. Well, Amber, you are a prostitute and a drug addict, but good feeling about this one. I think I'm going to go raw. Now, at the end of the movie, he says they'll give the humans one more chance or else they'll destroy the planet. Well, you might as well just get it over with now, because I don't think anyone learned anything from your trip down here. Well, this was a pretty long review, but then again, I've been gone for months. So, just to put any fears to rest, I am currently working on the next 2 reviews. My next review will be on the film Neil did after this one, which is Fateful Findings. And if you think it can't get any weirder than this, then just stay tuned, because trust me, you have no idea. That's weird. What are you here for, Matt? What happened? Where's all your stuff? Sold it. Got rid of all of it. Get a fresh start. What are you here for, Matt? What happened? Where's all your stuff? I sold it. Got rid of everything. Fresh start. Fanboy free. No bad movies, man. I thought it ended, and then you kept going. I'm like, shit. What are you here for, Matt? What happened? Where's all your stuff? They got rid of it. Got rid of all of it. Gotta do a fresh start. Clean slate. Fanboy. All right. That's our time. I swear to God. You could just nail down this straight face. All of our skits would be, I know, I can't help it. What are you here for, Matt? Dude, what happened? Where's all your stuff? They got rid of it. All of it. Clean slate. Fresh start. Fanboy. Hey guys, welcome back once again to another episode of the show. You know, back a few years ago when I did my Fateful Findings review, I thought, that's it, I'm done with Neil's movies. There's no point of reviewing any more of them. But recently I watched this one, and I just couldn't resist. So here we are, Pass Through, movie about guns, tigers, and corruption. Oh my. So let's start off with a look at the poster. You guys know how I like to do that. And give us a good idea of what this movie is going to be about. Now, right away, you'll notice that this poster is different from the ones from his previous films. Not only is Neil on the right side of the poster this time, but the whole thing is really just a graphic designer's worst nightmare. The whole thing is just cluttered with stuff. But let's take a look at this description. Artificial intelligence from far into the future arrives to immediately cleanse the human species of millions of humans who are harmful to other humans. A visionary, revolutionary film which pushes the human species to the limits of controversial, thought-provoking action. Now, if any of this sounds kind of familiar, it's probably because Neil's done similar things before. He likes to do a lot of things over and over and over again. There's always a very overt message about how corruption is bad, or how we should be taking better care of the planet. Neil is always the hero in his movies with little to no faults. He's either a secret agent computer hacker who swims naked with beautiful women in public pools, some kind of an alien god who controls everything and ends up saving and sleeping with young women, a successful author who at the same time is the world's greatest computer hacker who is constantly being pursued by young women, and also has supernatural powers which help him save and sleep with a young woman who, according to the story, should be the same age as him, but totally isn't. And in this case, he is a form of artificial intelligence from the future. So you'll have to wait until later in the video to find out if he ends up saving young women. You can probably guess. I have to say, Pass Through is actually Neil's, in my opinion, worst movie. I know some of you might find that hard to believe, but at least Fateful Findings had some variety in it to keep your attention. As ridiculous as it all was, that's kind of what made it entertaining to a degree, watching all these random things be presented to you as some kind of story. And as incoherent as it was, at least things happened.
I can't believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you committed suicide.
How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
But with this, there's not a whole lot that really happens. Most of the time, I had no idea really what was going on and what the movie was leading to. At one point, I had a friend who messaged me, and they were watching the movie at the same time, and said, "What part are you at?" And I realized I had no idea how to answer that question. Oh yeah, I'm at the part where Neil's just kind of walking around the desert. Happens multiple times throughout the movie. Yeah, now I'm at the part where he's just sitting on some rocks. Okay, now there's a tiger. Now he's just spinning around. I have no idea what this has to do with the actual story, but this is what I'm looking at right now. The movie starts with shots of the desert, and right away we're going to be introduced to the terrible editing. Just watch this cut. You may notice the tiger fading in, and this tiger is going to show up multiple times throughout this movie. No idea what it means or what the point of it is. Neil's character is basically a heroin junkie living in the desert, leading up to his home. And here comes another bad cut as Neil goes from lying inside the camper to outside amongst the garbage. I thought he just cleaned this all up. Anyways, this smuggler tells him to clean this place up so that the border patrol doesn't spot them, and gives him heroin as payment. And I just don't really understand why the garbage would be the thing to be concerned about in terms of giving away your position to the border patrol. Why would that set off any red flags? Like the border patrol's looking, and they see all these. That's a single file line of a bunch of people carrying jugs of water, guys with guns. Could be nothing, but wait a second. Is that an empty yogurt container? Tom, get the trucks. Neil is supposed to be injecting the heroin here, but really just ends up spraying water on his arm. So he dies, and I guess this is when he gets possessed by the artificial intelligence from the future. There's something going on here with this, I don't know, gang smuggling in these people from across the border and then killing them.
You two are of no value to me on the streets. I'm all you've got in the world.
Grandma, why'd you shoot her?
Because I have absolutely no value for you two on the street.
Everything is pretty much what you would come to expect from a Neil Breen movie, especially in terms of visual effects.
I want you too.
Let's get out of here now!
And writing and acting and editing and pretty much everything, really. But now I know I said this in the I Am Here Now video. There's an interview where Neil said that he hires professional actors, and I'm sorry, you may be paying these people to be in the movie, but you are never going to convince me that these people are making a living off of this acting.
Why are we running? We have to keep running. Your mother's my sister. She was murdered. I swear to God I take care of you. You're my niece. We have to keep running.
I mean, why is she asking, why are they running? How about the guy in the last shot firing a gun at you? Is that not a good enough reason? But get a load of this. In the very next shot, they're getting loaded into a truck and hauled off with the others. And then the next time we see them, they're still running in the desert. Anyways, there's a bunch of boring shots of Neil in the desert walking around. Tiger appears, touches some rocks. A shot of him with the tiger probably should have erased the snow in the background here because, well, that doesn't add up at all. So the smugglers take all the immigrants and keep them in some house. I guess they feed them beans and toilet paper. And I get it, canned beans are cheap, but you're all eating beans in a small, confined space all the time. And really, you're just harming yourselves here.
You belong to me. You ran away and tried to escape, and now you are mine.
See, this person isn't acting. They're just shouting.
Who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing in my house? This is my universe.
I
kill you! You are done!
Amanda and Kim stumble upon Neil's camper, and none of this makes any sense because then it just cuts to them already talking. Not meeting or anything like that, just mid conversation. Neil already knows everything about them.
I'll let you and your niece stay at my place. I'll stay in the car up front.
No, we can't stay here.
It'll be fine. I'll clean it up.
No, we can stay here. No.
Yes, he'll clean it up. I'm sure it will look as good as new in no time.
Oh my God, what are you doing? How did I get here?
It's clean. It's all clean.
Now that is a face you can trust. He said he would clean it up, and he did. Now, you and your niece don't have to worry about empty cans as you sleep soundly on that disease-soaked mattress. And Amanda is yelling at Neil, and I really don't know why.
Here, drink some water.
We'll get it ourselves. Leave us alone.
And I just don't understand this. Like, you don't have to stay here. This person is kindly offering you a roof over your head and a partial mattress. You should be thankful for what you do have. Better than nothing. You could have ended up with the others in the fart room, but no, you're here. Place with the breeze. And that's all there is to the scene. All we get are just these fragments of interaction. Just look at this. They arrive on Neil's campsite. Then it's him convincing her to stay. And now it's her yelling at him about finding their own water. And furthermore, what else do we have here? Neil disappearing into a rock. The immigrants.
Seems like it's calming down already, but you never know. Compared to the way it was 10 minutes ago. I was standing at the back door and I was gonna go out and just do the awnings. Yeah, well. Anyway, again. Damn.
Fighting very awkwardly over water. We also have Neil walking around the desert, more fighting. This time it's over sleep. Neil sitting on some rocks. Like, these aren't actual scenes. There's no just as a story or developing a character or moving the plot forward. And it's definitely not captivating. Tim follows Neil and sees him disappear into a rock. And why is he doing this? I don't know. I don't understand what is actually happening. And then Kim falls asleep for some reason. Then we have some more of Neil in the desert. And when he gets back, Kim starts questioning him about what he was doing. And it's like, okay, good, we're going to finally get some answers here.
Where did you go a little while ago?
Oh, wait for it.
I saw you. You're a weird dude.
You're a weird dude. You see someone literally disappear into a rock before your very eyes, and your response to that is, you're a weird dude. Anyways, Neil runs into a man who was even meaner than before.
I'll kill you.
I won't. Again, what is the problem? This person has done nothing except offer to help you. I understand keeping your guard up. It's not like he was trying to bullrush you. We didn't even know you were there. You were hiding behind a rock, waiting for him to get closer so that you could throw a rock out of his face. The man, of course, doesn't help him up a little bit. To her credit, she does try to help him out, but this interaction, it's almost like someone tried to help a wounded animal.
It's okay. I'm sorry.
Again, the editing here. There's the shot of Amanda talking about all the bad people coming across the border. And then it just cuts to this scene where we kind of have this bonding moment over owls and holes in them.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine. So this is weird because there's nothing between this scene and the last shot of them to show any kind of passage of time for her to be like, oh, hey, how you doing? Well, you know, to the audience's knowledge, you guys were just talking. Again, what does this have to do with anything? And then we just have this shot of Neil sitting down and staring back at her staring back at him. Nothing's happening.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. How about you guys have an actual interaction to develop whatever this is between the characters? Okay, here we go. Finally something, right? He tells them his name is Till, but it's spelled Thgil. And they tell him their names, and then he offers them water again. And that's it. We're back to him sitting on the big rocks again, standing in a circle of rocks, spinning. And this is weird. The camera holds on him for a bit. Then the music fades out as the camera pans away. And then the camera pans back and the music fades back in while he's still spinning. What's on your face?
Oh, I guess it's dirt. I think I slept on the ground in the dirt.
Just ripping. That's the whole scene. It's just mind-blowing to think about being in the editing room. Well, that, we can't cut that in. We have to leave that in. Because otherwise, the audience will be completely have no idea how he got the dirt on his face. There's no way they're just going to assume from him, being dirty all over, sleeping in filth, living in garbage. And then the movie has its own troll too. Amanda realizes that Till's name is just light spelled backwards.
Your name, Till. Have you seen the future?
Okay, what kind of a thought process is that? How does that make any sense? Is there a deleted scene where she gets hit in the head by a rock? His name is Light, spelled backwards. Therefore, it's only logical that he's probably seen the future. And she goes on to ask if he's from outer space. This is where Till explains about his ability to travel through time. This was all brought on because of a yoga project. So this is where Till vows to eliminate millions of people, but only people that are harmful to other people. I like the hesitation here, too. You are God. No, you are God. God? God. I'm gonna back out of the shop now, so that makes the effect just easier for the editor. This seems like a good time to talk about how to write style, and not just with this movie, with all of these movies, because when it's not there, because of course, exposition, it's the most unrealistic dialogue you'll ever hear in your life. We're constantly putting out corporate semantic news, half-truths, putting our own spin on it.
Which defines prejudice in how we present the news as opposed to.
And it gets even worse. Still is going through and eliminating all the bad people from Earth. He shows up at the mansion and makes these security guards disappear. Yeah, I guess they're really harmful people for just doing their job. And then just walks in and starts mingling with the people inside.
Speaking of elevator banks, we manipulate interest rates to serve our best interest. But with no concern for customers, of course. They have no control over us. This also helps our customer friends who manipulate their market for broker's advantage.
We make a fortune to our insurance companies, overcharging customers and hospitals, and there's nothing the customer can do about it. We have to back up politicians.
See, nobody talks like this. And to make it worse, none of this makes any sense. Like, Neil just walks in, and at no point is anybody like, excuse me, who are you? And what are you doing here? How did you get in? That never happens. This isn't a big party where he's just kind of blending in. There's a handful of people standing in each room, looking around awkwardly for some reason. I'm pretty sure someone would notice that he doesn't belong, especially since his only contribution seems to be shaming him.
Isn't that corrupt? Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that corrupt? Isn't that betraying the public's trust?
Obviously, this whole sequence was done in the background between houses, and this photograph of the room was placed in. But here's the funny thing: sometimes when they cut between characters, the perspective of the background doesn't change. It literally stays the same. This isn't that hard. Obviously, when you're going in for the close-up shots, you're just scaling up the background. So if you cut to a shot of a different character, just move the plate to the left or the right, depending on where they're positioned.
Who was that guy?
I have no idea. Never seen him before.
Who was that guy?
I have no idea. He was not meeting here.
Yeah, I guess it's a good thing we continue to openly discuss our evil plans to corrupt business dealings with Emmer. So I guess instead of making them quietly disappear, he went for the more discreet method of just blowing up the whole house. And how did he do this exactly? Did he bring Evan along with him? Did he planting bombs? So again, we just see a bunch of the same kind of shit that's been filling out most of the movies in this movie. Neil goes for a walk, spins around. I have no idea what in the hell this is supposed to be. And then here it is. Neil makes all the bad news anchors disappear and goes on a 5-minute rant about how bad people are bad, corruption is bad, and that human species needs to be better to the planet. And it's not that I have a problem with this kind of message. It's just that Neil preaches this over and over again. All of his movies. Even look at Fateful Findings, a movie that seemed to be about a million different things, somehow ended on the note of exposing and getting rid of corruption. When you look at this movie, in many ways, it's the same thing as I Am Here Now. There's just somehow less that happens in this movie. So I guess I should mention that there's this subplot going on with the students and this professor who, I guess, are trying to track down the signal from space or the future or whatever. Anyways, they track down the signal and freak out that it's here on Earth. Look how excited they are, especially this one. She's so pumped up, she just throws that book in the air. So they grab the professor who's sick, so basically force him to come with them out to the desert so that they can. I don't really know what the plan is. They find the signal.
Yeah, come with us. No, I'm just gonna stay here. It's just another one of your false alarms. I'm just gonna stay here and get some sleep.
Yes, you kids just go off and wander into the desert with that sick old man. I'm just gonna hang out here. And then it just cuts to them standing in front of Neil, and somehow they just come to the conclusion that he's the one they're looking for.
It was you. All this time. It was you. Take me.
They have absolutely no reason to think that. They came out into the desert earlier and saw him. So if he was just some homeless bum, why is he suddenly exactly who they were looking for?
These are from where I came. Now they'll believe you.
What? He just hands the kid some fake diamonds and tells them these are where I come from? So people are just going to believe him now? Why would the diamonds convince anybody of anything? Assuming they're supposed to be real, what is the kid supposed to do? Hey everybody, I met a form of artificial intelligence who traveled here from the future and took over the body of some heroin junkie in the desert. And if you still don't believe me, check these out. Yeah, that's right. Diamonds. Indisputable proof of everything I just said. Anyways, Kim just wanders off at some point. Don't know where Amanda was at the time. There's nothing else to do around here. So Amanda starts freaking out and of course needs the help of Kim. And why does this hug last so long? Seriously, why is it so drawn out? Story-wise, of course. I mean, I think we can all guess why it's drawn out during filming. But in terms of the story, you know, from a character perspective, if this is so urgent, then shouldn't you kind of get to finding your niece? Then blah, blah, blah. They find her in some cave with a soldier who's living there who has PTSD. And of course, Neil saves him. He also saves the people that were killed in the beginning. Here's where Amanda's ex-husband shows up. And get yourselves ready for the performance of the year.
You both are coming with me.
You're the one I'm running from. Leave us alone!
Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you?
Don't shoot.
I bet you can guess what happens next. Yep, Neil brings the women back to life. And what the hell is this? I guess this is indicating that they're now romantically involved somehow. Why? There's absolutely no reason for this here. In fact, there's really no reason for any of it in any of his movies. I Am Here Now. She just has to have sex with the alien god before he leaves. Absolutely no logical reason for this to happen. No sexual attraction was ever developed in the movie. In fact, she didn't even meet him until the end. People find him. The young woman tries to seduce him multiple times. No reason given for why she's just so insanely attracted to him. And on top of that, it has nothing to do with the plot. Now, here's something I noticed in the credits. And I'm pretty sure Neil did this for Fateful Findings as well, but I didn't notice it until now. In the credits, you'll notice all these different companies listed for things like location, set design, lighting, that sort of thing. Well, right under that, there's this disclaimer. Any of the above listed companies in the credits with an N or a B fictitious. This work was actually done personally by Neil Breen. Okay, so basically these companies are fake, and I guess this is Neil just using his initials to come up with different company names. That's actually kind of funny if you actually put his name in place of the initials. So all of these are just Neil. Casting and entertainment. That would be Casting Neil Entertainment. Cine Neil Collaboration. What else do we got here? Lighting Neil Films. The Neil Green Effects Studio. Green Location Management. Neil Entertainment Partners. Eats and Eats Film Incorporated. I guess that would be Eats Neil Eats Film Incorporated. BNN Salon. That would be the Green Neil Salon. Now, I'm pretty sure I've said this in videos before, but I might as well mention it again. I don't know Neil personally. I have nothing against him personally. And like any filmmaker, I hope that he continues to go out there and pursue making the films he wants to make. However, I wish I could say that I feel like he is progressing as a filmmaker and learning more about filmmaking throughout his career. But watching all of his movies, and especially this one, if it's any indication, it's that he's getting worse. Another thing I've noticed in his films is that most of the characters, they're not really characters. They're more like vehicles for his ego. And I know that sounds mean. Seriously, I'm not trying to be a dick, but just look at the characters. In the end, they're all really there to either pursue Neil, be saved by Neil, condemned by Neil, or loved by Neil. And that is especially true in this movie. Every person in this movie is just a one-dimensional character. There's no development or any kind of change. Just the bad people who are there for Neil to eliminate, and the good people who are there for Neil to save. Basically, every one of these movies could be titled Neil Breen Saves the World. Now, at the time of making this video, Neil has a new film coming out. It's not out yet, but I'd be willing to bet that a lot of the same reoccurring themes that I mentioned in this video will be in it. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. I don't know what I'm going to be doing next. I know it's been a long time. A lot of stuff's been going on. It's always a long time between my videos. It might be a long time.
This might not be a bad idea.
Maybe because I might take some time to work on a bunch of videos and get them all done, and then try and build up like a bank of videos to release. But nonetheless, still here, still doing the show. So we'll see what comes up next. As usual, thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you next time. If I just kind of leave the frame, that'll probably make it easier for the editor, right? Just to seamlessly kind of fade the two. Otherwise, there's the shadow here, and you might have to use the pen tool in After Effects to kind of draw around that. That might be too much work. So I'll just awkwardly back out of the frame.
Ooh. I need a shovel.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show. On this episode, I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite movies of all time. A movie that, even after all these years, I still believe is the best bad movie of all time.
It's my only thing right now.
Now, I did a video on Troll 2.
I could have used the key first and come back, but
the show was different back then.
it's a wasted damn step anyway. I might as well have at this point.
The treatment that it deserves. And when I say that Troll 2 is the best bad movie of all time, I really mean that. I truly do believe that it is. I like it more than Samurai Cop, Miami Connection, The Room, and the reason is because Troll 2 is just so entertaining from start to finish. It has everything I could ever ask for, and more. The movie starts with this guy being chased through the forest by these goblins. Not trolls, but goblins. Which you're probably thinking, well, that's weird. I mean, the movie is called Troll 2. Yeah, I know, it is weird. But trust me, these are goblins. There are no trolls in the movie. And if you think that's weird,
yeah, I do.
So then the guy
and it's
does
not far.
a somersault and knocks himself out somehow. Turns out all of this is just a bedtime story being told to Joshua by his grandpa Seth. Anyways, when the dude wakes up, there's this beautiful girl with all this crap painted on her face.
go get them
And she
keys.
starts
I
feeding
got
him this
keys.
green stuff. I'm sorry, dude. Does any of this seem weird to you? It's just, you're just gonna buy this book line
Damn
of
it.
paper? You were just being chased by some monsters, and then you wake up and there's some girl just, spoon feeding you a bowl of some green sludge, and you're just, oh yeah, I want all that in my mouth. You don't even know what that is. Looks disgusting. It could be curds and whey. I've never even had curds and whey, but quite frankly, it sounds disgusting. I don't know if you could even get curds
I
and
thought there was
whey
more.
these days. I think the closest thing, I guess, would just be buy some whey powder and throw some cheese in there. If a girl did this to me, I'd be like, get that shit away from me. I don't even know you. And clearly, you're dishonest about your freckles. So, what else could she be lying about?
Do not go
So it
through
turns out
that.
that the girl is actually a goblin in disguise, and the stuff he ate starts turning him into half plant, so that the goblin can eat him. Of course, Grandpa Seth does what any good grandparent would do. He makes it very clear to this child that this is all real, all right? Goblins disguising themselves, turning people into plants to eat them. Yeah, this all happens. Well, sweet dreams. So then Joshua's mom comes in, and it turns out Grandpa Seth is dead. Yeah, plus that chair is still rocking, but I guess we're just gonna breeze right past that.
Grandpa Seth has been gone for more than 6 months now. He was an amazing man. Grandpa Seth remained in all our hearts.
Yes, it's time to play Guess That Line. A chance for all of you at home to try and guess the next line of dialogue is going to be. Let's look at what we have this time. Grandpa Seth has remained in all our hearts, but has gone to a different place. It's time to go to bed, or you must banish him from your mind.
Grandpa Seth has remained in all our hearts, but you must banish him from your mind.
Yes, Joshua, he was an amazing man. But don't you ever think of him ever again. He's dead. Then Joshua asks if the goblins are real, and she's like, no, that's ridiculous. And then she goes straight to Michael and is like,
Michael,
yeah.
who are the goblins?
Is that? What is that?
The goblin. I love this because it's almost like she's a little freaked out about it, as if she left the bedroom like, all right, well, good night. I never thought about that. Ghosts are one thing, but goblins, those could totally be real. Meanwhile, Holly is working up a sweat in her room when her boyfriend comes in through the window.
Release your instincts in the bathroom.
Are you nuts? You trying to turn me into a homo?
Would it be too hard? If my father discovers you here, he cut off your little nuts and eat them. He can't stand you.
This movie is just filled with so many of these quotable lines that are just absolutely hilarious. And it's just another reason why you gotta go watch this thing. And on top of that, the way this ridiculous dialogue is delivered in this scene is hilarious because it feels like you're watching a middle school play.
Is it true that your family is going on vacation tomorrow?
Yes.
I'll come with you.
Okay, I'll tell my father that you're coming with us tomorrow.
Where are we going?
Nilbog, a wonderful half-empty town. It's an exchange. A family from the country is coming to live here, and we're going to live in their house. Oh, Elliot, it will be wonderful.
Holly's boyfriend doesn't show up, so they leave without him. Of course, there's an argument over this, so in order to fix everything, Diana gets Joshua to sing.
Joshua, start singing. Come on, sing that song I like so much. I feel like singing. Just sing. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merry, 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 life's but a dream. Merry, 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 life's but a dream.
Well, that's going to make everything better. This is exactly what you want to hear when you're on a road trip. A song that basically has one line that just repeats over and over and over again forever, because that's really going to diffuse the tension. But here's the thing. This movie came out way back in 1990, and back then, there was only 3 songs that you could legally sing on a road trip. Row, row, row your boat, 100 bottles of beer on the boat, and Against the Wind by Bob Seger. After Joshua wakes up from a nap, green liquid starts pouring down his face. I love how that's the initial reaction. As soon as he feels liquid pouring down his head, stop the car, Dad, I'm sick! Of course, this is all a nightmare Josh is having, of being turned into plants so that the goblins can eat him. It turns out that Elliot and his friends have their own RV, and decide to go into Nilbog themselves to meet up with Holly as well as a bunch of beautiful young single ladies. But here's a sequence that makes absolutely no sense. I guess they park somewhere, get out, and start waving to Holly in the van. And where do I even begin with this? How did they know that they were going to be traveling along that road at that time? How did Holly even see them? And how would they be able to see Holly flipping them off from that distance?
There's no one here.
It's normal. This is a farming community. Remember, at this time, not everybody goes to sleep.
Yeah, Holly, this is a farm town, which means that everybody gets up at 5 in the morning and then goes to bed around this time at night, which appears to be like 2:30 in the afternoon. So they meet up with the other family and exchange keys. Joshua notices some warts on them, though, and doesn't really approve of them overall. But here's where the Nilbog boy decides to send a message written on a softball, which you might think is weird, but remember, not only is this 1990, but this is a small farm town. So, this was like texting before texting. Just write something down on a baseball and throw it around town. So inside waiting for them is a feast of, I don't really know, Kool-Aid and carbs, basically. But before Josh can dig in, the ghost of his dead grandfather pays him a visit. I like how Josh is apparently the only one who can hear the creepy old man tapping on the glass. And Grandpa Seth tells him that he can't let the family eat that food, otherwise it will turn them all into plants, and the goblins will eat them. So Grandpa Seth freezes time. Strange. Looks like everyone is still slightly moving somehow. And Josh decides to do really the only logical thing here. Piss all over the food.
The smell.
Hey, what's going on here? Why does it suddenly taste like somebody peed on my sandwich? Oh, and thanks for the invite, by the way. I guess you all just forgot about your oldest son. Just because I was an accident, that happened in high school, I don't have a job, and I live in the basement, doesn't make me any less of a member of this family. Now, I, for one, believe that good hospitality is very important. A cornerstone of our society, something to be appreciated. Quite honestly, I can't put its importance into words, which is fine because Michael's little speech to Josh here perfectly sums it up.
Do you see this writing? Do you know what it means? Hospitality. And you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it.
That's right, you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it. If I ever have kids, that will be one of the first things I teach them, right along with the meaning of the word katana.
It means Japanese sword.
What are you going to do to me, Daddy?
Tighten my belt by one loop so I don't feel hunger pains.
Okay, so tightening your belt to prevent hunger pains. Also, what was the plan for food when you got there? I mean, you didn't know that there was going to be this feast waiting for you, so what were you planning to do initially? Anyways, back at the RV, Arnold is getting pissed because they're not meeting any single horny girls. So he goes outside for a cigarette, and that's when he sees this woman running through the woods. And suddenly, he goes into sexual predator mode, running after her, yelling at her to stop, and finally tackling her to the ground. Because, that's a totally appropriate way to beat someone. Suddenly, she points to the goblins, and in an attempt to impress her, Arnold tries to tell them all to get lost.
And remember,
So here's the thing, I can't help but feel that this was completely deserved. Anyways, they go to this church, which has a very non-traditional decor. Turns out it's not a church at all, it's someone's house.
This is my house.
So the owner of the house, Credence, gives them some broth to help heal them. Lady, the man's been impaled. I don't think herbal remedies are going to cut it. This actually reminds me of this girl I once dated who, it was like she had a tea for everything. And I just remember at one point just being like, you know what? It's a migraine. I need some Advil, not chamomile. So she drinks it and immediately grabs her throat and starts gagging. Arnold is just kind of standing there being very calm for someone in this situation. And I love how Credence is like, Drink your broth, never mind about her. Like, oh yeah, that seems like a great idea based on her reaction to it. So the girl starts turning into a plant, and here come the goblins to eat her. Now, you've probably seen this floating around online before. One of the greatest reaction shots in all of cinematic history, as far as I'm concerned.
They're eating her. When are they going to eat me? Oh my God!
I'm sure a lot of you have a bedtime routine. You know, you brush your teeth, maybe you scroll your phone for a bit, maybe you listen to music. Well, none of that compares to this bedtime routine. I'm not even sure what this is or why it's in the movie. Does she do this every night? Does she rehearse this, or is she just making this up on the spot? This was the original TikTok, ladies and gentlemen, before TikTok, even before Vine. Means that it was before TikTok and Vine stars. We didn't know what we had back in 1990. Suddenly, Grandpa Seth appears in the mirror looking for Joshua. Holly freaks out.
Look, there's no one other than us in there. It's gotta be your imagination. Or hallucination. Are you still smoking dope, Holly?
Before I went down.
Look, I don't want to get up early in the morning. We're still farmers now, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're not actually farming anything. So you want to get up at the crack of dawn? For what? Just to feel like a farmer? I thought this was a vacation. How about feeling like you don't have to get up early for work?
What happened?
Let's plan the layout of this house. I'm still trying to figure out what the limitations are of being a ghost in this movie. I mean, this guy is a ghost that can basically go wherever he wants, disappear and reappear at will, freeze time, but he needs a floor plan to figure out who's in what room. I mean, there's even signs on the doors. Come on. So Drew is upset because there's no food, and the other guys just tell him, well, go into town and buy something. So while he's jogging into town, the cop pulls over and offers to give him a ride. Are you hungry? See, now, this is what I would love to see more of from our police officers. Not only just going out of their way to help citizens, but offering up smushed green sandwiches, which have been obviously sitting in their pockets all day long. I mean, could you imagine if somebody handed this to you? How hungry would you have to be to actually take a bite of this thing?
Can I help you? Coffee. There's no coffee here in Newburgh. It's the devil's drink. Eggs. Special milk. High in vitamin content.
I love how he's just so disgusted at the idea of eating an animal product, but then offers up some milk in the same breath. I mean, if I was in this situation, I'd start feeling like, wait a second, none of this adds up at all here. I mean, this milk isn't even refrigerated. And okay, it's not real milk. I get it. But still, if I was Drew, I'd be like, this doesn't make any sense. What kind of vegetarian are you? You pick and choose? I actually dated a girl like that once. She was like, I'm vegan, but I still eat fish. And I was like, then you're not vegan. What the hell is this? But I also want to say that while I was dating her, I learned how to cook some vegan food, and it was actually pretty good. Like I will say, and I did lose some weight. And then after we broke up, I gained all that weight back. Honestly, though, there is some really good vegan stuff out there.
It's true.
But then there also is, you know, some horrible stuff too.
Is it?
I remember the one time I ate.
Because if it's true, it's false. You bastard. It's a paradox.
You know, just when you think you can't make something worse than it already is. So Josh and Michael go into town to get supplies, but everything is closed while the sermon is going on. But that's okay, because there's plenty of ways to pass the time. Like reading this vegetable cookbook and revealing the true meaning of Bill Bob.
Okay. If true.
By the way, at this point, if you're still waiting for a troll to show up in this
But
movie,
this is true.
you're wasting your time. It's not happening. This really is Goblins. That was the original title for the movie until the distributor
And this is false.
there was no way for the film to succeed.
And the gems are in the blue box.
Might as well just try and tie it
I don't.
movie Troll. Make it seem like a sequel, even though it has nothing to do with
This case scenario, there might as well be nothing on this box. Because it's neither true nor false, right?
And Josh takes off
Which means
not sure where he's going. Not like he knows.
this has to be false. Because if this is true, they're both, all three. It's got to be blue.
To go inside because I don't know, he just does. And wouldn't you know it, inside the goblins are having their sermon, which is basically about how disgusting meat is, until they discover Joshua and shake his face. Then they try to force him to eat some kind of crap before Michael runs in and finds them doing this, as well as finding the exchange family there as well. And you're probably thinking, okay, this is it. You know, there's no way they're going to convince him that nothing strange is going on here.
Wrong. Mr. Miss Presence, what are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to be at my house.
We had car trouble. We'll be leaving this evening.
Okay.
Anyways, on the way back, they see Holly at Elliot's RV, and I swear the people in this movie must have eagle vision. Look how far away they are. You can barely even see those people. Meanwhile, Drew goes into Credence's house and finds Arnold, who is now a potted plant, and tries to come up with a way to get him out of there.
Grab the pot and drag me out quick. I'll try.
Back at the house, it turns out all the townspeople have come over to put on a big hoedown for the family. And oh my god, the amount of sugar intake at this party should be illegal. Grandpa Seth shows up and decides, enough of this magic crap, that's no match for a good old Molotov cocktail. Okay,
can't be in white,
go back
right?
to hell? Back to hell? Meaning that Grandpa
Oh,
Seth
black
was
box.
in hell before?
So that means it's in the black box.
What did
I thought it said
Grandpa
blue
Seth
box.
do?
The gems are in the
So,
black
I'm not
box.
exactly sure
Okay.
what's happening. The goblin magic is hurting Grandpa Seth until he unleashes some sort of lightning that ignites the cocktail.
Yeah,
Again,
this can't be
to
true.
recap, teleportation,
This has to be false.
time
It's
freeze
this one.
powers, lightning, but
100%.
can't find his way around an old farmhouse. So everyone rushes outside to put out the fire. And then it's revealed, oh my god, it looks like he was a goblin. And now they're like, he was one of us and you killed him, so now it's his turn to die. And yet, none of them do anything. They just stand there and stare at them while the family slowly backs away into the house. Understand this. They're right there. Just get them. So now it's nighttime, and they have the whole house surrounded. Again, there's so many of you.
This
Just
is a
go
risk.
to the house and get them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned it in the past episode of this show, but here it is. The hottest sex scene ever put on film.
Actually, I like pop.
Oh, no problem. All we have to do is heat it up.
There was a part of me that didn't know if I should show this. I mean, I haven't been able to look at popcorn the same ever since the first time I saw it. And you're probably thinking to yourself, really, Mark? You think this scene is hot? Well, yes. Yes, I do. I mean, isn't it obvious? You know how much heat you need in order to turn corn into popcorn? And that's a cob. It's not. They're not even dry kernels. I mean, like, man, that is a tremendous amount of heat. How many sex scenes have you seen that were so hot they had popcorn popping all over the place, left and right, coming in from the heavens? Yeah, I thought so. Only one. This one. So now they all have this big seance to try and summon Grandpa Seth, which I really don't understand. I mean, this guy just appeared at will before.
Well,
something happens in the
We gotta go
seance
buy
where
keys
Josh
and we don't have enough
switch
steps.
places. Honestly, I know I nitpick a lot on this show. It's where I get my jokes. But this is one of these movies where you kind of just have to let it happen. You know, your enjoyment will come from just experiencing it. So now all the goblins rush
12
inside.
steps to the
Okay,
locksmith.
now I always cringe at this part because this looks like it actually hurt. That was not planned. Back at Credence's place, Josh is fighting with the goblin when Grandpa Seth shows up and deals out his brand of old school justice. And I can appreciate
Ouch.
See, you're
I
gonna
like the
come
root
out
cellar
with
though.
this goblin
I gotta try it again.
spells and cast. Well, Grandpa Seth is just gonna clock you in the face. What do you think about that? He might even chop your hand off with an axe. And not only that, he's gonna give you service with a smile. So he gives Joshua a back tie and says, "You can only take out the contents when you absolutely need them." Well, how will he know when to use what's in the bag if he doesn't know what's in the bag? I mean, come on, Grandpa Seth, give this kid a break. He's like 10. So they go over to the Stonehenge stone, which is what gives the goblins their power, and try to destroy it by simply touching it and using the power of goodness. I didn't make that up. They actually say that in the movie. Then Grandpa Seth was like, all right, I'm out of here. For some reason, he has to disappear, leaving his grandson to deal with the goblins. But that's okay, because Josh takes the one thing out of the bag that will keep the goblins away. And I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. Who puts that much bologna in a sandwich? That is just extremely wasteful. Oscar Mayer is probably rolling in his grave. If that was my legacy, I think that I would request to be buried in a coffin painted like a hot dog cup. I think that would be appropriate. And a nice little cake. Anyways, they all use the power of goodness somehow, and the goblins start exploding left and right.
Okay.
So then they all go home. Michael goes to the office. Diane eats some
A lot of steps for this one.
And guess what? The baseball makes a triumphant return. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I think this is total BS. It's like a giant middle finger to the audience. You really expect us to believe that Michael would just go right back to the office after this whole thing? He's just going to go back to work? Straight to work. In the end,
Okay, so yellow.
still alive, which means the power of goodness wasn't good enough, which is also pretty disappointing. A little depressing too. It's a little too real. Now, this movie was shot over the course of 3 weeks, and it was written and directed by a Italian husband and wife filmmaking team.
Due è un film che su cose molto gravi, molto importanti, come mangiare, vivere, morire.
Non volevo scrivere una storia horror classica, quindi mi sono inventata questa storia dei Tron che sono dei vegetariani perché in quel periodo della mia vita avevo molti amici in
No,
quel
we want that in the middle,
erano
alright?
diventati tutti vega e quindi ero arrabbiatissima e allora ho
And apparently there was a lot of problems on set, just in terms of the language barrier. The actors, a lot of them say they really didn't know what they were supposed to do. They had a really hard time understanding what the direction was. But in the end, this movie became a huge cult success. And that's, I think, the best part of the whole story. And not only do I totally recommend watching Troll 2, I recommend watching the documentary on Troll 2 as well. Best Worst Movie. It's a really great documentary about how Troll 2 grew into this underground sensation over the years. I like Troll 2 so much that I held a bad movie bingo party where I invited a bunch of people over to my place to win prizes just by watching Troll 2. And it was probably my favorite party of all time. The best thing is, and anybody I think who's a fan of Troll 2 knows this, it's getting someone else to watch it with you and just watching their reactions as they experience it for the first time. Also, if you watch this video all the way through and you're like, oh, that's a pretty good summary, Mark, I don't really need to see the movie, you are so wrong, you don't even know. You have to go watch this thing. In fact, I would actually, if I could, I would put a ban on everybody who watches this video who's a fan of mine to not be able to watch any more of my videos until you go out and watch Pearl 2. I know that seems harsh, but it's just tough luck. You will never truly achieve inner peace, enlightenment, until you see this movie. And that's not an exaggeration, that's a guarantee. That's a marked promise right there. And trust me, I would know. Very recently, I have been going very aggressively down the path towards inner peace. Just, pushing everything over in my way to get there. But that's it for this one, guys. As usual, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Today, we are looking at the two Venom movies. Venom. I like how that Eminem song just completely derailed the legacy of the Venom movies. It turned it into a big meme. At this point, most of you probably don't care about the Venom movies, but you know me. I love talking about things that are no longer relevant. Because I'm a YouTuber and I know how to get views. I even got a shirt for the occasion, okay? Give me some props. The first movie was directed by Ruben Fleischer, or Fleischer. I think it's Fleischer. The same guy that directed Zombieland, a movie that I liked a lot. I don't give a fuck what you like. The sequel, though, not so much. There were 3 writers for the first movie, one of which is Scott Rosenberg, who wrote the screenplay for both Con Air and Gone in 60 Seconds, 2 of Nick Cage's classics. So if this guy's behind Venom, you know it's just an automatic masterpiece. That was until I found out he was an executive producer on Cowboy Bebop, the Netflix remake. Ooh.
What the actual fuck?
The second writer is Kelly Marcel, who also wrote the screenplay for the 50 Shades of Grey movie. You scandalous thing, you. Ooh, dirty. She also wrote the story for that Emma Stone Cruella movie. Do you guys remember that one?
Don't worry, there's lots more bad things coming.
She was also the only writer to move on to the second Venom movie, and I think the writing for the second movie took a nosedive.
Yes, to you, Father, not you, Father. You, Father.
Then there's Jeff Pinkner, who wrote the 2 new Jumanji movies. I hear they're pretty decent. I haven't seen them myself. But Jeff Pinkner was also an executive producer on the Cowboy Bebop remake. The first Venom movie, released in the 30th anniversary of Venom's debut in Marvel Comics. And the movie starts with a spacecraft crashing to Earth and the symbiote breaking free. John Jameson is the astronaut who survived the shuttle crash. In the Marvel Comics, he becomes Man-Wolf after finding the Moonstone on the moon, which attaches to him similar to a symbiote. Just like this guy, there's a bunch of people from the comics peppered in throughout these movies. That's part of the fun, I think, for a comic book reader when they go and watch a movie like this. They like to try and find some Easter eggs that might have been in the comics. I think in some instances, the filmmakers make that, like, the priority. They try...
So, just a quick little ditty on Diddy in what life is like for him. Prior to today, because he was looking at life without parole, like in federal prison. Being in the metro, which I think is where it is no fucking fake. It's just, they were cleaning doors, they don't have a comfortable mattress, they don't have rubber blankets, they don't have a steel toilet that stays right next to your bed that smells like they were just put in there.
Room service is declared with all order. Room service is declared with all order. Room service is declared with all order. And story as the self-six.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Breaking news! Breaking news! The verdict is in on the Sean P. Diddler, P. Diddler poems. Hot Daddy. Why do I have Tourette's when I say his name? I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not lathered up in baby oil. But the verdict is in, and we're going to go through the verdict, we're going to go through sentencing, and we're going to go through his post-verdict motion. But before we do that, this episode is brought to you by AskAlawyer.com. AskAlawyer.com is a very effective way to get an opinion from a living, breathing, and yes, we have hearts. If you have a problem with your landlord, if you have any kind of contract dispute, if you have a criminal problem, if you have a civil problem, if you have any kind of case you think you need some advice on, go to AskAlawyer.com for only $39. Guess what? You get sound advice, and you can be told, look, you don't have a plan, Grandma. You know, sit back down, go back to the basement, pick your toenails, and I'll make you some slop, okay? I don't do that to my grandma. She eats steak every night. Or, you know, you don't have a plan, because if you don't have a plan, you need to know it. Why would you waste money on pursuing something that you really don't have a legal claim to? Conversely, if you do have, you know, something worth fighting for, they can get you started. And it's the same people that brought you e-forms and e-signs, so you know they're quality folks. So go to AskAlawyer.com, and if you're doing your own legal research, they have an AI component trained on all of the things. Okay, Sean Diddler, he was found guilty of only the Mann Act charges. Those are the transportation across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. Now, we're going to get into what the guidelines are on those counts, but let's talk a little bit about the RICO and the sex trafficking counts. Those three counts, not guilty. And I have to admit, I was wrong, and some of you beautiful people out there were so eloquent in how you pointed out that I was wrong. I wasn't the only talking head. But you never know. You never know what a jury's going to do. This wasn't a domestic violence case. I mean, there's domestic violence in it. Legal research, they have an AI component trained on. Why would you waste money on pursuing something that you really don't have a legal claim to? Conversely, if you do have, you know, something worth fighting for, they can get you started. And it's the same people that brought you e-forms and e-signs, so you know they're quality folks. So go to AskAlawyer.com, and if you're doing your own legal research, they have an AI component trained on all of these things. Okay, Sean Diddler, he was found guilty of only the Mann Act charges. Those are the transportation across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. Now, we're going to get into what the guidelines are on those counts, but let's talk a little bit about the RICO and the sex trafficking act charges. Those are the transportation, you have an AI component trained on all of these things. Okay, Sean Diddler, he was found guilty of only the Mann Act charges. Those are the transportation across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. Now, we're going to get into what the guidelines are on those counts, but let's talk a little bit about the RICO and the sex trafficking counts. Those three counts, not guilty. And I have to admit, I was wrong, and some of you beautiful people out there were so eloquent in how you pointed out that I was wrong. I wasn't the only talking head that was wrong. But you never know. You never know what a jury's going to do. This wasn't a domestic violence case. I mean, there was domestic violence in it, and the defense was really smart to paint it as that. But that bit them in the ass in the end, trying to get him out, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But they conceded the violence. Yeah, he's a violent guy. This was a violent dispute between two adults, that happens almost every day, and it's really a misdemeanor what happened. But he's not charged with domestic violence. But that's what that was. And one of the other things that they attacked on Cassie Ventura and then the other woman is the consensual nature of their involvement. You had text messages from Cassie saying, "I can't wait for the free call." I still can't get over how much they had to fucking pay to fix hotel rooms because there's so much oil. Anyway, sorry about that. I digress. The jury rejected the RICO. One of the elements of RICO was that there's an enterprise, and a conspiracy to commit criminal acts between two or more people. The defense hit home the element of consent. And there was plenty of evidence that Cassie Ventura and the other guys, they consented. There was all kinds of text messages. There was all kinds of conduct. And it just didn't seem to fit or match what she was saying. The other thing that I think hurt the government in this case is the fact that Cassie, I thought initially that the money part of it wouldn't really benefit the defense because she's already gotten paid. Is she a tainted witness now?
So
But think about it this way: during
that
the whole
one there.
relationship, she's
Okay.
getting something.
Lock these two.
He gave her her phone. She could leave whenever she wanted. She was getting something.
Move this
He was
one up.
getting money, promoting her music, and he was a powerful dude in the community, so she's getting status as well.
Move this
So,
one over.
from that standpoint, she's sticking by her man, even though she's being mistreated. I don't think the jury believed what she had to say. I didn't sit in court. So one of the things is, I'm here at 30,000 feet, kind of guessing, like everybody else, right? And the sex trafficking, those were 15-year mandatory minimum sentences. And when I say mandatory minimum, I mean the judge doesn't have the authority and cannot go below the mandatory minimum unless he's got some other either cooperation agreement or there's a safety valve too.
Close.
May or may not probably not in this case because it's a crime of violence. It's a violent thing. So where are we at? We've got 2 counts of the man basically transporting somebody across the line for the purpose of prostitution. What does that mean for Mr. Diddler? It means that, first of all, there's a statutory maximum of 10 years. People are saying, he's looking at 20 years. So now he's been acquitted of the most major charges where he was looking at life on the RICO, right? Those guidelines were through the roof. In this case, you've got 2 counts, and they're from 2 separate dates. So to begin with, the court will have the power to do one of 2 things. Either sentence them to a crime, or sentence them.
I can't.
The government in this case is going to
Hold on.
ask for significant sentence. Because he was acquitted of these serious charges, the defense made a motion to have him released pending sentencing. Because if you go at the very low end of the guidelines, it's like 14 months. And here's where it gets kind of tricky. So it is a change in circumstances in the sense that you're no longer looking at life. So there's, and you've heard it from every talking head already, what the judge considers when talking about bail. So it's risk of flight and danger to retirement, basically those 2 things. And one of the things that the judge asked the parties to do is to write a brief, at 1 o'clock. And so get a brief in here by 1 o'clock, we'll decide it here at 5 o'clock. So that's what happened. And the judge denied the bail. Now here's what I think kind of bit the defense in the ass. In the trial, they conceded the violent nature of Mr. Combs. This is not a RICO case. This is a domestic violence case. Is he a bad guy? Is he a violent guy? Yes. Guess what the judge said? He's violent. You conceded the violence. So I'm not going to let him out. So he denied the release. And that's not really a surprise, honestly.
No, that moves that up. And moves this over. So you can't. It can move horizontally, but it can't be moved back up.
So if you look at the guidelines, I believe that the government is of the opinion. There's a couple different ways you can go about it. Under a certain provision of the guidelines, he could be a level 14. If he's a level 14 with 0 or 1 criminal history point, then he's a 15 to 21 months. If you add coercion onto that, which the jury sort of rejected, then it's 27 to 33 months. However, if you go with the other part of this, the guidelines, and this is what the government is doing, it's 51 to 63 months. And that's the number that I think you guys should look at. Because the government is telling the court that he is looking at 51 to 63 months, so he's looking at significant prison time, and we should keep him in prison. Okay, and the judge did that. Let me just tell you what the judge said. Even if the defendant was solely required to show that he is not a danger to the community, he could not meet that burden. Prior to trial, the court denied bail and sees no reason to reverse that now. The defense conceded the defendant's violence. Well, they did that and they won the day, but they lost this whole thing about it. And here's the thing. He gets credit for the time that he's doing now anyway. So let's just calculate. Let's say he gets middle of the guideline. Let's say he gets 58 months. So you take 58 months times 0.85, and that equals 49 months minus 10 months, 39 months, a little over 39 months. That's likely about the amount of time. And then if he does a drug and alcohol program, it's called a DAP program, if he qualifies. It might be a crime of violence. No, it's not. It's an annex. So you minus 12 off of that, and now you're looking at basically 2 years. But he still has to do 2 years. He's going to go to prison. He is going to prison. Now, what should the judge do differently than this? The judge could say, this is ridiculous. Your conduct, Mr. Cole, is so above and beyond the pale that a message needs to be sent to everyone watching this trial. Although you're not supposed to really take into account how the sentence. But the judge can take into account acquitted conduct. Doesn't seem fair, does it? I mean, wait a second. I was acquitted of that shit over there. Now you're going to hold it against me over here? The guidelines are advisory. And unless the judge is so off the wall, he can make his determination as to what the guideline factors are. He's not bound by what probation says or what the defense or the government's arguments are. So the judge could sentence him higher or lower. He's not going to sentence him lower. I mean, this case just had the yuck factors. You got drugs, you got violence, you got sex, you got willing sex, unwilling sex, who knows? But it's just got those yuck factors. And Nicolone tells the court, Your Honor has a lot of information from presiding over the trial. We want the sentencing as soon as possible. Other Mann Act cases, there's nothing remotely similar to this. So the judge said sentencing Friday, October 3rd at 10 a.m. I'm willing to expedite it. We would like to expedite it. We will need an expedited pre-sentence report from probation, but I will be available any time. So he's going to sit till October 3rd. One of the things they do now is probation will meet with Holmes and his attorney. They'll go over his background, they'll go over his finances, they'll go over his criminal background, how he was brought up, what he's been doing for his career. They'll go over the offense conduct, which he may or may not speak about. Here's the other thing. You know, he didn't testify, so he's not going to get an obstruction. He might be able to get a point or two for acceptance of responsibility that might reduce his guideline calculation. So that's something that nobody's really talking about. He can't get the full 3 points, but he might be able to get 2 points if during his interview he accepts responsibility for the Mann Act charges, which he might as well, because those are about as clear as day, right? And he doesn't have to appeal the other charges because those are gone. He was acquitted. So he's only facing the 2 Mann Act charges. And those are so manageable. They'll be out in no time. They'll sit down with probation. Probation will create this report. After probation creates a report, they give it to the parties, then you can file what they call objections. So let's say they get something wrong, like in the criminal history, or the address, or financial, or some other thing they get wrong, in the pre-sentence investigation. Or they get some of the guideline calculations wrong, or you don't agree with it. You file objections with probation, you try to work those out. If you can't work them out, they know your objections. Then you get the final pre-sentence investigation, and when you get that, the court will hear from both sides, and both sides present their arguments in writing with a position paper. You go through the guideline calculation, you go through the 3553A factors, those are all the sentencing factors. The purpose of sentencing, not to diminish the seriousness of the offense, the public. It's just a whole list of factors. This was a really interesting trial. And the defense really took a gamble in not putting their client on and not putting on any witnesses. There were a couple witnesses, a couple of assistants who said they didn't commit any crimes and the government had them on their witness list but didn't put them on trial. And I think the defense mentioned that in their closing, where are these people? That he co-conspired or co-conspired. There's no co-conspiracy. Which you don't have in a case like this. I think it was overcharged and undertried by the government. And I know that's kind of unconventional because what it was, a 7-week trial with 34 witnesses. But the thing about it is, when you don't have a clear message, I don't think they really did have a clear message. RICO is meant for, making money, and it's having a conspiring to gain something through illegal activity. I mean, it was meant for the mom. That's where everything was created. And I think the jury just didn't thought this is really the inner workings of somebody's personal life. It's disgusting. It might be criminal sexual conduct. Would the state of New York pick it up? Would probably not after it's been through this. But it didn't help her, I don't think, that she demanded 20 million, and she was getting housing, she was getting money and furs, and she's the girl. So she's sticking around. Why is she sticking around? She's sticking around for the life, right? And she loved it. I was on a panel with Pierce Morgan earlier today.
Bruce Willis, I mean, you were very confident that he was going to go down to prison for the rest of his natural life. That is clearly not going to happen. So how do you feel about this verdict?
Well, I think the case was overcharged to begin with, and what the defense did in this case, they really focused on the free will of Cassie Ventura. I don't remember the name of the gal who was on there, but she was talking about the Me Too movement and how these women aren't heard, or believed or whatever, and she's just crying in her beer about it. And it's like, wait a second. These women that testified had a full and fair opportunity to be heard. If you are making an allegation, your allegation has got to withstand scrutiny. So Cassie Ventura had her day in court. She went up against a very, very adept legal team, and guess what? She lost. And the government lost. The government wins like 90 to 75% of the federal government. You've got the FBI, you've got the DEA, you've got Homeland Security with unlimited resources. So one of the, in conceding violence, one of the things that the judge said, you concede violence in your closing. Whether that's relevant to sentencing is not for today, but it can be considered on a bail application. And then Agnifilo says, in June 2024, there's an argument that Mr. Combs was defending himself. Give me a fucking break. Who believes that? And then the judge says, Mr. Combs tried to get into a batterers program in New York. The jury never heard that. Then he got arrested. All these months later, here we are. The same drive to meet head on, the same self-respecting businessman he is. So when you look at this whole thing, if he tried to get into a batterers program, that was probably about the time that he gave the note mea culpa. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for Cassie. I'm trying to pay somebody off to hide the video. Shit. You just care how you're perceived. That's kind of a landscape in a nutshell. And I'm just trying to explain things to you in as plain language as I can. So one of the things when you can Google the federal sentencing guidelines, at the top there's criminal history categories 1 through 6, and then they have offense levels 1 through 43. Then you can see what the guideline range is in all these. And if it's a 24, it's 51 to 63 months with 0 or 1 criminal history. And that's what it sounds like. That's what the government's going to ask for. That would be
there you go.
But I would suspect they might even be asking for a
all there, right?
Yeah,
no, you do not.
So we'll keep an eye on it, and I appreciate all the comments, even the harsh ones. You know who you are, right? And I'm not right all the time, and nobody is. We take guesses on this stuff. The RICO part of this is not that hard to prove, but it is designed for a different type of case. So these were personal habits of Mr. Holmes, right? I mean, he wasn't in the business of sex trafficking. He wasn't in the business of lathering up a male prostitute and watching him fuck his girlfriend. So just a quick little ditty on Diddy and what life was like for him. Prior to today, his heart was pounding. His heart was pounding. His heart was pounding. His heart was pounding. Because he was looking at life without parole, like in federal prison. Being in the metro, which I think that's where he was, Is no fucking picnic. You know, you're playing indoors. You don't have a comfortable mattress. You don't have a warm blanket. You have a steel toilet that's right next to your bed that smells like what you just put in there, and it's not fun. However, today is a different day than yesterday. Why is that? Because there's an end in sight. You know, he doesn't know how much time he's going to get. Has no clue. Nobody does. The judge probably has some reason. When we get to sentencing, the prosecutor will make their argument, right? And then the defense makes their argument, and then they'll have and after that, they'll have victim impact. They may have victim impact. And then Holmes gets the final word. And then after that, the judge announces the sentence. It'll be interesting to see how the judge comes to the conclusion that he does, because this has the yuck factor to it, but at the same time, you can't be so swayed by what was going on that you over-sentence. So you'll look at all those 3553A factors. That's a statute. Look it up, and we'll apply those, and that's kind of how he'll drive the sentence. We'll keep following this. October 3rd is when the sentencing is, and make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, go to clrbruceburgers.com for all your merch needs. Nick is sitting in the dark room by himself, just twiddling his thumbs. They're getting fit. We'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Rap.
So, Jay, we are here to talk about a classic movie that mixes live action with traditional animation and gets together many different franchises. I'm, of course, talking about Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers. I thought we were here to talk about Space Jam, A New Legacy. Of course, I'm kidding. I'm really talking about Ready Player One. That's what I wanted to mention. I'm talking about Who Framed Roger Rabbit. This is like the precursor to this IP puke fest we have now. Look, it's Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse in the same frame. But that's quaint, and that's as far as it goes. Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Not the Iron Giant and Christine and Mad Max and Godzilla
And Chucky.
Chucky and Freddy Krueger and everything. It's everything. Here's Luke Skywalker too. He's next to Captain Picard.
I've only ever seen. I haven't seen Space Jam: A New Legacy, but I've seen like still images from it, and every frame looks like a nightmare. There's like Danny DeVito penguin next to the rapists from A Clockwork Orange, and it's like, why is this in a cartoon? It all started with a quaint little film called Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I don't know if we should put the blame on that movie, but I feel like it not intentionally started anything. That's how forest fires happen. I mean, you're just having a nice camping trip. It's the best weekend of your life with all your friends, a nice little campfire, and smoldering ashes. You catch on the ground, spreads the trees, and suddenly it's burnt down Yellowstone National Park. You monster. Who Framed Roger Rabbit is perfect. It perfectly executes what it is. It is the blending of like classic film noir with the classic animated shorts of the 30s and 40s. Yes, and the two things are merged seamlessly using then at the time state of the art special effects and filmmaking technology. in a way that's never been seen before.
Hold still, will you?
Does it help?
Yeah, thanks.
What a goddamn pain in the ass this entire movie must have been to make. And you look at it now and you're like,
You can't ever
the gun would have been CGI. Like, it would have been, it's so much easier.
I want to get back here.
I don't want to shit because CGI is good. CGI has finally got a place for that. I don't think it will. But Roger Rabbit was from an era when it was actually fun to watch making of videos. Yes. Making of videos now just got the wire. But like, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Like that Ink and Paint Club. They had to build that set 8 feet off the ground.
I swear, it shows.
So animators could run around underneath because they have these slots running along with a pole. Just
I'm so stupid.
holding out ice cream trays. And God bless them for the effort they put. What makes the movie really, really fucking work is the interaction with the animated characters with objects. Like, it would have been so much easier and cheaper to just have penguins walking around animated through trains. Yeah. But they went through the effort to get like this whole fucking custom set built. This is somebody who ran around with a pole underneath the set. Mm-hmm. And the bartender on that scene is an octopus, so they just have like all these different items on strings. Yeah, and it's funny too because you watch it now, you can see like as much effort that went into the movie. You can tell the parts where they're like exhausted and they're like, "Fuck it, it's good enough." Where like when Eddie Valiant's in Toontown, he's got his cartoon gun. But then there's like one wide shot where it's just like a real prop gun that's meant to look like a cartoon gun. Like it's a wide shot. Fuck it, we can't do this anymore. I understand the animators were very impressed. I know there was like deadlines that they were barely meeting to get this thing out the door. Yeah, that's kind of like when that's your whole concept for the movie. It seems like you probably shouldn't rush that aspect of it. I'm sure it was not easy. I know back in the day before Roger Rabbit, when they wanted to integrate animated things with live action people, I understand the camera was usually on lockdown. Yeah, and that's the important thing to point out is that this existed before Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But yeah, it's like you think of like Mary Poppins, Disney's Pride and Joy, Song of the South. I saw that in the theater. They re-released it as recently as the 80s because I saw it. They re-released it in theaters. So they weren't trying to bury it quite yet. Because right now that thing's in the secret Disney vault. Yeah. What's in the vault? In the vaults. There's the fake vault that's used for just marketing purposes, and then there's the real vaults. Song of the South, Walt Disney's head, and they're down there. But yeah, it's like, a lot of lockdown shots. Still, I'm sure it's a pain in the ass to do, but that's where Robert Zemeckis comes in. And action. Who, for a good long stretch, from like the 80s all the way up to like the early 2000s, he was constantly making movies that really pushed forward like filmmaking techniques and special effects, all the way up to those hideous motion capture movies. Polar Express. You
Kid.
Yeah. But it was, that was a big advancement in special effects. It looks creepy and terrible now, but actually a big part of that really shit that
What's the experience? Oh, this counts as everything. Oh, that's good to know. You damn shovel. As you.
Makes this movie interesting or good. But
Slot.
starting with like Back to the Future, up to those movies, and he's still making movies, and they're kind of hit and miss. But I think those motion capture movies broke his brain. This was kind of the height of his power. You had Back to the Future and this, and Jesus Christ, those fucking movies amazing. This is sandwiched in between the first Back to the Future and Part 2 and 3, which were shot simultaneously. Yeah, he was using a lot of motion control cameras, which would go and use even more in the Back to the Future sequels, and all those Michael J. Foxes in the same frame. Because that's another like kind of old school technique of you have
That's interesting.
most of the parts is do a split screen. It's flat. static shot.
Camera lockdown.
Yes.
It's really easy.
So you can do it. And Robert Zemeckis is like, fuck that shit. I want to shoot every scene like I would just shoot any other scene for any ordinary movie. So many great, not just the moving camera, but like rack focusing. There's the part outside of Arcade Martin's office when Jessica Rabbit smacks Roger in the hand. She's in the foreground and she looks up the window, and the rack focuses from her to the window. And it's like, that's how you would shoot it with just a normal actor. So all these little things that just add up to this feeling like a normal movie where you're always aware you're watching cartoons, but you kind of forget about it because the story is so strong.
They went the extra mile to make the cartoons feel like they were a part of the real world. Like, you think of it as being, this is traditional animation, but like, it's shaded in a way that traditional animation like, almost never is.
Yeah.
But really, the animation process was very much like a photographic sound. It's where we took many different levels of animation, whether it was just the animation performance itself, the shadow mask, or the tone masks that we call them, and we experimented with those masks by putting color through them on the color film stock.
Right? Because they're mixing this with film noir, and they needed occasionally Roger Rabbit to be in shadow, and parts of him to be lit dramatically.
I always think of the shot when he's in the alleyway looking at the pictures of Jessica Rabbit, and he's like crying, and there's like this red neon light shining on him. It's not just like flat 2D animation in a live action world.
Like the hidden room in the bar, the prohibition secret room.
Yeah.
And like Roger Rabbit hits the light ceiling and it's swinging. And through that entire fucking scene, they're going out of the way to animate the shadows moving on Roger.
I'm just picturing everybody in the animation department just hating Robert Zemeckis. Every day they look at dailies and they're just
Slugs.
We should start with the story, based on a book that nobody's ever read.
Do you know anything about the book?
I read up on it because I didn't. I know it's called Who Censored Roger Rabbit. It's barely connected to the movie, aside from the three characters of Roger Rabbit, Jessica Rabbit, and Baby Herman.
They're not cartoon characters. They're comic strip characters.
Yeah.
And in the book, it's described like they speak with speech bubbles that physically appear over their heads.
Yeah. Kind of interesting, I guess. Kind of weird. I don't think that would translate to a movie.
It sounds
Wow.
fucking weird. Like Roger Rabbit is murdered in the book, and the Roger Rabbit that teams
Well,
up with Eddie Valiant.
you've cut yourself off 8 reviews. A lot of reviews.
Yeah.
Probably a lot more than that.
Characters can make clones of
Got the
themselves
key
to
card.
do stunts. And then once the stunt is done,
Oh, I had the key
the
card.
clone just disappears.
That was the last one.
And so
Alright.
they have to solve the murder of Roger Rabbit before the Roger Rabbit clone disappears.
Oh, he was murdered by a wish-granting genie.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Yeah, he's murdered by a genie that Eddie Valiant defeats by throwing him into a fish tank. That's in the book.
Oh. So yeah, they looked at the book and they said, well, we like Roger Rabbit as a character. We like the... And it took place in modern times, too. It was period piece. So they said, let's take those couple elements from the book that we like and then just recycle the plot of Chinatown. Which I didn't get as a kid. I never saw Chinatown until I was in like my mid-20s. And I'm watching it for the first time, and this, Chinatown is like one of the most famous movies of all time. Some people consider it one of the greatest movies ever made. And I'm watching it for the first time, and it's like, this is Roger Rabbit. It's such a weird revelation. I had no clue.
That's false.
But yeah, I think Chinatown is technically the late 30s, but we'll say 40s, LA, film noir, detective story about a private investigator that's
This
hired
can't be
to look
true,
into
him.
the infidelities, married couple, and it opens up to a much larger mystery.
Well, if it can't be true and false, then it's false.
What's going on in LA?
So this is your true false. This is true.
City planning. And the weird thing is, I just found this out.
So it's in the white box.
No one has either confirmed or denied this, but the story is that Chinatown was originally planned to have a couple of sequels, and each one would be focusing on a different actual
Oh, aquarium again. Going through in the clutch aquarium.
LA and what kind of formed LA into the city that it is now.
And I got
So
food.
Chinatown's about water company, and they
Well,
eventually
at least
did
we
make
don't
a
have to
sequel.
worry about
But
that.
the third one was supposed to be about
Too bad I
the
don't have any
solution
keys.
of the railway system and the creation of freeways, and the company was called Cloverleaf. Well, when were they going to make that? So Two Jakes, that came out in the 90s. That was after Roger Rabbit,
Yeah,
oddly enough.
yeah.
But the original concept, supposedly, this was all planned kind of at the same time, like when they were making the first Chinatown movie. So it's like they never made that movie, so the writers of Roger Rabbit
I'll start in the
take
pantry.
that. If the stories are true.
Rank
Yeah,
1.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, we got this neat idea where a rabbit teams up with a detective, but the book sucks. And you got a story you're not using?
Who needs a car in LA? We got the best public transportation system in the world.
It's a random key laying around or something.
And that's what makes the movie work too, is the real world stuff. There are, except for a couple of nitpicks I have, for the most part, the movie has rules as far as how the live action world and the animated world interact. And the real world is real. Eddie Valiant is a real person who has a real tragic backstory that involves two, but everything with his character and his background is treated so sincerely. And that's what really kind of like makes the whole thing work.
It's slightly. You get to his office, and Eddie Valley is very much, he's part of the real world, but even his office, like his brother's half of the office, covered with like dust and spiderweb.
It's great.
It's great.
Spiderweb's maybe a little too much, but that shot when he goes into his office and sits down and just pans across their like entire history together as brother detectives, it's like a wonderful piece of like visual filmmaking. And the fact that it not only gets back up,
You got the H.
it's now the next day. It all is happening in this one continuous shot. You have effects. I understand it's which I think I haven't seen Chinatown in a while, but I think that's another Chinatown aspect in that.
Alright.
Jack Nicholson
Well,
used to be a cop.
for fun,
Partner
see, we would have.
Chinatown. So he's always kind of like resented Chinatown because of that. He tuned down this. Really need to see
Drax again. Damn.
You're gonna watch it. You're just gonna be thinking about Roger Rabbit.
I mean, they can do worse.
Wait.
I can watch Roger Rabbit, this obviously, but I have a big smile about this entire movie. I'm gonna say I watched
Yeah, dude, it's Drax's for sure, 100%. Maybe the other one wasn't.
The animation's great, and you know, if you're a kid and you like cartoons, back in more Looney Tunes, Tex Avery stuff than the boring Disney stuff. Mickey Mouse. Here's what
I'll make them up. That's the biggest property of this movie is that it's a Disney movie.
Yeah.
And this movie is effectively a love letter to worlds.
You can take me laid out of that cup at any time. The character Roger Rabbit is intentionally adult. And if you're an adult, kind of cynical, kid cartoons, those are for kids. So you're essentially in the shoes of Eddie Valiant. So it's okay that all this stuff is kidding in the movie, because that's his point of view too. But this tells a real story. It's like going with the real world stuff. It's a real world story about city corruption.
Well, I mean, also for like just a noir detective story, it's all of the things it needs to have. It's got the damsel, the sexy yet dangerous femme fatale.
Yes.
You've got the fallen hero. You know, it's kind of on bad times. He's drunk. He's in the gutter. It's a perfect noir story, and it is also a perfect zany Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah.
With a wacky rabbit.
And there's murder in it.
Yes.
I forgot about the shot when R.K. Maroon gets shot and killed. He's got his thigh stuck in this like editing machine, but the gun comes in and shoots him, and we just cut to a shot of him just there dead.
There we go
I
again.
forgot about that shot. I'm like, wow. That is why this is Touchstone and not Disney. Yes.
I'm assuming a lot of people don't, like, a lot of younger people might not know this, because this is back in the day when the Disney brand, strictly children's stuff. Like Disney Channel, Mickey Mouse Club, Versus Knows It All? Is that one of the Disney things?
That was Nickelodeon.
Is that Nickelodeon?
And it wasn't a cartoon.
I don't fucking know. But they held that like Disney for kids was like a sacred freaking thing. And when Disney wanted to not be Disney, they would label it Touchstone.
That was for their PG properties.
Yes.
It was mostly like stuff like Sister Act. It's like anyone can watch Sister Act, but Sister Act is too risque. for Disney's core audience they were catering to at that time. Yeah. Which was uptight housewives. Shit for their children to watch. Right. The live action Winnie the Pooh TV show. Did you ever see that? No. The people in big costumes. I'm convinced that show is what started a lot of people's furry fetishes. This movie probably started the show fetishes and stuff. Well, you don't want to Google Jessica Rabbit Rule 34. You don't want to do that. I'm telling you right now, don't do that. But her dimensions are so absurd with that tiny little waist. And then, of course, as a kid, all the boob jokes.
Nice movies, right?
The risque humor of a PG movie when you're a little kid. Baby Herman said, damn, or whatever he said. He said he's got a 3-year-old Winky.
I've been trying to make him quit, but he just won't listen to me.
What do you know, you dumb broad? You got the IQ of a rattle.
And who's that lady he's with out in the hallway to Eddie's office? That's the woman who works for him that he sexually harasses constantly. And it's a joke. Yeah. Well, that works too, where it's like this is a bygone era. So it's a movie about a bygone era that is now a product of a bygone era in terms of like filmmaking and special effects. You're never gonna get Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse in the same shot. That was good. That was the equivalent. It's like that. This movie, the Looney Tunes mixed with the Disney characters and some non-Disney characters. A lot of man, Betty Boop. Every animated thing is in this. But I mean, that'd be like today if they made Marvel versus DC. And yeah. I think this speaks to the amount of clout, pure amount of clout that Steven Spielberg had at that era. Yeah. Him and Robert Zemeckis, I'm sure Back to the Future didn't hurt. Back to the Future didn't hurt, but I'm sure Spielberg at that time was Spielberg produced Back to the Future. That's true, yeah. Along with also producing this is Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy, who did like Indiana Jones movies. And then Robert Zemeckis directing. Everyone is like at the top of their game, except I looked up the writers. Like, who wrote this movie? This is like a perfect script as far as like setups and payoffs and just the story and the tone in general. And I think a lot of that may have to be attributed to Robert Zemeckis because yeah, because the actual script, like the guys that wrote it, is two guys who've done like nothing but crap before or since. They wrote one of the Shrek sequels, not even Shrek. One of the first sequels, and like Wild Wild West with Will Smith, because they have a really like spotty screenwriting career. So I don't know how they pulled this out of their ass, but I'm assuming a lot of what works can be attributed to Robert Zemeckis. Is there any movie that doesn't work? Well, I mentioned the kind of reality of the movie and like the way that the humans and the cartoons interact. There's a couple bits in Toontown. And Eddie goes to Toontown. You mentioned Yuki Dog. He goes on the elevator and then like the gravitational shifts causes him to squish. Like he's still a person. Like we're breaking our own rules that the movie set up. Why would him being in this other section of town cause him to have Toon-like attributes? So that bothers me. I am okay with the rules being different in Toontown because they only really do that in Toontown. Like, why? I don't know. It's a minor thing. Like I said, it's a minor nitpick, but it's like everything else in the movie feels like it's so like perfectly thought out as far as how these two worlds interact. I mean, you see like a squished pancake on the ground. And like, if it were really funny, then maybe I would let it go. But it's not really. It just looks weird. I have a nitpick, and it's a very Rich Evans type nitpick. I despise excessive coincidence. And it's always driven me nuts that Christopher Lloyd, Judge Doom, is coincidentally the same Toon that killed Eddie Valiant's brother. Holy smoke, he's a Toon! That kind of rubbed me the wrong way. That's kind of a coincidence. I guess, okay, that's fair, but it's a great third act twist to bring that all together, to tie Eddie's backstory into what's currently happening. I can let that go. I love the entirety of the third act. The idea of setting the finale of this movie in the Acme factory. Yeah, Acme is an actual person. Acme is an actual person. Just seeing the Acme factory, the famous Acme factory, was genius. Yeah. Because you have all fight, most of which have been set up earlier. We set up the gavel with the boxing glove on it. We set up the hole that you can just throw anywhere, and now it's a hole. That's another part where it kind of breaks the reality, where Eddie Valiant is like jumping on the pogo stick and gets his head stuck on the overhead lights. It's a little too cartoony for reality.
It's perfect for his character though, because Eddie Valiant's character was after the death of his brother, he has lost his sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
So of course he gets teamed up with a zany cartoon character.
Classic stuff.
And in order to save the day at the end of the movie, Eddie has to embrace his inner clown to make the weasels laugh to death. Which is also set up brilliantly.
Yeah. And the one moment that I love is one of the weasels is dying. His ghost is leaving his body, and he's like desperately trying to pull it back in. The most unbelievable thing in the entire movie is Bob Hoskins' terrible American accent.
Are you legit saying it's a terrible American accent?
I'm going to say it's inconsistent.
Not too many refrigerators strapped on his head. Don't bust a button, Dolores. You're really going to blow left. I hate Kokomo. It's very nice this time of the year.
He's trying something, but I don't know what it is.
He's no Dr. House.
Yes.
That is probably the best non-American American accent. Non-American doing American accent.
Yeah.
But I'm fine.
It's fine because I'm glad that they cast someone like him in the role. Because there's another version of this movie where you cast like a comedian, picturing like if they put like Robin Williams or something, where they're playing up, or some more contemporary, like the Jim Carrey. He's in those Sonic movies. Sonic also is a running gag, and the Chip and Dale Drop period roommate.
They don't like me for who I am. No. The internet got one look at my human teeth and burned the place down.
Not the worst gag. It's actually kind of funny. The fact that he's like an actual character in that movie and not just a one-off gag. I'm ugly Sonic, and now he's like working conventions. It's pretty funny.
I need to. I don't know. I didn't finish the movie.
That's fine.
I don't know if it's funny. I don't know if it's just trying too hard.
Well, it's definitely trying to be Roger Rabbit, but it doesn't have that balance. It's definitely aimed more at kids, which is weird because it's referencing an era of animation that kids today don't know anything about. It's like those 90s Disney blocks of like the DuckTales and Rescue Rangers and Darkwing Duck. Tailspin, yeah.
That's when Disney was doing the afternoon cartoon thing.
It's not like Roger Rabbit works because all those like Looney Tunes and Disney stuff never went away. It's like timeless. And so as a kid, like I knew who all these characters were. I knew everything they were referencing. The fact that it's a period piece helps because it's like the golden age of hand-drawn animation was probably like the 40s, that era of the Disney feature films and Looney Tunes shorts and all that stuff.
And Chuck Jones was at his best.
Yeah. And this movie is like, I mean, there was still a lot of like, that was kind of the renaissance of Disney movies too. It was like Lion King and Little Mermaid. It was kind of right after this movie came out.
My favorite Disney shit was like this late 80s to mid 90s. We have Roger Rabbit up through Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, well, they had that. I mean, obviously, those the old Cinderella, the classic ones. And then, yeah, they kind of had a dip. They weren't doing much good stuff. And then this movie onward through the 90s, it was like, yeah, Lion King and Aladdin
Beauty
was a big one.
and the Beast.
And it's as a kid, like, obviously I watched cartoons, but animation at that point, and especially the shit I was watching, was like Saturday morning cartoons, which are so poorly made. Like the Ninja Turtles cartoon, where from shot to shot their masks would change color. They were just like in like Transformers. They were all just like 30-minute commercials, basically.
The Game Master.
And so then this movie comes out, and it's this beautiful, like detailed, hand-drawn animation, and it was like mind-blowing, and all the detail, and all the like the opening short film. The movie wisely starts with a Roger Rabbit short that we then pull out of. Like it's so well animated, and that the kitchen that it takes place in like changes size depending on the gag. Like when he's running around in circles throughout the kitchen is gigantic.
And he's running around. no reason the kitchen's an oval.
Yeah, because that's what works for the joke, because it's a cartoon.
Yeah. It's the distillation of that era of cartoon, and it sets up what the movie is.
If you're some fucking weirdo that's never seen a cartoon before, this is it. And then they perfectly set up the world where they pull out from the
Just kind of magically cut. It's a set.
Yeah. The director is Joel Silver, famous producer of like Die Hard and the Lethal Weapon movies. It is sort of weird that when they pull out, all of a sudden the set isn't animated anymore. But
it's not animated, but they wisely made it look as animated as they could. Like everything is like just
yeah, and they have that great gag with the legs, with the mother of the house. So it's just like animatronic legs.
So it's like some guy on like stilts, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Seeing behind the scenes of the movie magic, where Baby Herman is once again sexually harassing someone.
You know what? I'll stand by that. That's a good joke. And it do happen. I actually do highly recommend checking out just behind the scenes stuff for Roger Rabbit, because just how they made this movie is so fun.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned before, behind the scenes stuff now. Not to put down people that do special effects now.
They do amazing work.
They do amazing work, but it's not exciting to watch someone sit at a computer.
It's not as creative making it, but just the weird shit they would have to do back in the day.
The problem solving. Yeah, it's really like amazing how much of this holds together as well as it does.
And this is back before acting with nothing was common.
Have you ever seen the it's a little clip of behind the scenes from the first Hobbit movie? And it's Ian McKellen, completely surrounded by green, and he has like a nervous breakdown.
I got absolutely miserable and had a little cry to myself. I didn't realise that the microphone I was wearing was open so everybody could hear me.
You have to hand it to Bob Hoskins, because you watch the movie, you don't notice that because he does it enough. You don't notice it.
He has great chemistry with Roger Rabbit, who wasn't there when they made the movie. Although Charles Fleischer was there, the voice of Roger Rabbit, there was a little cameo in that Chip and Dale movie. But he was on set in a rabbit suit the entire making of this movie, and it seems to have been his idea, and I think he's a crazy person. Have you ever seen interviews and stuff with him? He comes across a little unhinged.
Well, I've just approached this like I approach anyone. I consider this to be a voiceover. If anything, it had to be categorized as off-camera acting.
I do.
When I first heard that he was on set every day in the rabbit suit, I thought it was a joke. But I've seen this confirmed in too many different places for now to not believe it.
Yeah.
And dear God, maybe probably a human being, but I think he would have irritated the hell out of me. That's like shades of Jared Leto as the Joker.
Yeah.
Sending people garbage in the mail because he's trying to stay in character. Don't do that shit.
Yeah, fuck off, Morbius.
Oh, fuck off.
Jared Leto.
You're an actor.
He's a big idiot. I do love, though, that the Morbius movie was like a giant flop, and then it became a meme. And the studio thought they were taking advantage of the meme by re-releasing the movie, and then it flopped again. That may be one of my favorite Hollywood stories of all time. Now that that's happened, we can stop putting Jared Leto in movies. Just stop. We're done.
Pray and pry don't work.
Yeah, speaking of performances, we got Christopher Lloyd in the movie. It was great. I didn't realize as a kid that was
Hand in hands?
I mean,
Could be.
As a villain, isn't he a little bit too cartoony?
Yep. Hand in hands.
That is one thing we're rewatching it now as an adult.
I did.
This is
I got the same letter but different pictures
yeah,
last
it's so
time.
ridiculous compared to everybody else in the movie.
Figured this one out already.
Whatever. There's foreshadowing. Oh yeah, he wears the glove, the shoe.
In the most terrific moment ever captured in the movie.
That was quick.
bitch about that. Seems so horrible. It does wonders for making you hate Judge Doom.
That's why it's horrible. It does exactly what it should do.
It's perfect.
Listen, I
Back to
also
the
love,
damn
like,
Nook.
all the like tension of diff. Oh my god, it's diff. And when they explain it, it's just like acetone and turpentine. It's basically like a paint thinner, which makes sense.
Nail polish.
Yeah, which is hilarious. But it's treated so seriously.
Because it is.
In the world of the movie, it is. Yeah.
And that cheer scene sets it up as the most horrible.
Yeah. You want to know how dangerous this is? Here's the cutest little cartoon character you've ever seen being horribly murdered.
It's something they needed too, so they could be a threat to hang over Roger's head.
Yeah.
We see in the beginning of the movie they're going to set him on fire because that is a cartoon.
Which is sort of another thing that's, if you think about it too much, is sort of weird. They established like at that point that they're chipping off the paint from the rope. It's like it's paint from the rabbit's glove. Jessica Rabbit has the famous line, "I'm not bad, I'm just drawn that way." So it's like, did somebody draw these characters and they came to life? What is the backstory of all this?
You know what? They can't explain it.
They don't bother explaining it, and they don't need to. But it's one of those things where it's like, think about it a little too much. It's like those Cars movies. It's a world that exists solely in cars, so why do they have like human-shaped doors?
Cars is the world that happens after the Google cars were Alan Tickle.
Okay, so at one point there was humans.
At one point there was humans.
And all these cute characters murdered them?
Yes.
Alright.
They were enslaved. Makes perfect sense that they rise up and murder people.
Speaking of slavery, there's hints kind of the racism of the era. They don't push it too far, which is wise, but that's definitely a part of it. Like the campaign club, it was a real thing where we have these clubs where performers could perform, they could work there, but they weren't allowed entrance as like guests of the club.
That's normal.
I know that Kathleen Turner is singing, or it's Jessica Rabbit singing, it's not her singing. No. And you'd think if that's the case, they would cast like an actual like professional singer, but they cast Amy Ernie, who was an actress who was like Carrie. I did not know that's just an actress. So you'd think they would cast an actual singer, not just another actress singing in the movie.
She knocked it out of the park because I love that.
Yeah, it's a great scene, and that's what it kind of incorporates in addition to the live action animation stuff. It's sort of like rotoscoping, because like when she grabs the tie, that's like clearly someone's hands, and they animated over it.
That's one of the reasons I've heard that biggest commentary track. They wanted her waist to be so skinny, is so there would be no doubt that they did not rotoscope something. 100% an animated thing. That cheats.
That's fair. I mean, it's the right decision anyway, just because she looks so ludicrous that it's hilarious.
She's the cartoony femme fatale.
Yes.
It works perfectly. Yes.
She only has the sparkly dress during that one scene though, because again, I'm sure the animators are like, "Fuck this." That's another part in the wide. There's a wide shot when Eddie's sitting there and Betty Boop's right next to him, and it cuts to the stage, and you see Jessica Rabbit in the foreground. You see Eddie Valiant in the background, but Betty Boop's just not there. It's such a wide shot. We just nod, and then she's back for the next shot.
That's the original Betty Boop voice actor, but I think she was like 89 years old when she did that.
You know, you shouldn't have done that. Oh dear. Did I break wind?
Get her back. I don't know much about the history of like Mickey Mouse, as far as like who does his voice in this. If that's someone that had done it for a long time.
I don't know about Mickey Mouse.
I know all the Looney Tunes are blank.
I
Right?
know Donald Duck is a new Donald Duck voice. I think that Charles Nash recently died.
Okay.
But I think it's Mel Blanc.
Yeah.
I think it's one of his last times doing Bugs Bunny and all the Looney Tunes stuff.
Yeah, you watch this and then you compare it to like Space Jam a few years later, and it's like everyone's wrong. Every voice is off.
Okay, Doc. Whatever you say. Here's despair. I'll be with you in a second, folks, after I finish with Nature Boy here.
It's like watching a Muppet movie now. Everything's wrong.
Everything Kermit post Jim Henson just feels weird.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Disney, there was a guy, Steve Whitmire, who was a Muppeteer for years and years, even when Jim Henson was alive. But he took over for Kermit after Jim Henson died, and he did a fine job. But he was the voice of Kermit all the way up till this Disney Plus era. They fired him because he had a couple like criticisms of Disney, and he made public, and they just got rid of him.
Yeah.
Just bullshit.
Yeah.
Stay on board. Don't get out of line. It's frightening that they now own everything. Which is, again, that's what I say, like a movie like this wouldn't get made now. It's entirely possible it will when Disney buys Warner Brothers. That'll happen someday.
The question is, will it be made well?
Probably not. Because that's the thing is, like, this movie does have, you know, that, like, I love the Donald and Daffy Duck piano off scene. But it's like, it's true to the characters. Everybody feels like they belong there. And it never feels like, I guess this was a stipulation where if you had like the Bugs and Mickey Mouse scene, they had to be on screen for the exact same amount of time. So there's all these like details to the contracts and stuff, but you don't really think about it while you're watching the movie because the movie is so well made.
Yeah.
And those scenes are so good.
Yeah. No, I don't know. The Bugs Bunny and Mickey scene, I don't know if Mickey would do that for.
He wouldn't. That's a stretch. And that's
Mickey's out of character in this. That drives me nuts.
He's not the one that gives him the spare, though. He's just kind of there.
Mickey would never do something funny. I'm going to say right now, I officially hate Mickey Mouse.
Who likes Mickey Mouse?
I don't know.
I know he's like the mascot, but you can look at old like Looney Tunes cartoons, and aside from the racist ones, they all hold up. but the Disney cartoons, like I like his segment in Fantasia, like that with the dancing mops and stuff. Who have a cameo in this movie. But aside from that, like who likes Mickey Mouse like as a character?
I have no idea. This has baffled me for many years. It really has.
I know there's a bit of a historical context to like Steamboat Willie, but like anything else that Mickey Mouse has ever been in, who gives a shit?
He's just there. He's just a mouse. He's just a person.
He's just cutesy.
He's cutesy. He's heartwarming and cutesy. Fuck him.
Fuck Mickey Mouse.
Fuck Mickey Mouse to death.
Yeah, ain't I a stinker?
Roger Rabbit as a character is sort of like the amalgamation of every major characteristic of all these different characters. There's a lot of like obviously he's a rabbit, but
I'm sure there was a lot of. I'm sure behind the scenes there was a lot of concern of not making him too much like Bugs Bunny.
Yeah,
I'm sure that was a big ass.
And he's not at all. No. And that's as a kid I was always like, why weren't there more Roger Rabbit movies? So there was never. I was kept waiting for a sequel to this, and never came. They did a couple like shorts that played before other Disney movies. Like I remember one of them played before Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
They made me want to see movies I otherwise would not have given a shit about. So they did their job.
But it's weird because those shorts, like Baby Herman's in it, but he's a baby. So you're watching like the character performing in these shorts. It's sort of weird. There's something like meta going on there.
Not like the cartoons they would have been making.
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
than a follow-up to the Roger Rabbit.
Right. But as a kid, I was always like, oh, why don't they make more Roger Rabbit stuff? But in rewatching the movie, it's like he's perfect for this movie and this story, and his character is so annoying intentionally, where it's like he's perfect as a foil to Bob Hoskins. And that's kind of it. We don't need more Roger Rabbit. This is the perfect amount of him. He's not a character that needs to endure or be in all sorts of other stuff like a Bugs Bunny. He works perfectly in this movie.
I don't know what the original film is.
Yeah.
Floating out there somewhere, like obviously they toyed around with the idea. I've seen a screen test with a CGI Roger Rabbit.
Nope.
It's floating around out there, but
no. Need that. Yeah. Well, it's like again, we keep going back to this goddamn Chippendale movie. There's parts of it that are meant to look like 2D animation, but they clearly aren't. And it has a different look. It has a different feel to it than the hand-drawn animation.
Yeah.
Space Jam.
Space Jam. I mean, the Space Jam is Looney Tunes back in action,
which is not great, but it's better than its reputation. There's a couple of it's directed by Joe Dante, and there's a couple of genuinely good sequences in it. There's a part where they go to the Louvre, and the Looney Tunes are like jumping from one painting to the next.
Yeah.
And it feels like a classic Looney Tunes short. It's really well done. And there's just some Joe Dante in jokes. The main plot is stupid, and it suffers from what a lot of these movies do, which is that even the live action characters kind of act like cartoon characters because they're like, it's a kids movie. There's animated stuff in it, so anything can be weird and goofy. It's like, no, the real world stuff needs to be real, like in Roger Rabbit. And One of the best. Bob Hoskins is a fucking drunk. This is an animated kids movie, and our hero is an alcoholic. I do love his first meeting with Arcade Maroon. He's in his office, and Arcade Maroon is talking, and we just show him like eyeing the booze behind him. And the death of his brother is all played completely straight, and that comes to the best line delivery in the movie when we discover what happened to his brother with Joanna Cassidy, who plays the perfect 1940s dame running the bar.
Drop the piano on his head.
It's delivered so straight, but it's so absurd that it's funny, even though it's a serious moment. Yes, and it wouldn't work if it were delivered hammily. So that, but yeah, like Looney Tunes Back in Action has goofy stuff. What else was there? I never saw the new Space Jam. I wasn't gonna bother. Did anybody? There is a lot of nostalgia for that first Space Jam movie, which makes no sense to me because it's an awful movie. I guess some people like it ironically, like they know it's bad, so that's fine, whatever. But I saw it in the theater because I loved Roger Rabbit. I was like, finally, another fucking live-action animated movie. And then it's just, in the theater, I was like, that was fucking terrible. And we've referenced it before, but it's ironically, back in the day, Mike used to reference Space Jam all the time. like over a decade ago, Mike used to use Space Jam almost like an exclamation. That's Space Jam. Well, I know he probably hasn't even seen it. But again, I wonder if that's like the Morbius thing, where it's like people were meaning on Morbius, so the studio's like, oh, maybe there's some popularity to this after all. If it's like, oh, people have continued to talk about Space Jam for 20 years, let's make a sequel. It's like, no, people talk about Space Jam because it sucks. There's also yeah, it was bad, which is disappointing because that's Ralph actually. He's an interesting animator. He's always kind of doing his own thing. But I'm assuming that got able to get that made because of Roger Rabbit. I haven't seen it forever. I'm guessing it doesn't hold up. Although I do wonder, people seem to like this Chippendale movie. I wonder if my interest in a new Roger Rabbit movie. I think people genuinely like it. And I know this is the reason I watched it. I did watch it for three and a half hours. But I heard favorite thing is Roger Rabbit. Watch it. Rabbit was in my brain. Chippendale movie. Chippendale movie last night. I can't say I hate it. It's relatively cute, but that's it. I might finish watching it later because I don't hate it. You mentioned it earlier, but there's a section of town where all the early 2000s animated characters live called the Uncanny Valley. You know what the problem with that is? They explained the joke. You remember the weird animation style early 2000s where everything looked real and nothing looked right? That's creepy. They actually take the time in the movie to say, this is the section of town where all of the characters from the creepy Uncanny Valley movies from the early 2000s. And that's so they ruined it by explaining the joke, by over-explaining. If they just said this part of town is the Uncanny Valley, and then we would visually see the characters. Yes. And there's just all of these animated colors with lines or something, and it's silent. It's And this is why Roger Rabbit holds up. But yeah, there's stuff like that where it's like they kind of really throw each other. And it also has a lot of other jokes just in reference. I don't think the it's science. Okay. And you're going to do this?
And you know what? If you send us enough on our Patreon, if we get $100,000 on our Patreon, with a small team of scientists, and we will figure out whether or not it's in fact funny.
Rich, your value is deserved a lot more than $100,000. If our Patreon gets us $500,000 next month, Rich is going to analyze chip sales.
This ain't no time, you know.
But yeah, as I said, we'll never be a movie like this again. Both in terms of the technology used to make it, the cleverness of the writing compared to other IP mashup stuff comes out now. Executed perfectly. Executed absolutely flawlessly, except when Bob Hoskins turned into a pancake.
Even the king of all cosmos can tell
Watch Roger Rabbit and fall asleep to Chip and Dale Rescue Mission.
Yeah, definitely suggest that order.
Okay.
Did you lose a bet, or is this some kind of protest?
Do I beat on this show?
No, why are you gonna cut your fucking hair when you defeat me?
I don't know. I want to be like Tim Burton.
That's what we're talking about today on this very special episode. Not a review.
This is the introduction of a new offshoot of review.
It's a spin-off, as they say in the television business. It is called Revisit.
Yes. But by the way, can we say the word? Can we call it the movie Mars Attacks? Can we say that?
Attacks?
Attacks? Is that too aggressive for you
It's
too?
too aggressive, and it's going to get age restricted.
Are we going to get age restricted and demonetized and
deplatformed?
Sent to the corner table at the wedding reception with all the weirdos that no one wants to talk to?
Right.
That's
strung up in the town square, Jay.
For talking about this Tim Burton classic.
Yes. Jay proposed talking about Mars Attacks, and I said, Mars Attacks? I saw that once in the theater, and then once on home video, just to make sure that something wasn't wrong with me that day, and so that's why we call this Revisit.
There's other movies we've done on review that would have fit this movie.
That's true, but generally review is movies that we love, that we just want to discuss. We've done Ghostbusters, movies like that, the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, things we've watched 100,000 times.
The movie Tim Burton did right before this.
That would. Those are classic review movies, but this is Revisit, where we...
This is more in the camp with, like, Event Horizon or Garbage Pail Kids.
Exactly. we go back, take a look at something that we haven't seen in a long time, watch it at where we are in life now, and see how we feel about it decades later.
It's the perfect movie for this, too, because, yeah, I had a similar...
On this episode of Revisit, no one cares what you're saying. People just want you to get a fucking haircut.
Oh my God, what's happening?
Wunderbar.
I wanted Francisco. I wanted to Francisco. And my friend Wunderbar.
Okay, mister, I just want to get a drink. Anyways, we're here today to talk about Mars Attacks because you asked me about it.
Yeah, well, it was one of those, maybe other people can relate to this. It's one of those movies that, like you, I saw in the theater, and I think I saw it maybe once after that, on cable or home video or something, back way back when the first kind of was, new. And I always had it in my mind, like, oh yeah, Mars Attacks, I like that movie, but I hadn't revisited it since then. And my memories of it, even after not having seen it for so long, were so vivid. Like the aliens are, everybody knows the aliens. They're so visually distinct. The they make that noise constantly. And I remembered so many great gags. I don't know if a year goes by that I don't think about the part where the Washington Monument, where the Martians are trying to knock it over on a bunch of Boy Scouts. Like, I'm constantly thinking of that. There's so many things that are still so distinct in my mind from that movie.
Yeah.
And it kind of scratched a bit of that Gremlins itch. Little creatures running amok and having fun doing it.
Right.
So that's what I remember. And now, having revisited the movie, I realized why those things are so vivid is because the movie has absolutely nothing else going on in it. It's completely devoid of plot, and it's the second half especially is just a series of gags. And nothing else. Nothing to hold it together.
Yeah, it's a spectacular disaster.
Tim Burton's first box office flop.
Yeah,
it was a big old flop. But before that, yeah, obviously, he was Big Adventure, Beetlejuice, Batman, just like one hit after the other.
Scissorhands was before this, or
yeah, before this, yeah.
Now, other than Edward, which was based on a person, was this first foray into, because Pee-wee was original, Edward Scissorhands an original script, and Beetlejuice.
Well, there's Batman too.
Oh, Batman, yeah. Okay, I guess Batman technically would be the first foray into recognizable IPs, although this is not entirely recognizable. Only people of a certain age would remember the Topps trading cards.
Yeah.
From the 60s.
Is that when they were from? Yeah. Well before our time.
Yeah, Tim Burton was fond of them, probably. And this came out in the 90s, so that's only 30 years, which isn't a huge space of time. But the Topps trading cards were in the 60s. You'd have to be over 30 into your 40s in order to kind of have fond memories of trading cards. No one really knew that.
Yeah. It's a sort of a jumping off point.
It is, yeah, and clearly he liked those, I would assume, and
I guess.
was inspired by them.
I don't know.
Because it's such a weird thing to make.
Well, it's a weird movie for him to want to do, too. Like, you think of all the other, like, this feels so much more like a Joe Dante movie than it does a Tim Burton movie. When I think of Tim Burton, I think of, like, gothic, long, scraggly hair, Nightmare Before Christmas, and this feels so much more like Joe Dante loves old B-movie, sci-fi movies.
Yeah. It felt like Tim Burton was hired to make this because it felt like there were certain Tim Burton things that kind of got shoehorned in there, like the Lisa Marie, like alien,
the obvious alien in disguise.
Yeah, and then there's just the one part where the Danny Elfman score kind of comes up, and it's like, and it's when aliens are kind of getting prepared to attack, and they're going through like Tim Burton loves his factories,
yes,
and his like methodical, like that sort of thing, assembly line, whatever you want to call it. And so there's that scene where the guns are coming down off things, like the spacesuits put on. That's like a Tim Burton kind of like style. But yeah, you're right. Not horror, not gothic-y looking, not weird abstract checkered pattern angles and bent trees and all.
This was the start of his downfall. Because after this, well, I mean, look at everything after this is mostly, almost completely all shit. Almost completely devoid of what you associate with his style. His new movies have a style, but it's like the ugliest stuff you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And they're all based on existing IPs. I think almost everything, except for Corpse Bride, I think was completely his idea. But yeah, this was like the start of the turn to what Tim Burton has kind of been known for much longer than his early work, which is what everybody still likes and kind of celebrates.
It's no Quentin Tarantino.
No, one hit after the other.
All his original scripts, all his original ideas, of course, very stylized, to his own personal touch. Tim Burton, yeah. This was 96, that's the same year Independence Day came out.
I believe it actually got pushed back. The release got pushed back because it's similar to Independence Day. So like, yeah, we got to put some room between these two movies. I don't think anyone was expecting Independence Day to be as big of a hit as it was.
Right.
But yeah, big casts going all over the country, seeing different
Yes.
groups of characters. This almost feels like it could be a parody of Independence Day, but it couldn't have been because it would have been in production at the same time.
They came in peace. We know in peace. We know in peace.
But it has the estranged father, the staple of the Roland Emmerich movies.
It has trope that I hate, the Kansas.
1 minute, 57 seconds.
All sound like deep south rednecks.
Right.
Whenever they want to portray poor people in trailer parks in Hollywood, they always have a southern accent.
Did something happen to you, Russ? Oh, yeah. Seems years back our boy was kidnapped by aliens, did all kind of experiments on him and such. Tell him about it, Russ.
I'm not a southern redneck, but I find that highly offensive and stereotypical. Even when Kim Basinger's played Eminem's mom in 8 Mile, they lived in a trailer in fucking Detroit.
Yeah.
Hey, Eminem, I'm poor.
I mean, where are we gonna live? We don't have any money.
You live in Detroit.
These are out of touch Hollywood filmmakers.
Tell me about it.
Midwestern people sound different than Southerner people.
What are you doing with your life that's so great?
We got to do this, or people won't get it.
People won't understand that they're poor.
This is
stupid.
This is Hollywood, baby.
I'll tell you one thing, any of the bosses come around here, they'll kick their butts.
Anyways, but okay, so since we're on accents and people, let's talk about cast.
Huge cast. Great cast.
Huge cast. There's so many I couldn't remember.
Oh, okay.
Here we go, everybody.
Strap in.
Ready to watch the talent get wasted before your very eyes. We have Jack Nicholson, who plays 2 roles, and he plays 2 roles terribly.
He's okay as the president. Like, he's fine. It's generic Jack Nicholson performance. The second role is so baffling because he's clearly supposed to be a comedic character. He's like a real estate mogul in Vegas. He's building a casino, but they don't give him a single funny thing to do.
No,
just his presence alone is supposed to be funny, I guess.
Even in a time of so-called intergalactic emergency, the people still want old and move.
It's like, look at Jack Nicholson wearing a wacky costume.
Yeah.
Doing a voice.
Yeah.
But he's also terrible as the president.
I think he's fine as the president.
I want the people to know that they still have 2 out of 3 branches of the government working for them, and that ain't bad.
But it's like why have Jack Nicholson be the president? But you know what I mean? Like, why not just get anybody? Like, it's such a dry role.
Because they liked working together on Batman so much. That's half this cast. It's like Danny DeVito shows up for 2 seconds for no reason.
Yeah.
You want to conquer the world, you're going to need lawyers, right?
And then gets vaporized.
I didn't read any of the trivia or anything, but I have a feeling Jack Nicholson said, I'll do your movie, but I don't want to just be the boring president. I want to have a crazy role. Mm-hmm. Could be that. Because why fuck? Other than like a talking point, like Jack Nicholson plays 2 roles.
Well, they towards the end they go to like the war room and it's very Dr. Strangelove like.
Yes.
Annihilate! Kill! 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 I'm not saying we wouldn't get a hair boost, but I do say no more than 10 to 20 million kills, top, depending on the grade.
And that movie had Peter Sellers in multiple roles, so I think it might be an homage to that.
Well, why didn't you get George C. Scott to play the general and not Rod Steiger? Because George C. Scott was like pushing retirement at that.
96? Yeah, he's still around, but
he
yeah.
died like in late 90s or maybe 99, something like 2000 he died.
I don't know when he stopped acting, but he read the script.
He read the script, that's it.
The script was just a series of like post-it notes of scene ideas that were never fleshed out.
But
I would like for every limo to be stocked with every kind of alcohol known to man. They'd top it off with a bottle of Don all night.
Glenn Close.
Wasted.
Wait, enough betting.
Wasted.
Well, you can just, that goes after.
Okay.
Except for Natalie. Pierce Brosnan, Danny DeVito, Martin Short, Michael J. Fox, Rod Steiger, Tom Jones, the musical performer. As himself. Lucas Haas. Whatever happened to him?
He still acts. He was a part of the Leo crowd, right?
Oh, was he in
Wasn't
Leo's
he part of the
entourage?
the P-word posse?
Oh, Leo canceled. Leo's become something else. And I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. Speaking of Jack Nicholson, when you look like Jack Nicholson now, and you're dating high schoolers.
Yes. Yeah, that is, it used to be cute. Like, Leo's dating a girl who is 5 years younger. Leo's dating a girl that is 10 years younger. Leo's dating a girl that is old enough to be his granddaughter. They don't have any conversations. Leo's 68 and he's dating an 18-year-old. Isn't that cute? Natalie Portman, Jim Brown.
Yeah.
We got two black exploitation actors, Jim Brown and Pam Grier.
The closest we have to any like kind of real characters in the movie, relatable
Yeah,
characters.
Lisa Marie, aka Vampira. Jack Black, early role, and Christina Applegate is.
I don't even think she has a line of dialogue.
No, she does. She says goodbye to Jack Black as he leaves, but you've never even seen her face really.
No, it's so weird.
It's very, unless you get cut from.
That's the only thing I can think of is maybe she had a little, because that's like you cast an extra for that part.
Yeah.
With what it is in the final movie.
Right, like a small actor who just doesn't have any name to it to them, but unless he just really wanted that big poster with all these names.
It almost feels like if it was done better, that could be like some sort of subversive joke. You have this giant cast, all these big name stars, and the first 40 minutes of the movie is a lead up to that final first contact with the Martians, and then just immediately the Martians start vaporizing everybody. And half their cast is killed immediately. I think that's what they were trying to do with Jack Black. Like, obviously, wasn't a star at the time.
Right.
But his character is like, oh, I'm going off to join the military. He leaves his family, and then the aliens start attacking. And that's like his big moment to be a hero. And he runs across the field and just immediately gets vaporized. Like, I think in concept, that's supposed to be a joke.
None of the jokes are executed well.
No.
I think that was also like the impetus for Lucas Haas' character to go out. You know, he was like with the son that they didn't like that much.
Yeah.
Two redneck parents were like, and he was just like a loser that worked at a donut shop, and the son was like a military son that they respected. It. He's the one who ends up ironically saving the world. I heard his grandma, the underdogs that nobody liked or respected, the senile grandma and the slacker donut shop employee are ironically the ones that saved the planet.
Yeah.
Da, da, da.
But they disappear from most of the movie.
But they're not really central. And then at the end, it's like Natalie Portman and Lucas Haas have a little like cute thing going on.
Yeah, that comes out of nowhere.
And like I was watching this and I was like, does he like end up in Washington and him and Natalie Portman run around and have a little meet cute and like have an adventure together? And, no, but you kind of get the idea that happened when it's like the first time they ever met.
Yeah.
On the steps of the Capitol, the destroyed Capitol.
And her character too, it feels like the way it's set up initially. She's the president's daughter. She's kind of her parents don't pay much attention to her. Her bedroom has like black drapes around the bed. I think they're going for like a Winona Ryder and Beetlejuice kind of thing. That's what it's missing is like the Winona Ryder character from Beetlejuice. She's like the glue that holds that whole movie together. Right? Everything ties back to her.
It's just characters all over the place, and no central one to focus on other than Jack Nicholson, who looks like bored playing the president. Paul Winfield's there. I didn't mention Paul Winfield enough. to, because this is the second time in movie history that he's been vaporized. And you know,
I bet the effects on that, I haven't watched it in a while, but I bet his vaporization in Star Trek looks better.
yeah,
People getting vaporized than this.
It does. I'll put them side by side here, and that's what I want to talk mainly about today. Is the Paul Winfield Vaporization Challenge? Can you find a third or fourth or even fifth film in which Paul Winfield has been vaporized? There's an extensive movie history he has passed on, so we can't ask him, but one could look through all of his movies and watch every movie he's been in, hoping, even if it's like a period piece or a romantic comedy, just hoping. Coincidentally, he may get vaporized.
You never know. Leave your comments below.
I'll accept getting sucked into an airplane engine too.
Does that happen to him in something?
No. But it's like the only way you could really get like almost vaporized, I guess, like on Earth, other than you can get electrocuted, you can get burnt up, you can get set on fire, but really like in order like instantly like demolecularize a human.
Yeah.
There's very few ways that would happen on Earth. Maybe falling into a volcano, getting spontaneous human combustion, getting sucked into an airplane engine.
So if any of these things that's happened to Paul Winfield in the movie,
we'll accept it.
We'll accept those.
And if we don't count his cremation after he died, presumed cremation, I don't know, he might have been buried. But during that scene, when Jack Nicholson and Glenn Close and others are watching the carnage unfold on TV, there's a wide shot. Natalie Portman sitting on the ground and she's laughing.
Oh.
I think someone off camera was like making a joke, funny faces at her.
It's like an outtake that ended up in the movie.
And she's laughing, and then she stands up and she's very concerned. Obviously, the movie isn't like silly in that regard, where the characters are laughing at what thousands of people are getting killed, and she's on the ground and she's like giggling. So, very large cast of veteran and quality actors, up and coming actors.
Michael J. Fox's last big movie before he was on at the TV show Spin City after this, but this was his last big movie. Other than voice work, he did those Stuart Little movies.
Before slowing down?
Kind of stepping back from acting.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
He did this, and I think the Peter Jackson movie The Frighteners was the same year. What a role to go out on. That's another one where it's like, there could be an interesting dynamic between him and his girlfriend, Sarah Jessica Parker. He's like straight-laced news reporter guy, and she does like corny tabloid stuff. Puff pieces, fashion, yeah.
Fashion.
So you have those two are on both parts of media, but they're at odds. What happens with that?
She gets the bigger stories, ha ha ha.
Yeah. And then he just gets vaporized immediately.
Yeah. He works for GNN.
And then the Martians, even though they're just murdering everybody indiscriminately, they take her aboard their ship and graft her head onto a dog for some reason.
Well, there's the interview with Pierce Brosnan, the White House scientist, and they're flirting.
Yeah.
And then Michael J. Fox is jealous that they're flirting. And then Michael J. Fox gets vaporized, and then they pick Pierce Brosnan and Sarah Jessica Parker to do experiments on.
Were you flirting with me on the show? I just want you to know that I liked it.
You did? And you're supposed to go, isn't that funny? Because look at the predicament they're in. And they're still flirting.
I was more thinking, what is the purpose of these experiments?
That doesn't.
Yeah, and then
aliens do experiments. The point was that you take these two characters that were flirting before, and now they're still flirting, even though he's a head in a jar and she has a dog body. And that's the joke?
I guess. I mean, a lot of the movie seems to be, pointing out all these characters. All these characters are vapid and stupid, and it's almost like we deserve what we get. That's kind of the tone of the movie.
Yeah.
It's like the anti-Independence Day, which is a movie that everybody likes because it's so like rah-rah and earnest with its dumb sentimentality.
We will not go quietly into the We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive.
Yeah, it's not cynical. See, you could very like there were a few hints of that in the dialogue because Jack Nicholson, he's the president, and he's like, well, how can I make this look good? And you know, you could really take an alien invasion and like, oh, well, they chose to invade like 2 months before an election. The election season.
Give it an angle.
We've got to we got to workshop this. We got to market test this. We need to. How should I stand with the aliens? Should I wear this color? Will this make me look? And like how do we use this? Because every issue in society, American society, is politicized.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, even if it's a tragic event or this or that, they say, well, how can we use this to make our political party, left or right, look good? Or how can we make them look bad? And so you could really make a interesting, cynical movie about an alien invasion.
Yeah.
That would be kind of a fun movie. It would have to be smartly written. And there's little hints of that early on, but then it kind of goes away.
It's very surface level, and like I guess that's kind of what they're going for with the First Lady. She's obsessed with all like the historical artifacts around the White House.
Yes. And then ultimately she dies when the Nancy Reagan chandelier falls on. And she's like gasping that it's the Nancy Reagan chandelier. Oh no, but it's about to fall on her head.
Yeah.
So she gets her comeuppance.
Yeah. It's not fleshed out enough to care one way or the other.
But then, yeah, you have the Rod Steiger character, and he's the war. Then you have the general played by Paul Winfield, and he's a little more peaceful. And he's got that Jack Nicholson chooses him to be the one that the aliens say hello to, because the Rod Steiger's just like, no go. And then he's talking to his wife on the giant army phone.
But then I always tell you, honey, if I just stayed in place and never spoke up, then things are bound to happen.
He's spineless, and I was like, so what's the approach of the president, Jack Nicholson? What's his approach? Well, he actually plays it very well, as a president should.
Sure.
Like, well, okay, they're landing, let's try diplomacy first, And then it's like, well, that didn't work because the hippie let the bird go, and maybe it spooked them. And then the aliens are just playing us all for suckers.
Yeah.
It takes 2 times before we finally learn. And this second time, it's like, okay, well, we have the translator, and it says the aliens apologize. There was a misunderstanding. They want to come before Congress and give a speech. It just lands so awkwardly, and it's so edited so badly. I mean, it's edited poorly.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's like a, I don't know, like a college student edited it.
Well, it just feels like a rough assembly.
Yeah.
It feels like they cut out every other scene that actually fleshes things out, and then what's left in is very like loose.
There's one part that like really stuck out to me. It was like, it's your favorite scene when they're tipping the Washington Monument to fall on Boy Scouts.
Right.
And so something's going on in the White House. I can't remember what it was. And then they just like hard cut to the group of the Boy Scouts and the Boy Scout leader, and they're walking towards the monument. And then they cut back to what's going on in there. And it's like, and then a minute later, then they cut to that scene. And it's like, well, we didn't want the scene with the Washington Monument to just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So we've got to set it up. But we don't really have a setup other than just one shot of them walking. We'll just put it in a minute earlier.
I guess the idea is that maybe that's supposed to be like an establishing shot of the city or something. I don't know. Even though we've already seen
it's not. It's very specific.
Yeah.
It's not just like, it's not a big like sweeping shot where you see the Boy Scouts and then the camera pans over to the White House. It's just like a shot of them, and it's just like they just grabbed it, put it over there. But then it's just like dry, like dead ends of takes. It's just like no energy.
Yeah.
They didn't have
that. I think that's why a lot of scenes that should be funnier than they are don't work. Is everything just falls flat. Like there's a scene conceptually I like early on when they're trying to translate. It's the president and Pierce Brosnan, and they're all in that room listening back to a recording, and they have, I guess, our translator is translating the Martian language.
Yeah.
And it's just like gibberish.
Of skin, 800 centuries ago, their bodily fluids include the birth of half-breeds.
But everyone's like listening intently, and they're like trying to make sense of it, even though it's clearly just gibberish that doesn't translate.
What the hell does that mean?
Conceptually, that's funny, but it all just like plays so flat.
But maybe didn't care about those boring scenes.
I don't know. That's those are the scenes that have the best opportunity for humor and satire, though.
Right.
But he didn't seem to care about anything. I will say, I was very impressed on rewatch with all the actual like alien invasion sequences.
Yeah.
I noticed he shot the movie in scope. It's like 2:39 aspect ratio, which Tim Burton doesn't usually shoot in. So when you have like those wide shots of like Las Vegas and the flying saucers are in the sky shooting down lasers and everyone's running, like it really does capture that feel of like the original War of the Worlds or like an early Godzilla movie. They destroy a hotel in it. And I thought that was like a this sounds like an oxymoron, but a big miniature, like the Back to the Future 3 train, where it's not a full-size train, but it's big for a miniature. So I thought that was that. They were destroying it. I was like, oh, that's an impressive miniature. But then I read they just filmed an actual demolition of an old hotel casino.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Oh yeah, I know about that.
Yeah.
When the movie came out.
Oh, okay.
That's the Landmark Hotel. That's the famous hotel that was owned by Howard Hughes.
Oh, okay. So he lived at the top.
He lived at the top. He bought it. It was kind of like a failure its whole existence. It was like, what kind of style was it? It was like futurism. Like it was designed by the guy who designed the Space Needle.
Okay.
And so, yeah, while they were, I think that was demoed in '95, and around that time is when they were building the Stratosphere. So there's photos of that, the Stratosphere and construction in the background, which is like 10 times as large. But yeah, they demoed that, and then Tim Burton went out with a bunch of cameras and filmed it, and then netted it people in the foreground.
I guess that's the quality that makes it look artificial, is they have the people in the foreground.
Yeah.
Like all that stuff really works. So I guess that's the stuff he was interested in, and just had to put up with boring human characters. I don't know.
Well, there was a moment too where I thought, wow, this movie would play really well in black and white, almost like The Mist, because there are scenes where I think primarily in the White House, and there's very clear backdrops outside. It's a set, and there's like flat, one-dimensional backdrops. So it's so obvious, where it almost looks like it's intentional.
Yeah, there's a part like that near the end too, when Jim Brown finally gets home to his family.
Yeah.
You think he's dead, but then he shows up, and we're seeing the apartment building has one wall just completely gone, and so we're seeing all these little apartments, but like realistically, the layout doesn't make any sense.
It's a joke.
It's like a Tim Burton kind of stylized thing.
But the sets with the backdrops out the window, and I'm just like black and white this, and then it would look like a 1950s movie.
Yeah.
And then definitely that's a War of the Worlds reference, the Washington Monument. They either shoot that down or knock it over. And then the Pam Grier stuff, she's in she has a house in D.C. and you see outside of her window, and it's real.
Yeah.
And then we have Jim Brown, and he's in Vegas. And instead of working at the fictional casino, but he's working at the Luxor, and he's wearing like a pharaoh costume, and he's an ex-boxer, so he's hired there as a celebrity to like greet people. All the waitresses are dressed like Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Tim Burton probably liked that because they got the good costumes on, and it's funny.
Yeah.
But then there's a shot where he's because they're not estranged, they're separated or divorced.
Somehow he ended up in Vegas because he's just trying to raise money for his family.
He's working to pay for his family.
Yeah.
It's like
with his little bit of celebrity that he has.
Yeah, but they find a spot where he can make a phone call from his apartment. Because all you see is like a brick wall and a chair, and out the window you can see the Luxor in the background, and it's real.
Yeah.
It's not a backdrop. And so you know they found the perfect location to where they can make a phone call and you could see the pyramid in the background. And that felt like real, like a real movie.
Yeah.
And then you have the White House stuff with the fake, and the New York stuff with the fake backdrop that could very well be a 1950s cheap set. And so it's like,
one or the other.
Which way are we going in terms of production design, set design? So yeah, and I'm wondering if he's going for that, like, that flat, campy 50s look, and especially the soldiers look out of place because this is modern day, and the soldiers are wearing World War II era costumes with the helmets, and the tanks are outdated.
Which obviously that would have been an intentional choice, but it doesn't stand out as being like an intentional stylized thing,
right?
The way it should.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible you wanted to shoot it in black and white. I know he had a lot of trouble getting Ed Wood approved to be shot in black and white, so maybe he's trying to do this. I don't know.
But
that would have gone a long way.
Yeah, it conflicts with the full color trading cards.
Yeah.
Because he's not parroting a 50s B movie. He's laying up those trading cards, which are more serious. They're horrifying looking. And we have our own generation of those trading cards with dinosaur attacks. Do you remember those?
Wow.
Dinosaurs attack.
I vaguely remember that.
I loved that.
It's just a series of gruesome images, I'm assuming, right, of dinosaurs killing people?
I think there's a very vague story.
Okay.
Because there was one card where it shows a space station and it shoots down like a time wave, and it says, the experiment begins. And then there's one dinosaur that says, ripped out of time. And it's like, head is being ripped off its skull. Basically, yes, generally it's just like dinosaurs horribly murdering people. I always remember Trilobite terror. They sold these things to children. We're showing these cards on the screen.
Can we show those cards on the screen?
We have to ask YouTube. We'll make it demonetized.
Make it,
Censored. Exiled. The desert. You have to walk the desert for 40 days and 40 nights.
Send us to the land of misfit YouTubers.
Yes. We have an island where you have to, like, break up rocks. The axes with a chain gang.
All because we showed an image from dinosaur attacks.
Don't have to blur out every card that we show. No, we're showing them. What?
I mean, that makes sense. Like a series of trading cards that is just terrific images of.
Oh yeah, I was saying like the trading cards are kind of spooky. The aliens look very similar to the Mars Attacks aliens, but they're not as goofy looking.
Okay.
And they're like there's a part where they card where they vaporize a dog. It's like the dog gets vaporized. They show the alien, and that happens in the movie.
Yeah.
So there's clearly they went through the cards and kind of put out the more memorable ones.
But they forgot to put it in the context of a story.
Yeah,
that's what this feels like. Is like a series of note cards on the cork board when you're trying to come up with the ideas for what will happen in your movie.
They weren't note cards; they were just the trading cards.
They just put the trading cards up on the thing, and then that was it. They never fleshed anything else out.
They actually unfleshed things out.
What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, if you could take, because like I don't think either of us like Independence Day, but from a basic story structure standpoint, it's pretty solid. It's got everything you need for a movie like that. So if you were to take like that structure and put it in the context of like the tone of this movie, and somehow like meld them together, then you'd probably have something.
Yeah, Independence Day is a better film.
Yeah,
I'll say, just from a film perspective, I think I like this more because it's
the second half. The first half is a real slog.
Yeah.
When it's setting up all these characters, especially when you know that they're not going to go anywhere or develop anything. But then the second half is almost nothing but Mars Attacks shenanigans.
And that's the only fun stuff.
Yeah.
I really like the montage. They're on Easter Island bowling. They knock down like that sort of like playful
aliens, because they're not like, it's not like they have an invasion plan. They don't want to just exterminate the human race. They don't want to. They're just having fun.
Yeah,
They're gremlins. Yeah.
There's that part when Tom Jones is singing, he's got the backup dancers. The lights go down, they come back up, and it's all the Martians dancing. It's like a gag right out of something you'd see in a Gremlins movie.
Sure, absolutely. And yeah, they're just having fun being mischievous and destructive. And like when they launch the nuke up there and they blow up the nuke and suck it into like a balloon.
Yeah.
I say I like it better than Independence Day because it at least took a stab at being creative. It didn't really know which way it wanted to go. Like you said, it could have done satire, like politics. How does the Earth deal with it, with an alien invasion in a kind of a cynical way, or just like, my God, these aliens are coming down. And then instantly we recognize them as being goofy gremlins that are just fucking around. And then we pivot to how do we deal with this? We've been invaded by clowns that are being goofy, but at the same time they're extremely dangerous and destructive.
Yeah.
There's
a book. It was made into a movie too, but it's a book called like Martians Go Home. And it was made into a movie, I think Randy Quaid is in it, speaking of Independence Day. But that's similar, where it's like, yeah, all the Martians are just like clowns, basically. And they have to deal, they're more of an annoyance than anything.
Okay.
So that's an angle. Yeah, like, because that is the main joke of the movie is, yeah, the Martians don't want anything, they have no plan, they're just messing with us.
Yeah.
And it's like, if that's the case, that's the joke, then you have to beef up the human angle.
Yes, the human angle needs to be competent, but at the same time, the human angle is incompetent.
And yes, I have some good news for you. The Martian ambassador is here. We've negotiated a settlement. Please, get out. Get out now.
Yeah, so I like certain elements. I hated the Pierce Brosnan floating head. That's such goofy. But then we had that cool robot that comes down and attacks the trailer park for no reason at all, and then starts chasing the truck. Like I always remember that.
Yeah.
That visual sticks out.
And speaking of Nightmare Before Christmas, I had read originally the Martians in this were supposed to be stop motion, and that would have gone a long way in improving the movie.
Yeah.
All these Martians and stuff, like they kind of go for it, and they have kind of a herky jerky motion. They're trying to do it sort of stop motion looking, but they have that mid '90s CG gloss to them where everything's just kind of like shiny. And I think that was a budget.
It would have helped, but the general foundation structure of the movie is just flawed from the get-go.
Yeah.
Or is it the execution? I really don't know.
I think its biggest problem is that it just doesn't have a story. There's no story. Well, there's a story. Aliens invade Earth. There's no plot. There's no interesting characters.
There's no dramatic arcs. There's
nowhere for anything to go.
There's no. I mean, the stakes are obvious, but like there really is no like. There's no plot. Plot like Independence Day, like you said, solid structure.
Yeah.
Like okay, 3-act structure. We got aliens. What are they? They're coming. Our first attack happens, and we recover.
Flesh out all our human characters. They all have something to do related to the plot.
Yes, and we realize
they're not at the end of this movie, just Sarah Jessica Parker and Pierce Brosnan. Their heads are just rolling around on the floor.
Nothing. There's no
Mm-hmm.
like attempt to like, oh, we have to get Pierce Brosnan is the only one who knows how to take down the aliens because he knows all about their shield systems because he studied that, and now they have him up in the spaceship. We've got to get Lucas Haas and Natalie Portman and the grandma with space guns and the two sons of Van Greer.
Yeah, that's kind of a fun part when they start shooting up the White House with the space guns.
They're the only
because they play video games.
All the young kids avoid the aliens' sensors because they're too brains. Russell Rose haven't reached the age of 25. Star Trek took that. So the aliens can't detect them aboard their spaceship. So, and Grandma's so old her frontal lobe fell out. So bring Grandma, the two kids, Lucas Haas and Natalie Portman, finally, I get to do something. All I do is sit around the White House all day, and my parents ignore me. Well, kid, now you gotta save the country. I'll make you the first ambassador to space. Good, Dad, now I have something to do. Son, we always thought, Randy, we always thought, what's his name? Lucas Haas character? No, Jack Black. Oh, wow. We always thought Jack Black was the hero, but his pants were falling down and he saw his butt crack and then he got zapped by aliens because he ran at them like a bull around. But you, now's your chance to be our new favorite son by proving us that you've got the gusto and the smarts because you fooled around on that computery thing, right? Let's make him, he's early into the internet. Sure. So you and your new girlfriend, Natalie Portman, and the two sons of Pam Grier and Jim Brown, who've got space alien guns, who are very skilled at video games. That was a stormball arc. All you guys go. I guess that what happened in Independence Day. Jeff Goldblum and the guy who punched the other guy back in an alien spaceship. He didn't punch him. I slapped him. Yeah. Jeff Goldblum and the slapper got in an alien spacecraft and flew up to the mothership to fuck around and do something.
Because Will Smith is a pilot and Jeff Goldblum is a computer guy.
Yes.
They work together to accomplish a goal.
They have to go get Pierce Brosnan's head because Pierce Brosnan is the only one. They have to bring Pierce Brosnan's head back down to her. And then Pierce Brosnan says, "Oh, you've got my head. Let's go." And then, wait a minute. Sarah Jessica Parker and her dog body are still left behind. They're in a different laboratory. Well, fuck her. We gotta go. No, we've got to go back for her because I realized I'm in love with her. And her and Michael J. Fox were having marital problems, and maybe he was very, 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 instead of just being jealous, he was verbally abusive towards her career. You're just a fashion lady. I'm the GNN reporter.
That's the truth of their relationship.
I know, but it should be more hostile so that you don't like him.
Sure.
So that she has a reason to leave him for Pierce Brosnan, who says, you know, you may just do a fashion show, magazine, video show on TV, but you actually do have very good instincts and interviewing skills.
Hey, now you're talking about the Grandpa Munster plot in Gremlins 2.
Well, sure.
He goes to the horror show, but he wants to be a
movie. And
they don't just accidentally stumble on how to kill the Martians in the last 10 minutes because the movie needs to end. Yeah. Even like Jim Brown, yeah, he's a former boxer. So at the end of the movie, we have a scene where he's boxing the aliens.
He sacrificed himself to distract the aliens so that the plane could take off.
Yeah.
But that was not a character arc or growth because he was almost like that already because he was self-sacrificing himself by lowering the standards to work in a casino.
Yeah. If he'd started as like a selfish,
that's the Danny DeVito character that needs to go out. And if he didn't die pointlessly,
he's in the movie for like 1 minute for no reason.
But a huckster or the alternate Jack Nicholson character, like con artist, huckster, someone who's selfish. Now Danny DeVito would say, "You know, guys, I just want money, and rather than you go out there and start punching those aliens. I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to die for the cause of you guys escaping because I have lived a whole life." You have a little speech by him in the back of the tank. You know, I've lived a whole life of being a schmuck.
Only ever thought of myself.
Only ever thought of myself. And you know what? And they'll say the plane's overweight once he gets out. Or fuck it, you get, what's his face in there? Who's got a big neck tree?
Oh, Wayne
Knight.
I totally unappreciated my time.
Get Wayne Knight.
Sure.
Wayne Knight's always eating hot dogs, and the plane's overweight because of Wayne Knight. And he says, you know what, you guys take off without me because I can't even fit on that plane. I'm going to go and I'm going to throw hot dogs at the aliens.
What do you want? You want food?
Because he opens up his coat and he's got like rows of hot dogs. And he takes out a hot dog and he goes, ooh.
Like Twinkies and Slim Jims.
Yeah. And then goes, and then the alien chases it. And he's, I got plenty more. And he's like walking, and the aliens are like following him. And he's like, hot dogs, hot dogs, hot dogs. Aliens are eating the hot dogs, and then the plane takes off. And then once he's run out of hot dogs, they look at him, and then they do like the 3D scope.
Like Looney Tunes?
Like Looney Tunes, and you see his body, and it looks like a juicy, like Thanksgiving turkey. And then you just see an alien go like this, with this big, like, weird alien tongue, and then go, and then they start eating.
So there you have a character arc that is also still human.
One puts an apple in his mouth, and they rip all his clothes off.
Okay.
Or they use like an alien flamethrower, and they toast him. So then you have a naked Wayne Knight with an apple in his mouth, and he's all juicy and delicious, and they all put bibs on.
Yeah.
Like,
Goose, still in the tone of the movie.
Still in the tone of the movie, it would work, and you would arc his character, but I guess that falls flat. And then he doesn't even die. He punched them all to hell.
But how did he get there? He got to DC at the end somehow. It seemed like he just wanted to film Martian's shenanigans. Because that's basically the entire second half of the movie until they're like, oh, I guess we gotta wrap this up. Music. Slim Whitman music. Makes their heads explode. Which I'd be remiss if I didn't point out. It's just a direct copy of the conclusion to Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Turn on the record player!
But that's, yeah, they're defeated by bad music and that. It's like the exact same thing. I'm using Attack of the Killer Tomatoes as an example of good story structure in comparison to Mars Attacks.
Again, it's sort of like it is follow the theme that the underdogs are the winners in the end. Let's go to Tahoe in the caves, and then they go. And that's where the movie ends.
I do like. It is funny when because Tom Jones plays himself, and they need a pilot, and they happen to run into him.
We better get on a plane. You know how to fly a plane? Sure, you going?
It's like, can you fly a plane? Yeah, sure, why? This happens to be Tom Jones that can fly the plane.
Well, the way the movie ends is the only actual real funny thing. They leave the cave. The Martians have been defeated, and it's like, rebuilding the world, and there's like animals all around, and then they start playing, it's not unusual, and they cut the footage of like birds dancing.
And they start landing on it.
And Tom Jones is there, and like a deer comes up to him, and he's petting it, and then it just cuts the credits.
It just cuts to black.
There's no like big shot of the world or anything else. It's Tom Jones petting deer.
Yeah.
And it just cuts. Well, yeah, he's our final character we see in the film.
Yeah.
It's someone who's been in the movie for like 4 minutes.
And it's like, is that a joke? It's funny. It made me laugh, but it made me laugh in a way that's almost outside of the movie.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like a big fuck you to the audience. Like,
well, I was thinking about that. Yeah, I was thinking about that, where like there's the scale of movies that are done just basically as a troll. Yeah. Where you have like on one end of the spectrum, you have Freddie Huffington, which is like that's a joke on the studio that put up money for it and the audience. And on the other end, you have something like Gremlins 2. Which is like the movie's got lots of jokes, it's making fun of sequels, it's making fun of the first movie, but it still functions as a movie. Yeah. It has a story and it works. And Mars Attacks is like somewhere in the middle on that scale, but I don't think it's intentionally there.
No.
It just kind of is. It's like, like that ending. It's like, we're just done. Well, Rich, we're back, and I was thinking we could maybe do something just a little bit different today. Oh, that's perfect, Jake, because I've been spending a lot of time on Facebook lately, and I'd like to have an in-depth personal discussion with you today about why your children shouldn't get vaccinated. We're going to do a battle of the genres! You want me were you saying about anti-vaccination? Oh, you see, you shouldn't give your kid. Rich, it's been a while since we've done a battle of the genres. In the early days of the show, I think we did them because we would do like themed episodes. Yeah. Where we watched all dinosaur movies or like all ninja movies. And that was far too. We decided that we wanted some more variety, so we started Battle of the Genres. And now every episode is kind of a Battle of the Genres. But we're going to do one now with the official rules, which are. It's different somehow. I think the idea is instead of voting best of the worst, we vote which is the best representation of its genre. Okay. We got an action, horror, and sci-fi. Ooh, the Spookies. We got a classic 80s cover here with a lot of different monsters. The Spookies. Imagine you and your friends are paired up with your favorite dates, and the night is very young. Okay? There's an old, dilapidated mansion just down the road of you, near the deserted graveyard. It would be the perfect place to party. Let loose. Lose your souls. What you and your friends don't know is that inside the house lives an ancient sorcerer, a master of the dark arts. He has sacrificed many to give eternal life to his beloved, comatose bride. Just a few more humans are needed. The masterful wizard is about to begin another evening of magic, conjuring up a dizzying array of monstrous creatures. Hellish lizards, skeletal reapers, demons, zombies, ghosts, lust-crazed muckmen. Lust-crazed muckmen? Lust-crazed muckmen. Why isn't that the title of the movie? Luring hags and Spider-Woman. Alluring hags or luring hags? I think they meant alluring, but it just says luring. Okay. So it's just you just have a little hag in the corner going, come here. I got some muckmen. Nothing you have ever witnessed before will have prepared you for the incredible special effects that make Spookies the ultimate unforgettable experience in pure, unrelenting terror. That was a whole lot of text just to say some kids go into a house and see monsters. Somebody cat? Yeah. This is it. Gypsy cat werewolves. Sounded like a cat. He's the horny one. What? That. It's a heart? That. Our next film was an amazing cover, and the very direct title is Action USA. Now, in the Battle of the Genres, is that our action film? No, this is our science fiction film. Oh, okay. Because the car is flying, so I assume it's set in the future. And this guy is also flying. Billy Ray's a bad risk. He took the mob's family jewels. Now they want his. Now they want his. Rich, they want his family jewels. They tried beating and scaring it out of him, but he's not giving them up. So they kill him. Now everyone believes Carmen must know where the jewels are. Who's Carmen? They didn't introduce Carmen. Well, then Carmen gets introduced halfway through the movie, Jay. The mafia boss has brought in his Top Gun in all caps. No registered trademark after Top Gun, no. To find her and the jewels. The slime ball and his trained killers follow our heroes through car crashes and gun battles across the state of Texas, leaving a trail of fireballs and hunks of twisted metal. Who are our heroes? There's only a girl who's on the run. Is Carmen the girl? I thought so. Carmen is in possession of the family jewels. There wasn't actually a girl who took the jewels, but he apparently dies early in the film. Is she taking the corpse with her? I don't know. Action USA! I can't wait. I want some schlock. We got explosions. We got a guy falling out a window. We got fast cars. Oh, that's got to be the family jewel. And an animated family jewel. It looks like it's from a fantasy film. I'll be so happy if like they didn't even have like a fake jewel to use, so they have an animated jewel that
It's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but it's just a jewel.
Yeah, the whole movie. He like picks it up and they awkwardly try and animate it in his hand. Richard leaving, and they just discovered very important information. Cameron Mitchell is in this film. I repeat, Cameron Mitchell is in Action USA. Yes!
Maybe you think this is no big deal, huh? Let me tell you. Two lousy diamonds. I'll tell you what then, what's he?
He's eating your hair.
I like you. You're my security hair. Even though some people have blankets. He needed his emotional support hair, or else he gets really cranky.
Yeah.
Jump it! Yeah, jump it, please! Jump on! What are you jumping?
You just jump things with your car.
Looks like them Duke boys are in a bunch of trouble again.
Oh, he doesn't have the magic jumping abilities.
That's what would really happen.
All our bad guys are dead now. Oh my god!
Of course.
Oh, there, he's still shooting. He's running away from the water.
Fuck. You're not so lucky now, asshole.
So our final film, I presume our science fiction film, is Alien Private Eye. I don't need to say anything else.
That cover is so embarrassing.
His cover says everything that you need to know. It's got non-stop action and an out-of-focus alien private eye on the cover.
Yeah, that looks like he was in. That looks like he was in the background of a larger photo, and then they just like zoomed in on him, so that's why he's out of focus.
Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just like an extra, but they thought he looked interesting enough to be on the box.
The movie's not actually about an alien private eye.
Nikki Hill, star of Radon's all-time classic action extravaganza, Game of Survival.
Is that the full title of the film?
It's.
Who are these people, and what is this movie?
I think Radon is the person who made Game of Survival, but I am not familiar with either of these things.
Isn't Radon a video game character?
Radon is something you have to be careful isn't in your home's basement or you'll die. Triumphantly returned. Nikki Hill, from the memorable Game of Survival.
So some random actress that was in some random movie triumphantly returns.
As Lembro, a stylish private eye with a nose for action. Our story takes place in Los Angeles because it's convenient, because that's where all the movies are filmed. Where two halves of a magical black disc have been hidden. Rumors of its power have spread throughout the underworld. Every two-bit thief, petty criminal, dreams of finding both halves and claiming the disc's power for themselves. Oh, Black Disc. Non-stop action, gang wars, car chases, and sexy love scenes are just some of the fun leading up to the final knockdown, drag 'em out confrontation, where Limro's true powers are revealed. But enough said. Grab tape and find out for yourself.
Is that what it says?
It says enough said. It says, well, it spells enough wrong. It doesn't do enough like Stan Lee. It throws an E in front of it, but it's still not spelled like enough.
But it does say rent the tape and find out for yourself.
Enough said. Rent the tape and find out for yourself.
So they didn't even have enough confidence in this film that anyone would ever want to buy it. Like it's gonna end up on some shelf. Just rent it, please.
Indiana Jones fake out.
You can stop doing that.
Oh,
How embarrassing.
Find a disc, Monroe. I'll pay you 1,000,000 quiblets for it.
1 million space bucks.
This feels like the producers like that kind of situation.
Oh yeah, where they had to make a bad
terrible
thing on
movie for
purpose.
a tax write-off.
A million quifflets.
Like they just don't care.
I actually forgot we were doing Battle of the Genres.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it like a regular episode.
Basically, it's a regular episode except for like the 2 seconds at the end,
Which is usually about a 5-minute discussion that we trim down to 2 seconds because it's never interesting.
Never.
So basically, it's a waste of time to call this Battle of the Genres, but we're going to do it anyway.
If we can't have pointless rules that we don't understand ourselves,
and that we don't follow.
we completely ignore those.
We'll always forget about it.
It's fine. You know what? It's fine. So I am sitting near the middle, and you are a rookie. So I'm going to take charge. And I already mispronounced something.
You're gonna stake charge.
I'm going to stake charge.
Yeah, prime rib.
But Rich, if you do the intros, who's going to explain Alien Private Eye? I guess that's up to you, but
I don't know that I have the power to describe Alien Private Eye. But Jamie, you like spooky movies. Tell us about the spookies.
Well, there's nothing spookier than Spoopies. Spoopies, the movie, starring Spoopies. This is Spookies. This is a movie I've heard about for years and I've never seen. Famously, as famous as anything related to Spookies is, the movie was shot and then the producers saw it and they said, this sucks, we need more spooky things. And so they went back to do reshoots, but they didn't have the original actors. So they just shot unrelated shit that they tried to kind of shoehorn into the movie. And it feels like a movie that they shot unrelated shit and shoved into.
It's full Cavill's mustache, where you can clearly tell.
This is the Justice League of B schlock horror films. Yeah, the movie starts with a little kid. We don't know who he is or why he's there, but he goes to the woods and meets a child molester.
Yep. Sits under a tree first to eat or celebrate something.
Well, that's the best place to go to attract child molesters.
Well, it's the mustard tree. So
it's famous in this town.
Like, if you want to go by the molesting tree, bring some snowballs to share.
Now, while this is going on, though, we're randomly cutting away 2 groups of people in 2 different cars that are following each other, and it's very confusing.
What a jerk.
Just slow down, dude. You know he doesn't know these roads like you do. You do know these roads, don't you?
And we're done with that.
What is going on?
Yeah, well, those 2 cars, they were at a party together, but one is like young, like hip kid.
I'm an asshole, man. I'm a drink, do what I want.
And then the other car is like old man. We thought it was like the designated driver or something. But
Like the chaperone, the father, the chaperone.
But no, it's one of those kids' boyfriends.
No, leave me alone. I want to do nothing.
That out-of-place old man.
Someone was dating Uncle Tony. Wanted to take him to the hit party.
Well, that's yeah. So we cut to 2 cars driving to somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Billy, back to cars, back to Billy, who shows up at an abandoned house.
And a totally real graveyard.
Yes. So he goes into this rundown abandoned house, and there is a creepy birthday party waiting for him there.
Hey, a surprise party. So you didn't forget after all.
Ooh.
This is 43.
Huh?
This is Spookies.
What is happening? This is supposed to be your house? Why are you here? What are you doing? He just went into a random house and you expect the parties for you?
What's happening?
Why is he there?
Yeah.
He just walks in.
And he starts talking. It's like, oh, you did this for me?
Yeah.
Okay, come on out.
I walked into this abandoned house, and I'm not surprised at all that there's a birthday party specifically for me here.
And then we see our second spooky, who's dressed up like a Jawa.
Yes.
And the makeup was so bad, we thought it was like the school bully who was about to play a prank on Bobby.
We thought it was a little kid in a Halloween costume or something.
That's exactly
In the context of the movie.
Yes.
In reality, that's a little kid knowledge.
But I mean, and it really doesn't matter because that particular spooky does not show up for another hour.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Billy.
He gets spooked out by Dr. Spookula. We got to talk about Dr. Acula.
F. Murray Abraham.
Who's F. Murray Abraham sometimes?
Sometimes.
Who's the ringleader of this whole affair in what is clearly reshoots that had nothing to do with the original movie.
And all of the pawns have been sacrificed. We will win our queen back again.
Just to be clear, the original movie before reshoots is very obvious, which is a bunch of kids go to a house, abandoned house, to party, find a Ouija board, and conjure up spirits. And then go from room to room being boring, and occasionally a spooky jumps out at them.
Really wants to get in that door.
That's the original movie. It's boring evil done. But you can tell what it is and what the original plot was supposed to be before the reshoots kind of like try to recontextualize everything and add something to the story. Yeah, like they pull out the Ouija board and then we cut to Dr. Acula and it's like he's controlling the Ouija board now.
How old is Adrian?
24.
And he's controlling the Ouija board so he can kill people to collect souls to bring his dead wife back to life, even though she's already back to life.
He was just sleeping.
Well, and he needs to kill them to collect their souls, but also he just enjoys fucking with them.
I'm so glad that he added these reshoots to make the movie just a little more clear.
Come on, Megan, it's still kids inside.
Oh, did he go and pick them up? Well, I guess they have 2 cars. Oh, fuck it.
Oh, wait, Billy's back. Oh, good. Pay attention. Because that's what happens to Billy in this film is he gets clawed slightly and falls into an open grave, and then I guess he's just too tired to climb out.
Yeah, and Wolf,
Just bury him.
and Wolf dude was fast.
I gotta shovel really fast enough to see so unbelievable.
Yeah.
Billy every once in a while kind of goes. Oh, he died from dirt.
This room's got infected. He's allergic to dirt. So Billy's out of the movie, and our group of teens and Uncle Tony come to the house.
Somebody does live here? Somebody does live here. Forever.
What? They want a party because they got kicked out of the party.
For fighting.
Rocco? What was his name? Yes, Rocco.
Trash Rocco.
Trash.
I'm surprised nobody got into a fight with the guy with the puppet. Like, if anyone's going to get beat up at a party, it's a guy with a puppet.
Uh-oh. Luke's mad now, Luke. That was another thing about this movie. It's like introduced many characters where I hope to like people unless they're just like, oh, obviously you're the villain. We shouldn't like you. But it's just like, okay, I'm behind this Billy kid.
Because he's got a snack lunch.
Right? What did you like about it?
Well, no, but it's like one of those like, yeah, no birthday and all this stuff. But then you're just like, oh, God, fucking die. And then the Joe guy and his friend Luke. It's like, okay, enough of you. Kill this man.
Controlled. Get controlled.
It's okay.
Oh, fuck you.
Have you guys ever been on an airplane?
And then there was a
grandpa
new
boyfriend, of course.
The grandpa boyfriend.
Spoiler alert, who's the hero of the movie somehow?
Well,
He was the hero of the original.
until they re-edited the film to make them all just die. Spoilers.
So Spooky's very bad. Obviously. Very bad movie. Shockingly interesting creature.
Yeah, like they're not great special effects, but they're enough where you're like, oh, they tried. They're fun. It's cool. Yeah.
No, sometimes.
And except for when they got back to that fucking Wolfman. Fuck that guy.
Why? Can somebody explain to me why we cut away to the Wolfman so much? It's like they have to have a shot of him in between every other shot of the film. Why?
He goes up to windows and looks in at the scene that's happening. that has nothing to do with them. And then they just keep cutting to him looking in the window.
But they're shocked. Like, you know in the original movie that these doors just, like, closed on their own and that was supposed to be spooky? But they chose to edit this so that Wolfman is the one closing all of the doors.
Maybe
That's his job.
Maybe the editor also played the Wolfman, and he just wanted to get as much screen time as possible.
Look out, spooky! That's the nature of spooky.
I like that spooky. Fish. The one that we all fell in love with immediately, and when they got injured, we're like, aw.
Don't hurt that spooky.
Then we felt
Like,
we felt worse for the sperm lizards than we did for any of the heroes.
I don't know what your sperm looks like, but
They were cool looking, man. Little gnarly teeth, weird little eyes, and
And we say
ears.
they, but it's clearly just one.
Sure.
Because you never see more than one at a shot at a time. It's supposed to be like a room full of them attacking her.
I want to say one of the the first creature we see is like the skeleton.
The first spooky.
Very spooky. The first one we see is when their friend Carol gets possessed. That's the first one we see, and then she wants to kill everybody because in the original movie she is the head villain, the demon that possesses the girl.
Yes.
But now I guess she's just a pawn because it's Dr. Acula in charge. Whatever.
speaking through, yeah.
But then we get the horny mud monster.
Well, horny is something.
I was told in the back of the box that they're horny. Yes. What the fuck? Yes, the next thing we see is the horny mud monsters that aren't horny, but they do fart on
They emerge from the ground. It's just like, wait a minute. Was that a... Holy shit, it was.
Are these the horny?
Gusty.
Is this like in editing? They just said fuck it? It has to be.
Shit
Fuck it. It has to be.
And those things were violent. One definitely was. I mean, one just was just like, this table is done. Just like smacking down support posts and holy shit, calm down.
When you said they were violent, I thought you were just talking about the potency of their farts. Stop them from farting. All right, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to suggest that maybe just some really terrible sound editing thought that was a good squishy sound effect for muck monsters. I'm going to go ahead and disagree with
You have to step in like a bucket of muck. It's
sounds
like
like a fucking fart. Just put a fart in.
like those little things that you squish your fingers
Like
in.
he's got some gack.
What is gack?
Jack is great stuff. Oozy. Jack is tasty.
It's the thing that got the movie banned from theaters.
Kids would just come out and just annoy the rest of the mall.
Took my children to see Spoopies, and little Timmy just kept farting on his sister afterwards. I couldn't get him to stop farting on his little sister.
Halloween in 1987. Every kid just wanted to go as a fart monster. Kids across America farting on their parents.
I love that this is the most mispronounced name.
I love Spooky. You know, it's the 1980s. Spookies is what they would have called like the Saturday morning cartoon adaptation of
Yes,
Spooky.
yes, the real spookies.
Okay, so what is our next spooky? Asian lady turns into a fucking spider.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's getting bigger.
fucking weird.
They come out of the head.
Ooh, baby.
Yes, you're trying to.
Here we go. Yeah. That's horrifying.
Oh God, that's awesome. I don't know what happened.
I kind of assumed the whole movie would be the little slug monsters. Like when I think of spookies, I think of ghoulies. You know, I think of those type of movies. So you just have a bunch of little creatures running around. But this is just like whatever.
Like when we made this movie, it's terrible. Oh, let's fix it. Let's add some more things to it. Oh my God, it's still terrible. What's popular? Rubber monsters? I don't know. We'll call them spookies. Let's forget it on the show. Let's forget it like the munchies.
Yeah, they're writing out the success of Munchies. So our next spooky is the Grim Reaper. He shows up.
The statue that comes to life.
Our werecat closes the door. Clearly the werecat.
He's always fucking closing those doors.
He's the anti-Cameron Mitchell. No, he's the ultimate. He's like Cameron Mitchell's like ultimate like henchman. Yeah, close those fucking doors. He always closes the fucking door. I love that wolf man. Yes, Cameron, I'll close the fucking door.
Just stop
Oh
yelling
God,
at me.
Cameron Mitchell should have been Dr. Acula.
That would have been great. That would have elevated this probably to the best movie I've ever seen.
And so they're trapped in this room, and they can't open the door. And so our hero, Uncle Tony, decides to do the only logical thing.
Diving headfirst through a door.
That was great.
It's over. I've seen windows.
Yeah.
But not doors.
Yeah, it fucking works.
Yes. Because dude, Rocco tried many chairs.
Rocco has never opened a door in his life. He has no idea how to do it. I just throw chairs at him. They open up. I don't know. But they still have to deal with the Grim Reaper that's chasing them.
Oh, yes. Death.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's combustible. You throw death off a roof, he explodes.
That was the fan going off the cliff. Uncle Tony for the win.
He did it so effortlessly.
Yeah.
Take that, Death.
It was a Grim Reaper made out of kerosene because that bitch went off. The Grim Reaper, a little bit of trivia, the Grim Reaper prop was originally supposed to appear in Action USA.
Oh, that makes sense.
We load everything with Grim Reapers.
That shit's on fire.
All right, so the truck in this explosion scene, it's filled with Grim Reapers.
How many do you think? 10. Whoa. How big a truck is it?
Just give it a little nudge. It's going through the roof, but that's what, in Action USA, the explosion that was too big. There's too many Reapers. Yeah, too many Grim Reapers.
Well, this is 80 minutes into the movie where we are now introduced to our protagonists, which is his reborn wife.
Thanks on my head, my only weakness. How did you know? Little rod puppet arms. Who has to fight, madam? Yeah. Remember the old puppet?
Yeah.
Oh, this we see the the hand of the puppeteer many times, to the point where you're wondering if it's intentional. Is that another spooky? It's you know what? It's a ghost puppeteer. Okay. Okay. The real spooky. Yeah, the real spooky wasn't the witch. It is a ghost puppeteer controlling the witch puppet. The spirit of Ted Benson. And then she has to run away. And then she runs from zombies for fucking 15 minutes.
It's a little, like, ugly baby who's like,
All right. Okay. I'm into it. I'm super into it. So then she dies. All of our other heroes die. Billy's dead. Everybody dies.
like this.
Right. Yay! So our next movie is Action USA. Tim, you like to tell everybody about this fine film?
I'll tell you about the film. Action USA. It's all about diamond smuggling. You think diamond smuggling would need more of a cat burglar type touch to it? No, you go balls out, action, car chases, bang, 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 through glass, titties. It's in here.
School buses.
School buses.
You know what's not in there? Cleverness. Who needs cleverness when you have blunt stupidity? Hey, where's the people moving the giant plate made of glass? Yes. A little corner fruit stand. Oh,
Well, it starts with lovers. Just lovers and the guy's being all coy and stuff. And he's like, oh, yeah, it's going to be nice.
Overcompensation.
Overcompensation.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
You know what? I forgot about the entire opening of this movie. It's
Beautiful
amazing.
Corvette.
That engine really makes up for his penis.
My God. He's small. It's micro penis. I would think.
They're in the driveway. Be careful.
Don't hit the
Look
engine.
out!
You ladies want to see my movie? Oh my God! How can you see?
Oh my God! I think he's drinking a beer. His dick is so small.
Oh my God!
Oh, it's fucking. I was gonna say, is this the movie equivalent of the guy who has the nice car?
Yes.
Is this the filmmaker's compensating?
Yeah.
Compensating.
He's feeling up a lady while drinking and driving in a sports car in Texas. He needs to be eating a steak.
He's gonna pull a steak out from her thighs.
Walks out, of course. Dude is packing.
Ready to go. Also, he has a gun. He's had a gun this whole time. It's so small.
And that goes to the first door being blown in.
The door just like it's just like it's not even on hinges. It just kind of gets knocked over. Come on, man, we can cut a deal. We don't make deals with dead man.
Deal? What are we talking about?
Shut up, bitch.
Our two first favorite hitmen.
Jacked up Freddie Mercury.
Jacks up Freddie Mercury.
Punch him in his little dick.
Yeah.
Punch him in his dick. I'm trying.
I keep missing, man.
The shit's elusive.
He gets put, a small penis, gets put in the trunk of a car and taken to like a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
She gets in her car to chase after, knowing exactly where he goes, because that starts the theme of there being only one road in Texas. Everybody knows where everybody else is at every moment.
At every moment. They get into a helicopter so they can intimidate Micropenis into telling them where the diamonds are.
Well, I was surprised. You see that helicopter like going through like a town square. Like it's really low to the ground. Like it's crazy.
I'll criticize this movie about a lot of things, but that was impressive.
Yeah, no, all the stunts and explosions and all the shit in this movie, like which is the reason the movie exists. Like all that stuff's great.
Is it always great?
I mean, most of it's great.
Okay.
It's great except for when it isn't.
For a movie called Action USA, it lives up to it. Like, there's enough action. I don't think there is. I think it's just there's a few well-timed explosions and some kind of mediocre action. I said it. There's some lame shootouts. There's some lame chases, but they all end in spectacular explosions. I'm not expecting John Wick, the raid level, constant excitement from a movie called Action USA.
Yeah, I want to see stupid shit, and you see a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah. Like when they drop him out of a helicopter on accident, that is stupid shit. When they try to grab onto his penis, it just moves so slow. Grab his dick.
We should have known by his car.
So he goes into the water. Lady knows where he landed. He's like, get out of the driver's seat, bitch.
Thanks for picking me up. I'm driving.
Peels out. Instead of being bright, using the helicopter to like pursue, be on top of this car. No, they'll land, take the time to land, and get into their own car to follow.
No, it's not their car. They steal somebody's car.
They steal somebody's car.
Which continues, like, this action sequence has been happening for the last 10 minutes.
Yes.
And it's a Wile E. Coyote bullshit mess. It's great, because they're everywhere. There's explosions, there's cars, there's crashes.
Oh my god!
That's the thing went out the door.
How did that happen?
He turned a corner and the door flew open.
That's a guy who lived. This is the one where there's a school bus that possibly stopped at a railroad crossing.
Yes, yeah.
Call back.
You got to be careful with those railroad crossings.
You have to be careful with railroad crossing. And they see a tow truck, and the dude wants to take it as a ramp. They're dead. They're absolutely dead. End of movie.
Maybe the stunt wasn't supposed to happen like that.
They loaded that truck with Grim Reapers. This actually is a good piece of foreshadowing, because later in the movie, girl who ends up surviving is clearly concussed.
It's clearly not the writing of somebody that doesn't understand how to write a female character with any sort of motivation at all,
or any sort of logical human being.
Yeah.
Bad guys kill the dude, but before they kill the micropenis, he gives some vague clues for something we don't really know about.
Yes.
And here's where I thought this movie could have been really interesting and subversive. You set up like a disposable female in the beginning of an action.
The TNA character.
And then gets tossed aside.
Yes.
And now she is our protagonist. I was like, oh, what a fun twist. She'll be the action star for the rest of the movie. But as it turns out, no, she's just the dumb woman who does whatever the dudes tell her.
She's a human MacGuffin.
Yeah. I was going to say the exact same way.
Oh, there you go.
She has no control over what's happening. She is kidnapped and unkidnapped,
back and
rescued.
She has no concern over what's happening. She has no concern for her own safety.
Yeah.
Yes, you were always guilty.
Twice.
Right.
You didn't want her to open the window when they're eating in a public restaurant.
None whatsoever.
It's like, you guys are trying to kill her? She was hang on the country bar. I just want to go dancing. She's just leaving him again. I know she's going to plot about her wanting to get away from them and not wanting the protection. Sure. That could be fun.
Yeah, that would give her actually a character.
Yeah.
What? You deserve to get killed? Stop this woman. Fuck you.
See, well, the best example of that is they have her hiding out in a hotel room. Oh, by the way, she's being monitored by two cops. One of them is played by the fucking guy from Jack-O-Lantern, the Devil's Son. He's back. But they have her in a hotel room, and she takes a shower just so he gets some more gratuitous TNA. And then she comes out in a towel, and even though they know they're supposed to be laying low, she's like, I'm going to open up the window. And they're like, don't open up the window.
You open that window, miss.
Why? What are you worried about?
He just jumps through the window. Why would you want to open the window when you're in your towel?
I don't know.
Oh!
Mama!
Then immediately in the next scene, she's like, why are you guys so grumpy? Let's have some fun. Yeah. Well, then they're like, I know we're supposed to be laying low, but let's go to an old country buffet. What are they doing there?
He's not only is he walking, he's on a treadmill.
Tell him I want the broad back here alive.
Oh, he's in rage mode. This is great.
He's mad.
He's angry. When his line delivery is angry, you know he's gonna be good.
They made him walk on a treadmill.
Cameron Mitchell. Oh my god. Well, okay, let's not talk about Cameron Mitchell. Let's just show in its entirety all of Cameron Mitchell's scenes.
Let's get on with this. Tell you what, I can give a shit about Eric.
Okay, we're back. It's 30 seconds later. What do we watch recently? We watched Kill Squad. Yeah, this is very similar to Kill Squad, where Cameron Mitchell is filmed at his house, being leisurely, being the big bad guy. He's the main bad guy. We cut back to him every once in a while. He's Frankie. In this movie, he's Frankie. And so I guess I was expecting something very similar. Cut back to him at his house, he's with girls, he's having a party, and then at the end, there's a big confrontation between Frankie, where, you know, he sits down. But he gets his view, of course, because he's the big bad guy. They keep mentioning him as being the big bad guy. He's in two scenes that are both less than a minute long. It's upsetting to say the least. Tragedy. Like, it's worse than, like, lazy Cameron Mitchell, like, won't get out of the wicker chair Cameron Mitchell, because at least then you get a decent amount of Cameron. Well, and then the fact that he won't get out of the chair because he's too drunk is hilarious in itself. Yes. Here it's like he's so angry. You need to harness that in the film. Oh, he's gone. No, this is Cameron Blue Bells. You get a little tease, and then he's out the door. Says he needs ice cream. He's off shooting 15 more films. Maybe that's what it was. They only had him for like an hour, and he's like, I got 5 other movies to shoot this afternoon. He's not off the pitching other films. Other people are into his house. So he can film 15 different films.
Get out, next crew's coming in. Give me my booze money. How about my 20 bucks?
Leave the girl.
These poor people just had their house torched.
Sorry about your house, buddy.
What?
Bring us right back here.
Houses that are very easy to drive.
That is the saddest thing I've ever seen in a Industrial West movie, because this is just like some poor family. It's clearly like
It's like, oh, it's a nice day outside. Let's have a beer.
Yeah, you can tell it's like a family with not a lot of money, and then our fucking heroes just drive their car through their house. And it's like, you ran through our bedroom. The Grim Reaper was using the bathroom.
The Grim Reaper showed up like, can I use your bedroom for about 20 minutes? And then a car drives through.
What?
explodes before the car hits it. Yes. Why the fuck was that car in the air? Who hit you? Another random car? That was his car. But then another car flew into it. I think that was the red. It started blowing up before he hit it. Oh my god. And he flew into it. And no reason. Is that what happened? He just flew into Good job. Good job. Now roll credits, please. Yeah, we're done. We're done here. You got away. You have the diamonds. It's like the impact was so fast and strong that it bent time and space. You're seeing the light refracting differently because the explosion was so massive. The explosion exploding faster than light. Not that even happened. Who cares? It's great. But again, some fun action. You know, hanging out the back of the car. They jump from one car to the other. Flip doos and zippities. And so then they find the diamonds. And as it turns out, the big cops were bad guys. Oh my God! The end. What a shocker! It's like they hit that wide, aerial shot with the car and the wacky banter. And we're like, wait, this is like a credit shot. Is the movie over? No, the movie can't be over. We haven't wrapped up Cameron Mitchell yet. Oh, it's over. I know there's more story, but this looks like the ending shot of a movie, so let's just stop. And that's how our discussion ends. It's just over. Yep. And here we are to our final movie of the night, Alien Private Eye. Rich, why don't you tell us all about Alien Private Eye? That's a nice deflection, Jack. I can try. I can try. You can explain Alien Private Eye. Lebro is a... All you have to do is say his name and I'm laughing. Lebro is a super hip and cool private eye of the 80s. It's like the 80s threw up all over him. Dressed to the 90s. And then he has to find the two halves of the black disc. And his detective work is, it involves asking people who. Why did they do that? What did it look like? What did they look like? Tell me what it looks like. When? Where? Where? Why? What kind of struggle? Where? When? Like what? What for? And then other people tell him what happened, and then he did his detective work. Yeah, he's very good. He's the Alien Private Eye. Yo. And then this other one, he likes shooting people up with the drugs, so they're like, they can hang around his warehouse while he worships Hitler. Well, he doesn't shoot them up so they'll hang around in his warehouse. They hang around his warehouse so he'll shoot them up. Well, it's a vicious circle because he's the one shooting them up so they'll hang around his warehouse. Yeah, but this drug, there's you have to do a little bit of math. There's very specific rules about how you take this drug.
This drug was designed on my planet with 30th century technology. It's what you guys on Earth are headed for. Renegade scientists designed this to be the most addictive drug possible.
You shoot up 1 to 5 times and you can quit and recover.
Give this drug 5 times, you're hooked for life.
But it's really hard because you're hooked after the first one.
Yeah. Do it a couple hundred times, you die. You go cold turkey, you die after 5 times.
But after 5, pretty screwed.
It's 100%. You do it a couple hundred times, hit centuries. After 5 times, we haven't shot up 5 times yet. You die.
Between 5 and 99 times, you're addicted. You're addicted.
You give me a double dose. You do it a couple hundred times. It's 100%.
And you need a complete blood transfusion to get off the drug. Fortunately, that never comes up.
And if you don't shoot up again then, I don't know what'll happen next.
But if you have the drug 100 times, then you die.
You do it a couple hundred times, you You die. 100% total blood transfusion. You die.
And if you've had it more than 5 times,
5 times,
and quit cold turkey, you die.
you die. 5 times, a couple hundred times, you die. 100% you die. After 5 times, you die. Doing this drug was almost as good as having sex. You die.
So you can only quit cold turkey if you've only taken it 5 times.
1 to 5 times.
1 to 5
Does
times.
that
6 to
include
99 times.
I think, yeah, the 6th time you're on that fucking road where you're
Sure.
it's just like, might as well enjoy it.
What's
Yeah,
like
it
half
is
a
fun.
dose?
Ooh.
So that's a half.
So you still have another half coming to you.
Yeah. So technically, you could spread that 5 times into like 10 tiny doses. You know, have a good time.
First of all, doing this drug was almost as good as having sex.
Why would you want to do it? The drug seems extraordinarily painful.
Yeah, it just makes everybody go, wow, my fucking brain.
I need that soma. I need that soma. Oh yeah, because. Our main bad guy that gets all these bums hooked on the drug. His name is Silva. His name is Kilgore. Can we talk about how literate this movie is? Because that's the name of the drug from A Brave New World, the book by Claudia Fletcher.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's a deep literary cut.
Wow. I did not know this movie was a lot smarter than I was.
It's the drug that makes everybody happy in the future.
And cut to Remlo walking down the street looking like Carmen Sandiego.
We found her!
What? Whoa! Oh, she's there?
So not only is Remlo the coolest guy here on Earth, who gets with all the ladies right away, he's also kind of a celebrity back on his home world of Stir, something like that. It's got a, yeah. On his beautiful and majestic home planet, Stir.
Tell me what it's like.
Silver grass. Mountains 10 miles high. 5 winds, 10 suns. At night, the air is rich and sweet. You want to drink it more than breathe it.
Don't you have pollution like we do?
We with pollution 500 years ago.
With the silver grass and the 10 suns.
10 suns. You can't walk outside, you'll fucking